Last year I started the Minecraft world I always wanted, a combination of the create mod and some quality of life mods that enabled me to create a giant world connected with boats, trains, planes and automobiles, and I loved it. But it got a bit laggy as time went on because I had no idea at the time how to use create, I used way too many belts, and I kept nearly every build I made permanently loaded with chunk loaders. Turns out that wasn't a very good move. And today we embark on a brand new Minecraft journey, hopefully one with less lag issues this time. So let's take a quick look at the key mods we're going to be using in Perfect World 2. First up, of course, we have Create, an industrialization mod that brings movement, conveyor belts, steam power, trains, and a whole lot more to the world of Minecraft. And it's a mod I've absolutely fallen in love with. Alongside that, we also have sophisticated backpacks to help with inventory management, storage drawers to make mass storage much easier to handle, Farmer's Delight to add a whole bunch of new crops and add some variety to our diets, as well as Aquaculture 2 and Naturalist to bring more wildlife into the world without adding OP gear like in the last world. No more Alex's mobs here. There's also a bunch of smaller detail mods such as supplementaries, straw statues, and a whole lot more so we can inject more life into the world. But I don't want to spoil all the surprises, so we'll discover and make use of those as the series goes on. And of course, if you do want to play along, the Perfect World 2 pack is also available to download via CurseForge. There should be a link in the description. But that's enough about the new pack. Let's jump in and get started. I'm so excited for this.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Well, this is it. We've just spawned into our brand new world and... oh, is that a boat? That's very, very handy. Let's have a quick look and see what we've got there. But we appear to be on some kind of a beach, and we're not using large biomes this time, which, yeah, that would turn out not to be the best idea. It did cause me quite a lot of headaches last time, but anyway, let's see what we've got going on in this boat here. Oh, look at that. A bit of food, some rope and some trousers. Good start. But it would appear that's about it. So I think the first thing for us to do will probably be to punch some trees, get a few basic tools, and while we do that, we're going to play some funky music. Ooh, look at that. There's a butterfly. But I've got a few basic tools. I've got some wood. And I think what I want to do is maybe try and find a village. Just get some early game loot and pretty much somewhere to rest my head for the night. Because when it does get dark, I don't want to get killed straight away. This doesn't look good. Run away! Well, it seems to have already gotten dark, so I'm just going to hide on this tree and cook myself up some food. Well, it wasn't the best start. We got chased by creepers, but we have finally made it to a village. I just want to have a little look around, see if there's anything here for us to steal. Not really. Well, this village doesn't have too much laying around, but I think we're going to take this wheat. This is definitely going to be handy, and I might just use this place as a... what is that? It's running away. What is it? Oh, it's a lizard. He's cute. Look at him waggling away. Anyway, what was I saying? Yes, wheat, food. This will definitely do as a start. And I think what I might do is just adopt one of these houses as our little temporary shelter. So at least then we'll have somewhere to come back to, somewhere to rest our weary heads, and basically somewhere to dump all the stuff that's in my inventory. It's quite full already. Let's just take one of these nice big houses like this one. Yep, this will do. Let's just clear a little bit more space around here. Get our furnace and a crafting table down, and I need a bed. Let's go steal a bed from someone. Excuse me, sir, do you have a... nope, you don't have a bed. Is there a bed in here? There is. Right, we'll steal that for now. Then we'll just get a few chests down as well and get to storing some stuff. We've got a much clearer looking inventory. What I'm going to do now is chop down a few trees, get ourselves some coal. I think we should go on a mini mining mission, try and get ourselves some iron. I mean, I suppose there are other ways to get iron. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but you're made of stuff I want. And we got 5 pieces. Look at that. That means we can make ourselves a slightly nicer pickaxe for this mining mission. So let's get some coal on the go. Make ourselves a pickaxe. Right, I've got a whole bunch of torches, a whole bunch of pickaxes, including an iron one should we find anything exceptionally shiny. I think it's time we just go do a little bit of digging. But it's just occurred to me I'm going to have much more luck finding iron if I actually go higher as opposed to lower, because everything changed, didn't it? Although it did actually change quite a while ago. You'd think I would have remembered that. So far, all this digging, a little bit of a cave dive and a tiny mine shaft, we've only managed to get ourselves 6 raw iron, and that's no good for anything. We're going to want a lot more than that, so let's quickly offload and maybe go on a walkie adventure instead. It'd be nice if we could find some mountains or something somewhere. But before we go, I am going to make myself a shield and a helmet, just for a little bit more protection. Right, adventure time. You just need a nice big cave or some mountains. I'll be happy with either. And there's actually a cave right here. Let's have a quick look. Woo! That's going to be tough to get down, though there is some iron there. What do we got down here? More iron, I can see that. Why is everything so deep and steep? I just want a nice chill cave to go and explore. Is it too much to ask? Oh my days, that spider looks terrifying. Oh dear. Okay, so the mining mission is not going too well so far. Wonder if I can make my way over there and get my stuff back. Onwards! Oh, there's a bear. Let's keep our distance, I think. Right, so our stuff is just down here. Can we maybe drop down on this? Sketchy. Ow! No, don't shoot me again! So, if I can lure all these zombies over this way... Yep, that's it. Keep coming away from my body. And hopefully I can run around this way and grab all my stuff. Oh, I can't run anymore. That's not going to help. Go, 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 go. Let's just move away, eat some food, and deal with these well-dressed zombies. All right, we're temporarily safe. Let's heal up and try and grab a little bit more iron before we head back. Oh. That's not ideal. This cave is way too dangerous for me right now. Maybe I should actually make some iron armor. But I can't do that because I have no wood, so I can't make a crafting bench. Huh. So maybe I should be sensible and actually go get some wood and sort it out that way. This place is way too dangerous for me right now. In fact, something else I want to do is try and get myself a backpack. And I think we've got enough leather. We've killed a few cows. Yeah, 6 leather. That should be enough. I just need to go home, grab some string that we got out of the mine, and hopefully I'll be able to carry more stuff. Oh, it's the bear again. Hey, buddy. Oh, and another one. Hey, aggressive. Oh. Nope, they don't seem too aggressive. Okay, good to know. That's an arrow that just shot past me. These skellies, honestly, so painful. All right, just a little bit further to go. I know for a fact that that thing is kind of in between the village where we're living and where we are now. So we should just be able to jump in the water and make our getaway. If I don't die from fall damage first. Ah, safe and sound. Let's cook up the iron and have a nap. Get out of my bed. Ah, what a lovely day. A lovely day, hopefully, to make a backpack. And there we go. Oh, that makes me so happy. And hopefully, we can actually upgrade that as well. Yep, definitely worth doing. And now we have all that space for storage. Oh, that makes me incredibly happy. Now we've got this, I need to prepare for my next adventure. And the first part of that is to make one of these, a tool swapper. Although, I don't think I have the string for that, so that might have to wait. So we're going to get this iron cooked up. We're going to cook up a bunch of food. Because what I think I want to do is just build a small little place and give this guy his house back. And I've got a bit of an idea, and I think we're just going to build something out here on the water. And hopefully that will give us somewhere to store all of our stuff, and then we can pack it up as a contraption and move it when we actually decide where we want to base, which isn't going to be here. Certainly not going to be here. But in order to do this build, I'm going to need a whole lot more resources than what I currently have available, which means we are going to need to go on another adventure, and we're going to need to try and find some biomes we've not actually discovered yet. Primarily, a savanna. I think I really want some acacia wood for this build. But as well as acacia, I'd like to try and get myself some terracotta, which if we can't find a mesa, we'll just use clay, but I'm hoping we can find a mesa if we at least find a savanna. But I'm also going to need a jungle, I'm going to need spruce, pretty much all the wood types. Definitely going to need all the wood types. So we've got our work cut out for us. In fact, can I make myself a nature's compass? I think that might be worth doing. There's a tiny bit of redstone here. So let's make ourselves a compass, grab some saplings, and what else do we need? Just a few logs. That's easy enough. And there we go, one nature's compass. That's going to help us locate the biomes we actually need so we can get the stuff we want. The downside is I don't think I've actually got myself enough iron to make a full set of armor. Have I? Oh, no, I have. Just about. I've only got 2 pieces left, though, which means I can't have any fancy tools. All right, I think we're ready to go. Let's find out how far away it is going to be for me to find a Badlands. Okay, not too far. It's about 3,000 blocks in that direction. So I think it makes sense to start there, and hopefully we can... Oh, actually, thinking about it, I'm I'm gonna grab myself a sleeping bag. Let's just steal the white wool from the middle of each of these and do that. That means we can actually sleep without losing our spawn point. That's gonna be very handy indeed. But now we're ready to go. So hopefully we can find a savannah and maybe even a jungle on the way. That'd be nice. And a bit of dark oak too would be very good, because then at least we'll have all of the different woods covered. But let's go, see what we can find. What's that? Is that a snake? That is a snake. Very cool. And it looks like there's another village up ahead as well. Maybe we could spend the night there. The sun's going down already. And it's already raining as well. Well, this looks like a good-sized village, and it has lots more wheat, which is good because we're almost out of bread. Right, let's quickly steal everything we can get our grubby little mitts on. Well, we didn't do too badly out of that. We got a bunch of food. I stole a stone cutter. We got our first diamond. And, yeah, we found a few extra tools and things as well, which, considering I've just made armor, isn't particularly useful, but whatever. And I think we're going to take these flax seeds as well, because if I remember correctly, we can actually grow those to get string, and that's going to help us upgrade our backpack. Anyway, thank you, village. You've been kind to me, but I've got places to go. This direction, apparently. And while we're rowing across this ocean, let's have a little chat about the plans for this season. So I do have a big project in mind, a very big project, in fact, and it's going to be very different to what we did last season. I've got a bunch of new mods in here that we've not got into yet that are going to help me achieve what I want to, but I'm not quite ready to reveal my major plans yet. And I did mention it at the start, but this pack is available on CurseForge for anyone that wants to play along, and the world seed is on screen now, so if you do want to play in the same world, you can also do that. But I think in a few episodes, once I've got myself a bit better situated and we've got the things that we need, then I'll reveal my master plan, which I'm incredibly excited about. I've actually just got back from a... Wait a minute, is that a savannah? Think it is. But I have actually just got back from an 8-day research trip for this series, and I'm very excited to actually make a start on the buildings. We're going to be trying to do something that I've never done before, so it should be quite fun. So if you do want to make sure that you don't miss an episode and you follow along with the series, do of course hit that big subscribe button. That way you're unlikely to miss any episodes and you can join me on this journey. Now, let's grab ourselves some acacia. Oh, look at that, there's a zebra. That's awesome. And a rhino. But while we're here, let's have a little look around, see if there's anything else that might be useful. What's that? What is that? Oh, okay. It's a sign. 1,000 blocks that way. That's where we've just come from. Oh, is that pointing to the village, maybe? I think it might be, you know, but look at this camera mod. I can do loads of cool stuff. And look at this. There's actually mud around here as well. That's cool. Anyway, we're getting distracted. It doesn't look like there's anything else here that's actually going to be useful to us. And looking around the island, I can't see any of the other biomes we're after. Look at those bright red birds. Stop getting distracted, Beardy. We've got places to go and terracotta to mine. Easy now, Mr. Rhino. You can leave me alone. Oh, hello. Is that a jungle over there, I see? I think it is. And look at that. Our mace is just there as well. Oh, this is good. I forgot how close stuff can be when you're not playing on large biomes. This makes me very happy. Ooh, and look at all the different fish. That's cool. So let's grab some jungle wood. My axe broke. Not a problem. We can quickly make a new one. And we only got one jungle sapling from that, so I guess we're going to chop down a few more trees. Well, I have to say, the drop rate on these jungle saplings is appalling. We've managed to get 8, but it's used up our entire axe. On the plus side, we do have almost 2 stacks of jungle wood, so it's not all bad. Is that an actual duck? It is. You drop food. Raw duck. Ooh. Tasty. We're having duck tonight. I'll tell you what, if I want more iron, that's the place to go to get it. This is much more like it. Loads of iron. What's that? That's a snail? We'll have to go say hello to them in a minute. With my sword. Oh. A ram. Looking pretty cool there. I have to say, I'm loving all the new wildlife we're stumbling across. Although I assume that's just a different texture for the sheep, right? Yes, he's just a sheep. Oh, he is very cool. I like the snail. Does the snail drop anything tasty? Oh, no, he just hides when I get near. Oh, now I feel bad. Slightly. Just a little bit. Not massively. But now we know they don't drop anything, we can leave all the other snails unharmed. Although we should probably make sure. Yeah, they definitely don't drop anything. Well, that'll probably do it for iron. We've got over a stack now, so that's definitely going to tide us over, which is good, because my pickaxe is almost dead, and we're about to go mine lots of terracotta, which means I'm definitely going to need to make a new one. Let's just see if I can safely... Oh, get over there. Ooh, melon. Yeah, we'll take one of them too. And a bit of bamboo. Yep, we'll take some of that as well. And here we are, the mesa. I'm just going to grab a small variety of colours, maybe like a couple of stacks of each colour that I can see, and that probably tide us over for now. Hopefully, maybe, who knows. As I say, I do have a plan, but it's a very rough plan, which means I have no idea how much of each thing I'm going to need. Or if I'm even going to use it all, to be fair. Time for some digging. done a whole lot of mining and filled up on terracotta. I've also raided a couple of the mine carts around here. We've got a couple of mines lurking about, and I've managed to blag myself an extra backpack. So I think what I'm also going to do while I'm here is try and get myself some gold, because then we can do some more backpack upgrades. And in fact, I can also get some string as well, which is going to be handy. Now let's see if we can find a nice cave to get some gold. This one's looking promising. Oh geez, why are all the caves so vertical on this world? There's got to be some gold around here somewhere. Oh, well, there's a tiny bit. Literally 2 pieces, not ideal. Who'd have thought it'd be so hard to find gold in a mesa? Jeez. I think I'm going to get briefly distracted again and grab myself some sand while I'm here. I'm probably going to need it. That should be enough sand. Let's get back to the gold hunting. Oh, hello. There's a temple over there. That'll probably have some gold in it. We've got a portal right here. And, oh, gapple. We'll take that. Getting so distracted here. But if we can get some gold out of the temple, then, well, that'll be a good thing. Because, yep, still really want some gold. I'm a bit embarrassed. I haven't been able to find much in the mesa. Alrighty, let's see what's going on in here. Any bads? Doesn't look like it. Let's play it safe and remove all this TNT, just in case something does drop down on us. Well, it's pretty much just bones and sand in there. No gold whatsoever. Back to the mesa we go. Look at that. We've got a tortoise. Not going to kill him. I'm not going to kill him. I'm not going to kill him. We'll take these tomato seeds, though. Have another mesa cave. And, oh, look at that. We've actually got some gold. Wonderful. Yoink. But that was yet another tiny cave with only 4 pieces of gold in. The worst mesa ever. Ooh, bigger cave. Many gold. Excellent. Finally. Ah! Oh, he's got a backpack. Wonder if I can steal that. No. No, I can't. Look at you and your dungarees. Get out of it. Oh, I did get the backpack. Good stuff. More storage. Oh, there's an elephant. Getting flashbacks of last season. I think I'm going to avoid the elephants. Pickles, no! But I do think it is time I left the mesa. We're not having much luck finding gold. I've managed to get, what's that, 38 pieces? It's enough to upgrade my bag, so that'll do for now, I guess. But I've got almost 3 backpacks full of stuff, so we should probably go back and actually do a little bit of offloading and think about our starter base. Although, to be honest, it's not even really going to be a starter base. It's more just a temporary thing to put all of our stuff in that's not a villager's house. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. But I'll tell you what, I am going to grab some more of this zinc on the way, because this is going to come in handy. And look at that, we've actually made it back safe and sound without any incidents, which is rare, but I approve. Now let's sort out our inventory a little bit and, yeah, figure out what we're going to do for this build. And I'll tell you exactly what we're going to do, and that's actually go and get a few more resources, because I've made some decisions and I need some stuff I don't actually have yet. But before we do that, we're just going to click these buttons here and hide our armor so you can see my wonderful skin. Much nicer. And the main resource I want to go and get is some mangroves. So I should probably grab my nature's compass, find out where a mangrove swamp is. 5,000 blocks, are you kidding me? Oh geez, we're gonna be gone for a while. So with that in mind, I best prepare. The first thing I want to do is get myself a little bit of gold so we can upgrade our backpack. And in fact, thanks to that mine, we've also got some string, which means we can do some backpack upgrades. Well, I think I'm also going to need some iron for that, so we're going to get that cooking up as well. And we're going to make ourselves a couple of these. We've only got 2 bits of leather, though, so we've got to be very picky about what ones we take. And I think a built-in crafting table is going to be a good idea, and maybe just a tool swapper for now. So let's upgrade our backpack to gold. That's going to give us a whole bunch more slots. Yes, look at that. Wonderful. We're going to make a couple of these upgrade bases, make a tool swapper upgrade, and then we need a crafting table and a chest. So one of those. One of those, and one of them. So now that means we always have a crafting table on us, which is amazing, and the tool swapper basically means whenever we have tools in our backpack, so for example these 4, let's chuck those in there. And if I take an axe and go to swing at this dirt, you'll see it swaps out to my shovel. And then if I go to attack the wood, it will switch to the axe, this will switch to the pickaxe, and so on. And that basically just means we only need to use 1 slot in our hotbar for managing all our tools, which is exactly what we want. So now we've got a much better backpack, there's something else we're going to need if we're going to go chop down mangrove, because, well, mangrove is very, very annoying to chop. But this is a create series, so maybe it's about time we do some create stuff, and there's a couple of things we're going to want to make. And for that, I'm going to need some andesite, but I don't really have much. I'm probably going to need more than that. So let's jump down here. We've probably found a pocket at some point around here. Come on, just a little bit of andesite. That's all we want. Aha, there we go. That should do just fine. And what we want to make is a mechanical saw, which means we're going to need to flatten some iron. To get that, we need a press. So we need a block of iron, andesite casing, and a shaft. So if we just do this, we can get ourselves a little bit of andesite alloy. We'll strip a few logs. We'll get ourselves some andesite casing. And look at that, we've advanced into the andesite age. Wonderful. Gonna need an iron block, a little bit more andesite alloy so we can make ourselves a shaft. Then that's gonna give us our mechanical press. And we'll also make a depot. Let's just chuck this in this corner for now. That should be fine. But of course, we don't have power right now, so we need a hand crank. Easily done. Then we'll flatten some iron. That's going to give us the 3 iron sheets we need, and we should now be able to make a mechanical saw. Yes, look at that, there we go. Let's grab ourselves another hand crank as well. And what we can do with the mechanical saw, and this is one of the reasons I absolutely love Create, especially in the early game, is if we plonk this down here up against this tree, so you have to crouch click it to make it face the right direction, and then crank away at this, what it'll do is remove the entire tree in one hit. And that's great for mangrove, because you can actually just do that to one of the mangrove roots, and it removes the whole mangrove tree, which basically saves a whole lot of hassle trying to find all the wood within all the leaves, because those trees are really weird. But that means this is going to save us a whole bunch of time. And to save even more time, we should probably make a wrench as well, because then we'll be able to pick it up a lot quicker. So we just need a cog, and we need to flatten 3 gold sheets. Let's spin this again. And there's our wrench. And now whenever we place this, instead of breaking it with a pickaxe, which obviously takes time, we can just crouch click and instantly pick it up. Now before we head off, we should make sure we're fully fed, so we're gonna have our duck. Tasty, tasty duck. But spinning a hand crank also uses up a whole lot of hunger. So I'm gonna make lots and lots of bread to take with us. Chuck that in our backpack. You can hear music. Where's that coming from? Why is there music? Very faint, but I definitely heard it. How confusing. Especially considering I have music turned off. Anyway, we're getting distracted. I've got a 5,000 block journey to make to go get ourselves some mangrove. Cue the boating music. Oh, wait, I forgot my sleeping bag. That could be bad. Yoink. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take the saddle as well, just in case we find ourselves a horse. Because as we all know, I'm exceptionally good at looking after horses. Right, onwards. There's another tortoise. They don't drop anything either. And 5,000 blocks later, there it is, our mangrove swamp. Oh, and it's raining. Fantastic. But in theory, we should just be able to do a little spinny, and look at that. We're going to get lots of mangrove wood. Or more accurately, we're going to get lots and lots of roots and the occasional bit of mangrove wood. But whatever, still better than chopping it all manually. Let's maybe try and get some of the ones that aren't in the water, though. Be a bit easier to pick up. Let's get chopping. A few minutes later and I've got plenty of mangrove logs. That should tide me over. And I think while I'm here, I should probably grab a little bit of this mud as well. I mean, there's no reason not to, and it might come in handy. Oh, look at that. There's a giraffe. Oh, he's adorable. I'm assuming he's friendly too. He is. I really want to ride a giraffe. Can I put a saddle on that? I did bring one with me. Nope, but it was worth a try. Anyway, we're getting distracted. We've managed to get our mangrove wood. We've grabbed a bit of mud as well, but there's still one more thing I want. That is some dark oak. And there's one not too far away, about 1,000 blocks in this direction. I can handle that. Oh, lions. A whole pride of lions. I'm assuming they are aggressive. Let's avoid that. And it looks like we're going to be crossing another ocean to get here. There's a lot of water in this world. Oh, easy. Almost killed myself. And according to our compass, the dark oak should be just on the other side of this forest here. Oh, hello. We'll take this. And there it is. There's our dark oak. And with these ones, as long as I take out the 3 blocks at the base, I should just be able to do this. Wonderful. Let's quickly chop a bunch of these down. Alright, that should just about do it. We've got loads of stuff and things, and in fact I might grab a few of those flowers on the way just because we don't have any. But I think it's finally time to go back home and make a start on this build we want to do. Well, I've made it back to our borrowed house, I've emptied my inventory, and I'm pleased to say we've got lots and lots of stuff to build with. And yeah, I've got a loose plan of what we're going to do, and normally at this stage in any series I end up building myself a small tent, something that I just kind of use as a temporary base and then take down. However, this time we're going to do things a little bit differently, because as I've been traveling around I've discovered lots and lots of ocean. In fact, if we look at the map here, we've got lots of ocean around us, and that island there is looking very good for an area to actually build on, but we'll come back to that later. For now, what I want to do is actually build myself a boat instead of a tent. It's probably not going to be anything we'll use after the first couple of episodes, but I think it'll be nice to do something different from a tent this time. So we're going to make ourselves a small little houseboat out here, and for that, I'm going to start with some dark oak and mark out a frame. Now, the inspiration for this build is actually coming from a build I did at the start of Truly Bedrock Season 5, where I built myself a little houseboat, but I'm not going to be copying it directly. We're just going to be doing something similar, and I do quite like that color palette, which is why we've headed off to go get ourselves some mangrove. But we're going to start here just by putting down a little bit of a base, because once we've got a basic shape in, we should be able to work out the rest of the boat quite easily, hopefully. Well, it's a little bit bigger than I was intending, but I think for a frame that would do quite nicely. Let's pick up these blocks. We can't afford to waste anything at this stage in the game. And you may notice I've got a big gap at the back here, and that's because I want to put in some water wheels, which we could potentially use for a little bit of power if I think we're going to need it, which, I mean, I don't really know if we are or not, but it's nice to have, I guess. And besides that, it should look quite good. But now I think it's time for some mangrove, and we're just going to block out the frame. So for now, I'm just going to do it all in planks, probably some stairs, maybe a few slabs, and we'll worry about texture at the end. For now, we just need to get this looking a little bit more like a boat. Well, I've just jumped into free cam to get a better look, and I think the hull is looking pretty good, looking nice and solid, although, yeah, gonna sink like that. But luckily we picked up a whole bunch of sand earlier, so I think I'm just gonna use that in the hull. And oi, that was rude, Renee. Renee? I don't even know how to say your name. But if we take this sand, and I think I need to make myself a new shovel. Nope, I've already made one. But I think this is gonna be the quickest way to get that drained out. 5 minutes later, we now have a boat that's not sinking. Much better. And I know the back here looks really weird. It's because I haven't quite worked out how I'm going to do the water wheels yet. And in fact, maybe that's what we should do now. Which means I'm going to need those shafts and probably some more. Did I make any more alloy? I did not. So we're going to make more andesite alloy if I've got any andesite anywhere. Maybe? Oh, yep, there it is. So we'll get a couple more shafts, and then we'll make ourselves a bunch of these, and then we're going to make those nice and big. Now, as I say, I haven't quite worked out how I want to do these yet, so that's going to be a little bit close. Maybe if we put them in like this. And I guess I'm going to want a couple of gearboxes, so let's grab some planks, make a bunch of cogs, and we're going to need one more andesite casing, so we'll strip that log, apply that, and that should do it. To make gearboxes, we're just going to do that. And we'll stick one of those on each side, and then that's how we're going to attach it to the boat. So we'll just bring this bar this way, and then we'll do the same on this side to get the shafts in. And I have no idea what we're going to do with it from there, but I think we're going to need some more andesite casings, which means we're going to need more alloy. We've only got one left, so I guess I'm going to go into the mines. I'm going to get myself a little bit more of that stuff, and I'm also going to work out how we're going to put the deck of the ship in as well. So hopefully when I bring you back, this is going to look a little bit more solid. And there we go, that's looking much better. We've got a deck on the boat, and I also built myself a small dock because I kept falling in the water trying to get onto it. It's nothing fancy, but it'll do for now. And down here, look how much space we've got. This ship is absolutely massive. It's about twice the size I was intending to make it, but I think it works pretty well. I just need to build some kind of structure on the back here now to tie it all together. And of course, I've got a whole lot of texturing to do. In fact, I think I might do that texturing first. But one thing I'm going to need to do to make that possible is to make myself a carpenter's workbench, which thankfully is quite easy to do. And we'll just stick that on the dock here so it's handy for me for now. But what that allows us to do is to get lots of different variants of, well, every type of wood. So logs, we can get planks, we can even change trapdoors and things like that. So we're going to use some of those variants for a bit of basic texture. And I think I'm also going to mix in some red terracotta and maybe even some netherrack. But I don't really want to go to the nether yet. So in order to get netherrack, I think we're going to go raid a couple of the portals we've seen laying about. I'm pretty sure there's one not too far offshore. Is that it? Looks like it. Looks like a big one as well. So let's head over there and see if we can steal ourselves a bit of netherrack. Yep, look at that. There's loads of the stuff. As long as we stay on these magma blocks, we should be okay for air. Right, so I've got a bunch of netherrack, and if you follow my last series, you may actually be wondering why I've only used default Minecraft blocks and shapes in this. You may notice I've not used any of the sort of angled blocks and things like that, and that's because I've removed framed blocks. It's not in this pack. But that's mainly because I was relying way too much on the angled blocks themselves, and I wasn't really using my imagination or general Minecraft blocks to try and solve my problems. But what I do have instead is Copycats Plus. So if we have a quick look for that, Help if I could type it properly. And this basically still means that we can put textures in different blocks, such as slabs and stairs and angled stairs and things like that, but it's a little bit more create related. And we don't have any more cursed angled blocks. So I am still going to be able to apply texture to stairs and things like that, but as I say, no angles, no creepy cursed angles, which I may come to regret later, but I think it's going to expand our options a little bit more in regards to creativity. And well, ideally that's what we want from Minecraft, right? So these are the copycat blocks we have available to us. And for now, I just want to grab myself some slabs and some stairs. And that means I can do this and actually sort of texture some of the stairs and the bits that aren't just solid blocks with blocks that don't normally have stair variants. But anyway, enough waffle, I've got lots of texturing to do. I'll bring you back in once this is hopefully looking a little bit nicer. I've applied some basic texture to the deck, and as you can see, I've also started to mark out where I'm going to put a couple of buildings, or at least like housey type bits, I guess, on the back here. And down here, I've just put in a couple of pillars so we can see what we're working with, because, well, we need some structural support on this boat after all. I've also stuck a wheel on the side, but I'm not sure I'm going to keep that. I kind of like it, but it also doesn't really make sense when we've got spinning wheels at the back, but yeah, we'll see. But I think it makes sense for the next thing I do to be to actually get these sort of little building-y bits on the side of the boat. So we'll start by getting some pillars in. And to be honest, I think I'm just going to keep this as a sort of single-story building. I don't think it needs any more than that. So something about that size should do it. I just need to choose what blocks I actually want to build this out of. And eat some food, because I'm running around incredibly slowly. And I'm thinking maybe we can do some white terracotta and potentially a little bit of brick, which means we need to cook up some clay balls, and I think I want to mix in a little bit of granite as well, which we don't actually have. So if I go down here, hopefully we can find a patch. Sure, I saw some somewhere near that andesite. Yep, here we go. Let's just steal a bunch of this. All right, so maybe we can use the white terracotta at the back here for this small little sticky outy bits. As it is quite bright, it's going to contrast quite a lot with what we've already got going on. I think I'm also going to need myself a mason's table. So, okay, yep, that's fairly straightforward. Just need to grab some of those, make ourselves a crafting table, grab some logs, and oh, we need a little bit more iron. Uh-oh. Okay, we've got some in here. That was close. Thought we were in trouble a bit there. So we'll just stick down a mason's table, and it has actually occurred to me these tables look different to what they did last series. I like them. They look a lot more Minecrafty. But anyway, let's get this all blocked out. And let's see how our clay's cooking up. I really want some bricks. So I want to see how these are going to sit alongside the granite. Not as well as I was hoping. Maybe I need to see if there's a smaller granite brick than that. Looks like there is. Let's try these ones. Size-wise, that definitely matches a lot better. Let's rip all this out and relay it then, I guess. Maybe we can mix in just a little bit of terracotta in some of the corners as well. That might work, but I still need more bricks. All right, that's coming along, but it does look quite noisy. I'm wondering if maybe a couple of these sanded granite could kind of tone that down a bit. Okay, yeah, that's better. Softens it up a little bit. And I should probably also start thinking about the roofs, because I want to use copper, which means we're probably going to need to go get a bit more copper, but I want to age it because I want it to be the kind of cyan type color. So if we get this cooked up and at least start the aging process, once we've got a couple of bits that have turned and oxidized, then we can sort of build with it, and it should all gradually turn. But yeah, who knows if that'll be done by the end of the episode or not. Probably not. I'm fairly sure oxidization takes ages, but we'll see. The lower roof, however, I might do in acacia potentially, which we don't have much of, but we did come back with some saplings, I'm sure. Yeah, there we go. Let's go grow some acacia, chop some of that down, and yeah, I'm just going to basically play around with this for a little while, I think. I've got some loose ideas in my head, but I don't want to bore you as I try and work all of this out. So I'll bring you back in once we've got some roofs on this thing, possibly even some windows, and then we're going to need to figure out the interior and all this deck space. We've got lots of deck space at the front here, and if Mrs. B's feeling nice, we might even end up with a time lapse here.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Mrs. B helps me with the editing now. Whoop whoop. Stop the montage. I've just realised quite how much copper I'm going to need, which means I need to go on a bit of a mining mission. I need more zinc, I need more copper, and to be honest, I wouldn't mind finding a few diamonds as well. That would be very nice, because I've had to replace this pickaxe quite a few times, and I'm on about my 4th axe as well. So, yeah, mining mission. Ooh, zinc. Lots of progress has been made on the outside. I've managed to sort out the roof, although it's still slowly turning, but we're almost there. Sadly, I didn't find any diamonds on my mining trip because I ran into a copper vein, so I just ended up getting all my copper from there, which was very handy. But besides that, I've just added some other smaller details to the outside of the boat. I think turning this wheel orange with this weird sort of acacia texture actually works quite well and separates it from the wheels at the back, so I think I am going to leave that on there. Up on the deck, I've just added some boxes and clutter. We've got some fish boxes and so on, and this is pretty much just going to be used for overflow storage. At least that's the current plan. I've also added a couple of pipes and used some of these bits from design and decor, and I think it just adds a little bit more, makes it look a little bit more creative. On the inside, we've still got an empty room here, but I have moved over my bed, and there's a little bit of extra storage as well, which we're not using for anything, and I will, of course, decorate the interior of this build properly, but yeah, haven't done that yet. You may also notice my windows are slightly ajar, and that's because we've actually got the Macaw's Windows mod in it this time, and that just gives us a little bit more to play with and brings, once again, just a little bit more life to the builds. I really like that. I think the shutters are from that as well, maybe? Yep, they're also from Macaw's Windows, but they're cool. I like the shutters. Lastly, I've also made a little bit of a start downstairs, just putting down all the workbenches that I've been using. So this is like the tinkering table, the botanist table, the masons, the carpenters, the loom, and of course the glass blower. The only one we're missing is the alchemy table, but I don't have the materials to make that yet. We need diamonds to get a diamond pick, and then we need to get some obsidian. But that's the last table we're going to need down here, and then I've just got lots of room back here, which we're probably going to be using for storage. We've also got an area at the back here, which I think we're going to put in a few create machines, but sadly, I think that's going to have to wait for the next episode, because I've just seen the edit of this, and it's quite long, so I think this is where we're going to wrap it up. But I think we made some pretty good progress for our first episode, and next episode we're in a very good position just to get our first few very basic create machines in. And then we need to decide where we're going to live, but I think it's fairly certain we're going to be over on this island here, especially for the plans I have. This island should be perfect. But if you have made it this far through and you're not already, please do consider subscribing, and you can follow the series along with me, you can play along with me, and hopefully I'm going to be able to pull off exactly what it is I want to do on that island. I can't wait, but in the meantime, I suppose I should probably move all my storage over. But I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I started a brand new world, died in a cave, and built a boat. Today, we decorate that boat's interior, make a bunch of create machines to make my life easier, and build a drill for more efficient mining on my quest to find diamonds, because I really need to get me some of those shiny blue rocks. And then maybe if we get all that done, we'll finally scout out an area to start a base. Maybe. But first up, let's take a look at the interior of this boat. And I think I want to start up here. We've already kind of started where we're going to be putting the bedroom, but I think I want to put in all the Farmer's Delight stuff here so we can actually make ourselves some tasty meals. And I think we'll start that off with a couple of stoves, and we're also going to need baskets to catch the things that come out of these. But the problem with baskets is that they're made out of bamboo and canvas, and currently we don't have access to any canvas. Essentially, we need to get some straw. And I could make a knife and start hacking down all the grass over there, but I think it's going to be a bit more efficient if we just quickly grow this bamboo, and we can actually do it with bamboo blocks. So let's just get all this planted up the top here, and being bamboo, that should grow fairly quickly. And while that's growing, let's figure out the rest of this kitchen. I think it makes sense to have a nice sideboard along the back here. We're going to need a sink as well. And in this pack, we've got a lot more options than we had in the last one. We've got all kinds of tables and desks and chairs and all sorts going on. So we're definitely going to make use of some of this stuff. In particular, I really like the stripped oak stuff, so maybe we can get away with some of that. But we're going to need a bit more oak. I only have 7 pieces. It's clearly not going to be enough. And I probably should have actually stripped those logs before I chopped them down, but I didn't. So, well, here we are. Something I can do is use a chopping board, hold the logs in my offhand, and if I just hold down right-click, I can go through all of the logs like this. Nice, quick way to strip them. And doing it like this has the added benefit of getting tree bark, which we can then use to make paper, I believe, somehow. Sure, that's a thing. Is it just 2 pieces? Oh no, there we go. So we can get ourselves paper as well. Not that we actually need that right now, but good to know. Right, so to make these tables, we need stripped oak coffee tables. We're going to need oak fences, basically. That's what I'm learning here. So we'll make a bunch of these, then turn those into these tables. They should look quite nice. And I want a couple of chairs as well. Oh my, these chairs are expensive. What I'm hoping is we can put a small table over here. What's going on with that colour? A bit weird, but we'll work with it. And then we can just get a few chairs in as well. So we've got like a nice little seating area. And I think I just want to use normal cupboards over here. So we'll just make some of these oak cabinets from Farmer's Delight. Although, we do actually need to put baskets in there first, don't we? We get cupboards in there and maybe across the top. Let's check on our bamboo. I think we can do some replanting and get a lot more growing now. There we go, we should have plenty in no time. And we'll steal one of these for a sink, actually, while we're here. We'll put the sink in this side, and we're going to put a frying pan there, so that's where we're going to need a basket. What I can then also do is put a chopping board up here, and we'll stick a knife in the board for choppy chop times. Stick a cooking pot on that side, and we do have a spare cooking pot, so I'm just going to stick that up there. We actually stole these out of some other boxes. Stolen cooking pot, best cooking pot. But I do need to make myself a skillet, which it looks like we've got the stuff for. I just need to make sure I'm in my backpack. There we go. We'll put that there. Oh, and look at that. We've completed all the Farmer's Delight quests. Isn't that wonderful? Now, just think if we get a few smaller details in here, we'll probably be able to call this done. So I'm just going to wait for more bamboo to grow so we can actually get the rest of these bits in here finished off. And then I'll bring you back in once we've got things looking a bit nicer in here as well. I'm just going to potter around for a moment, see what we can come up with. Because we do have the supplementaries mod in here, which means I've got lots of new bits to play with. Renee, no! Oh, well, guess you won't get your house back after all. Oh, and it's only got one door. Oh dear. I think we might have to do something about the safety of that village. But in good news, I do have the kitchen sorted. I think it's working pretty well. We've even got a mop and bucket. Look at that. This actually comes from one of the mower decor mods we've got on this time. We've got a couple on, but that's just a nice little detail. And we've also got faucets from supplementaries, which work well. And if we have a little peek in the bedroom, we've got a bathrobe. Look at that. A couple of flower pots, of course. And we've also got a plushie that we made out of straw statues. If only they existed in real life. Oh, wait a minute. They do exist. Just look at this cute little thing. So I've teamed up with Makeship, and for a very limited time, you can get your hands on one of these Take a Break plushies. So now you can have your own mini beard on a shelf at home. Or, of course, you can take him to Paris. He does love a break after all. They are, however, only available for a limited time, so get your order in quick if you want one to call your own. Your very own tea-obsessed mini beard. And you've got to love a cheeky bit of self-promo. But anyway, back to the interior. We've got stuff we need to do. And that is to sort out down here, which is pretty much just going to be a whole bunch of storage on this side and the rest of the workstations we need over here. But I do also want to squeeze in a few create machines, so maybe we should do that first. Now, when it comes to create machines, there's a few things I want to put in here, and for that, we're going to need to make ourselves probably some encased chain drives so we can move the power into the right place, as well as a few other bits and bobs, so let's get crafting. So we'll start with a bunch of andesite casings. We're definitely going to need a bunch of these. So first up, we want a few depots. Let's just make some of those. And we're going to need a few encased fans as well, which means I need to make propellers, so I need to squish some iron. Thankfully, we can do that right here. And that should do it. We'll make 2 propellers and 2 encased fans. And we're going to want a bunch of encased chain drives. So hopefully this will be enough to get us started. Let's see if we can work out the power first. So if we stick in 3 encased chain drives along there, then bring that out to here and rotate it round. Just like that. And if I stick the fans there, they are going the right way. This is good. Stick a couple of depots down underneath. Let's just fill in this back wall while we're here. We're clever about this. What I should be able to do is put a stair in there, just stick a pillar in there to block this side off, and use a copycat board there. And hopefully I should just be able to waterlog that step. All right, that works. And I'm going to need a copycat board here and another one there. And we do have fire tick off in this world, and I'm hoping that if I put lava there, it's not going to turn into cobble. It might do, but I'm hoping that that barrier is going to be enough. If not, we'll have to shuffle it around a little bit, but I need to find myself some lava before we can do that. And it looks like there's some lava just over here, so let's go steal that. And after the first video, I did get a lot of comments asking about my minimap, and it is still there. I'm just having it turned off by default. I prefer the cleaner screen, but at least it's there if I need it. And there it is. There's the lava. Yoink. So, is this going to turn to cobble? Nope, it's going to turn to obsidian. Even worse. I don't have a diamond pickaxe. Oh, dear. I'm going to be here a while. And you don't even get the obsidian back. How disappointing. But I guess now we know that's not going to work. I'm going to need to rethink this a little bit. All right, so I think I've got something worked out. If I stick in a chain drive down there, that should link up to this one. Vertical gearbox in there, then we can have this slammer in between, and then I can just put the water in this one, and we're not going to have any conflict with the lava. So if I just put that back in there and put the water in... Oh, actually, I've just realised that's not actually blowing through. Of course it's not. The stairs are too solid. that was silly. If I stick another board there, just put a couple of temporary blocks in there as well, then that should work. There we go, we've got a washer. Let's just fill that frame in and that frame. Right, now let's go get some more lava. Oh, look at this cool dude. Jamming with his music. Let's quickly sort him out. Oh, well, he definitely died. But I don't think he dropped a backpack, so we're not going to go chasing him down there. And there we go. So we've now got a bulk smelter. We can smelt a stack at a time. We've got a washer. We can basically wash a stack at a time, and this is going to unlock a lot of new recipes for us. And our mechanical press is now automated as well. So when we need to flatten iron, we can just chuck it there, and then, well, it'll do it automatically. I guess that's what automation means. This bit here is actually not doing anything, however, so I'm going to remove that for now. And in fact, I'm just going to stick a cupboard and the table saw on there. So our workshop is coming along nicely. As for the rest of the space down here, though, I think I'm just going to have a little play around and see what we can work out. We're probably going to need a bit more space for workshops. I mean, I know we're missing the alchemy bench, for example, and we're probably going to want to add a few other create things here and there, so I might leave this area blank for now, but this side here, let's turn this into a nice storage area. And I'll bring you back in once things are looking a little bit nicer. I lied. I'm going to show you what I did instead. So I started by adding a bunch more storage barrels to the back of the boat, filling out 2 sections and adding a few crates and chests just to mix it up a bit. I then used copycat boards on the lower walls and the floor just to make it look a bit neater with some dark oak and some oak planks. I then stole all the furnaces and cooking devices from the house we'd commandeered and stacked those up in the boat, just in case I need them. I added in a few shelves, some plant pots, a table and chair, and then a lovely rug on the floor. Lastly, I spent way too much time emptying the village house and stashing all my goods in the new boat storage area, food up in the kitchen, and everything else down in the hold. And now with that done, I'm pleased to say we have the bottom of our boat looking good, at least for now. We've even got some bookshelves to stash our books on, but I pretty much just filled it all up with barrels. And there's also some semblance of organisation going on here. We'll see how long that lasts. But I think it's about time we did some gearing up, because this is the current state of things, and it's not good. I did, however, go through and complete all the quests, and from this one I got a 3rd diamond, which means, thankfully, if I can find my diamonds, I think I'll put them in this one, we can actually make ourselves a diamond pickaxe. Oh yes, look at that, wonderful. But as you can see, I don't have any more diamonds, and we're going to need a whole lot of those if we actually want to sort of gear up, sort out our armor as well, because we're currently still just in iron armor. That's not going to offer us much protection, and it would be quite nice to get an enchanting setup sorted. But it does occur to me, there's not really anywhere on the boat to put one. But if we get all the stuff together for an enchanting setup as well as getting diamond gear, we can at least enchant stuff before we move on. And that's going to make me feel a whole lot safer. And we could just go digging with our shiny new pickaxe, but this is create, so instead we're going to make some mechanical drills, we're going to make ourselves a little contraption, and that's how we're going to get our diamonds. We'll just run that underground, and it should basically get some a lot quicker than if I was doing it manually. But we do have a slight problem with that approach, because for that I'm going to need a whole lot of iron, and as you can see, I don't have that. I've got no iron at all, really, let's be honest. That's not going to get me very far at all. So I think what I'm going to do is grab some bread. We're going to jump in our boat, this tiny one as opposed to the big one we're currently on. And I think I'm going to head in that direction back to the jungle where we had all the mountains and so on because, well, there was lots of iron up there and we left lots behind. I think it's time we go grab it. And once again, I forgot my sleeping bag. Classic. Right, let's go get some iron. Oh, hello. I found some more snails. And after the last episode where I may or may not have hurt a couple of snails, I've been told a couple of things and I want to try some things out. One is if I jump on the snails, apparently they'll drop a shell. Doesn't seem to be the case. They just hide away when I get near. Jumping does nothing. And I was also told that they drop slime balls, but I don't think that's from killing them. I think they just naturally drop them, maybe. Is there anything in JEI about that? Oh, yes, there is. Look. 10% chance of a snail shell and 0 to 1 slime balls affected by looting. Okay, so you do need to kill them. Get shells and slime. And to be honest, I really could do with a couple of slime. I'm sorry, folks, but it has to happen. Oh, we did it. We actually got a slime. Excellent. I think we need 2. Sorry. But on the plus side, we did get the 2 slime we need. Onwards. Oh, is that a rattlesnake? Wonder if they drop anything. I'm not really sure I want to get bitten by a rattlesnake right now, so let's just crack on, shall we? Ow! Did I just get hit by a jellyfish? Who knows? That's enough distractions. Let's go get that iron. Ow! It's the jellyfish. Right, I'll bear that in mind. They are mean. I'll tell you what, I think we're going to steal some obsidian from this as well. We're going to need that if we're going to want to enchant anything. This stuff takes forever to mine. It's even started raining, but thankfully, I think I only need, what, 4, maybe 5? Right, that should do it. Let's stop getting distracted and go get some iron. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, those lions are brutal. Let's steer clear of him. Wow. Meanie. Right, we're almost there. That's the mountain we're going to go get all our iron from. Well, I've managed to grab just over 3 stacks of iron. Hopefully that's going to be enough to get the drills we need. If not, then, well, I'm stuck, I guess, until we get more iron. But I've destroyed the top of that mountain for its iron, so hopefully we're going to get along just fine. And let's make sure not to kill myself to fall damage. That would be silly. Be a bit more careful, Beardy. So now we just need to head back, cook up the iron, make some drills, and hopefully we'll be able to get ourselves some diamonds and maybe even some more iron. Because no matter how much you collect, it never goes as far as you want it to. But we've made it safely back. We just need to get all of our iron cooked up, and then we need to make ourselves some drills. And although these usually require rotational power, what we can also do is attach them to a contraption, and when that contraption moves, they'll also automatically spin. And that's how we're going to make a nice big underground drill. Something a bit like this, but attached to a minecart instead of power. We just need to wait for this to cook. It's taking forever. There we go. And then we'll squish them. Oh dear. This is a lot slower than I was expecting. Well, we'll probably give that a hand in a minute, but in the meantime, I need to make me some super glue, which means I need one of those iron sheets. We've got our iron nugget as well, so there we go, super glue. Because we're going to need to glue this contraption together. I'm also going to need a minecart. In fact, we're going to make that a furnace minecart so this thing can power itself. We also need a cart assembler, so we need a couple of andesite alloys, some redstone, and some logs. Looks like we can just about do that. So that's one of those, and we're going to need a little bit of rail. And we only have a couple there, but I think we can make some more. Yep, pretty sure this is how you do it. Now, there is a bit of a problem in that for this to work, I also really kind of need a deployer, unless I'm going to lay all the rail myself, which I don't really fancy doing. Which means we need to make an electron tube from rose quartz, which means we need nether quartz. Uh-oh. And we need brass. Yeah, okay. We definitely need the nether. But then if I'm going to the nether, I kind of want to be well protected. I mean, we do have iron armor, and we've only got to run in and grab a blaze and a little bit of quartz. So maybe it won't be so bad. Kind of depends what we have on the other side of the nether, I suppose. But let's do it. So what I need to do is build myself a nether portal. So I need more obsidian. Guess we're going back over there. Oh, this is going to take forever because it's underwater. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Got a better idea. Let's grab a bucket, some water, and let's head back to that lava pit we found. We'll make our own obsidian that's not underwater. Here we are. Let's make some obsidian. Much quicker. That should do it. Let's go build this portal. And there we go, one nether portal. Now, before we go to our inevitable death, let's quickly prepare. I want some of these because we need to make a nether blaze cage type thing, and we've still got a bit of netherrack. Wonderful. So let's maybe make 6 of those. I think that's about as prepared as we're going to be. So let's jump in and see what we've got. And I hope it's not Soul Sand Valley. I hate those. Okay, it's just a wasteland. And there's a crimson forest. And that looks like the edge of a fortress. Let's make our way over there and probably avoid these guys. We're not wearing gold. Ooh. Maybe we should wear gold. Grab some quartz as well while we're here. Oh, we still have those gold blocks on us anyway. Excellent. No gold helmets. Now we should be safe from the piggos. Let's go over that way towards the fortress. In fact, I'm just going to turn my brightness up a little bit so you can see what's going on. There we go. Much better. Well, that's a big drop we don't want to be making. Let's bridge across here. Yep, that looks like a good-sized fortress over there. Geez, this is a massive fortress. Oh, and there's a blaze right there. Ow! Probably should have used my shield. So let's see if we can get the wither skelly out of the way first. Don't wither me, don't wither me, don't wither me. Thank you. Let's see if we can catch this blaze. Ow. Okay, right, I got him, but I'm hurting. Hurting a lot. Okay, so that's the one blaze we needed, and we've got the quartz. I mean, yeah, let's just call it there for now. We'll come back here when we're a little bit safer. We've got what we need. I'm scared. I'm very scared. There we go. There was nothing to be frightened about at all. It's fine. Now, what we want to do is make a brass hand. To do that, we need to make brass ingots. And to do those, we need to mix copper and zinc together in a heated thing. So that's exactly what we're going to do. The only problem is, this isn't producing enough speed for what we need. But I have an idea. I think what I can do, if I grab one of these, if I remove one of those water wheels, put in that water wheel. Is that now going faster? Didn't look like it, did it? Oh, that used to work. Maybe I need to move the water. There we go. That looks like it's going faster. We'll only do this as a temporary measure. Yeah, look, that's definitely going quicker. Don't know if it's going to be quick enough for what we want, though. Before we do that, though, we do need more andesite alloy, which means I need to come back down here and get myself some more andesite because I'm getting through it very quickly. Oh, and let's sort out the brightness again as well. We don't need it so bright anymore, do we? Just grab a whole bunch of this. Now let's make a bunch more andesite alloy. We're going to need a basin. We're also going to need a mixer, which means we need a whisk. I think we've got the stuff for that. Wonderful. Have some shafts, some casings and cogs. Then we can make a mixer. And I'm also going to need a gearbox. In fact, we need a vertical gearbox. So what I'm thinking is we can squeeze this in over here. If I put a vertical gearbox there and then a cogwheel, that is not going to be going fast enough at all. But the idea was I'd then be able to put a whisk there, put a bowl underneath, throw in the copper and the zinc. At least I would if I didn't have my magnet turned on. There you go. And yeah, if we look at that, it says it's not running with enough rotational speed. So we need to temporarily increase power to this thing, or at least increase the speed. And I think we can just rig something up here temporarily. And I'm going to need some more cogs. And I think if we do that and then that, yep, there we go. Get us some large ones. We put a big one in there, then a small one, then a big one there. If we put a casing on there, so I do actually have a mod that allows me to put casings of all types on all things, which is good, especially in this situation because I didn't have any andesite ones left. But that should now be spinning a lot faster. Still not enough. So clearly this isn't going to work. Maybe if I do it this way, I can get the small wheel back in, which gives it a gear change before we've even begun. That enough? Ah, it's still not enough. Okay, we're going to have to proper rig something weird up here. Right, it's finally spinning with enough speed, and all it took was a whole bunch of cogs. Yeah, I think it's safe to say we're not going to be leaving that up there. In fact, this one's not even doing anything. What's going on here? But either way, it'll help us make brass for now. What a mess. So I just need to feed the blaze burner, which we can do like that. There we go, we're making brass. Lots of brass. And all of this was so we could make a deployer, or a brass hand for the deployer, and we need 4 brass sheets. Ah, benefit. This is going quicker now. Excellent. So let's make ourselves a brass hand. We'll need a bunch of redstone to go with the quartz that we've got in here. Make one of these, a rose quartz. Then we need a piece of sand and a piece of paper. Make ourselves, you guessed it, some sandpaper. And if we hold that in our offhand and do that, there we go. We now have polished rose quartz, and combine that with an iron sheet. We get an electron tube, and yep, we can finally make the deployer. Oh no, we can't. We haven't got any andesite casings left. Dang it. Let's just quickly make a few of those. And now we can make our deployer. Excellent. So we're going to be using that deployer on the front of our drill to lay track for it to run on, but we still haven't actually made the drills yet. And I'm going to need some more andesite casings and some more iron. There's the iron. I was going to say, I thought I had plenty still. Got lots of iron sheets. We just need some more casings. I need more andesite. All right, I think we've got everything we need. Now let's build ourselves a small drill. So what I'm going to do is stick down a bit of rail, and then we're going to use a cart assembler. And what this will do is any blocks that are on top of this thing. So let me just grab a dirt block for now. Like that. When a cart passes underneath it, and this is powered, so what we're actually going to do is set this just to lock rotation so that it doesn't spin around. But if we do that and then push a cart through, it's going to pick up that block and become part of the contraption, which we can then pick up and put down again and turn back into a solid block. So that's not what we want. What I do want, however, is a wall of drills. And we've got 15 here, so we should be able to do a 5x3. That should be enough to get us started. I'm going to get rid of that block, and we're going to replace that with a bit of storage. So let's go grab some barrels and maybe go to bed. Being stared at by the beardy plushie who's not actually sitting on the cabinet, I notice. Kind of hovering a little bit. Creepy. Anyway, getting distracted, let's get some barrels. And we're going to attach these to the back of the drills because any storage that is attached to a contraption, basically whenever this breaks blocks, it's going to automatically go directly into these barrels, and that's going to be very helpful for us. And we can glue all of this together, so we'll glue the front bit together and the back bits, and then we're just going to glue these bits to each other as well, and that makes that whole thing one contraption. So now when we power this and do this, look at that, we've now got a drill in our pocket, and if we push that, then it's going to start rolling forward, the drills will spin, and so on. And that's why we've got it in a furnace minecart. It means we can just feed this thing coal down in the mines, and it's going to keep on going. Do want to make sure I've got a whole lot of torches on me though, because we're going to make a whole mess down there, no doubt. Although I've just realized I completely forgot to put the deployer on it. We're going to do that as well. That would be clever. So let's just get it back out again like that. And because it's not powered, it's solid, which means I can stick new things to it. And I've realized I'm going to have to rethink this whole drill. So we're going to left-click where the glue was and just unstick everything. Remove all of this. And we're just going to make a little sticky-outy bit here, like that, with a deployer on it. Let's just get that facing the right way. Yep, there we go. Filter that to hold rail. And I suppose ideally we kind of want a second one. In fact, that's actually in the wrong place. That needs to be one higher. So that one should be there. And yep, let's go make another deployer. Means I need more of this brass. Squish that down. Hopefully I've got everything I need. So one of them, and that into one of those. And we run out of andesite casing again. Dang it. And there we go. So what we're going to do is put this one here in front of that. Tell it to place cobble if it can. And then what it will do is it will put cobble on these spots here, hopefully. And then the one behind it will lay track. And yeah, that should work. Just need to rebuild the drills again now. Stick it all together once again. And then if we put extra rail and cobblestone in here, the deployers will automatically take it from there and place it when it can. At least they should do. So let's power this up. And yep, you can see that one's already placed another bit of track. Now, if we give this a nudge, it should. Yep, there we go. And once that's got coal in it, it'll obviously go a lot quicker. The drills will spin faster. And that's how we're going to do a whole bunch of mining down on the bottom. Let's just clean up our mess and head down. I should probably eat something first. So now we just need to get all the way down to deep slate level, which I don't think we've done yet. No, I see a wall of andesite. But we weren't far off. We're into deep slate. Let's just dig all the way down to the bottom, and then we'll plonk down our drill and see what we can get. Well, I forgot to put a plough on the back, which means it's not picking up the rails, so we're going to quickly fix that. So we just need one of these. Gonna need to put this down again to make it solid. We just do this. Stick a plough there. In fact, we can probably get away with that. Get that glued together. Hopefully, if we do this, put this rail back in, it should recycle the rail because it's going to pick it up here. It's going to go straight back into the system and then get placed in front. And hopefully it won't stop again. Let's give it a nudge. All right, well, it's definitely working. It's picking up the rail. Do some more mining. Well, I think that'll do nicely. If we look at the top there, we can see we've got 41 diamonds. That should do the trick. But it's not a great return considering the size of the tunnel we've made. Now, let's just get this whole thing emptied out and we'll retrieve our diamonds. There they are, in fact. All right, we've got everything packed away nicely, although I have had to make use of the barrels up here for storing the deep slate. There's just way too much of it. But everything else has fit nicely down here, which is good. But anyway, that's not important. What is important is finally making up everything we're going to need. So we need one of those. We need one of those, probably want a sword. Then we want all the armor, so diamond this, diamond that, diamond pair of those, and a diamond chest plate. And that should be just about everything we need for that. However, we do want to do some enchanting, which means we're going to need books and things. Oh, and speaking of enchanting, you may notice I only have 15 levels. I accidentally left myself logged in when I was making dinner, and yeah, I may have came back to being killed by a zombie and I wasn't recording. But yeah, that just means enchanting is going to be a whole lot harder now. Great. To the point where I don't actually know if we're going to be able to get much done today. We might need to build a mob farm first. Let's grab some munch. And what I am going to do is to actually build the enchanting setup, or at least the enchanting table, because we haven't really got enough books either. Just so I don't accidentally use the diamonds on something else. Let's grab ourselves one of those. And for now, I'm just going to stick it up there. As I say, we can't really use it yet. So we might go exploring to try and get ourselves some more books. I'm fairly sure the village we found over that way had a nice little library we can probably loot. And that will get us all the bookshelves we need for this, but we're still going to struggle for levels. And the other thing that I do want is mending. I really want to get some mending going on. The problem is I didn't protect this village, and I believe all of the inhabitants are maybe not around so much anymore, apart from few that I trapped over here. They still in here? Yep, looks like it. And there's 3 of them as well. Okay, this could be okay. We might get away with it after all. I think the best thing for me to do is probably going to be to make a couple of fletchers. I believe fletching tables just need that. Yep, there we go. We'll get 2 of those. And we've already got a lectern. We stole one from somebody. There we go. If I stick a trapdoor up there, then they're not going to be able to get out, but we can still get in. Let's remove the bed. You don't need that anymore, fellas. And then let's just get a couple of fletchers and a librarian. Punch 2. I mean, I was living in hope you'd give me mending straight away, but we both knew that wasn't going to happen, didn't we? Franklin, you don't have the stick trade, so let's break your table. Get that replaced. There we go, stick trade, and oh, Harlan doesn't have the stick trade either. And there we go, so they've both got the stick trade. That's how we're going to get levels and emeralds. And Dulcie, right, now we need to make you into the librarian we wish. Could be in here a while. In fact, thinking about it, can't I pick you up? I can. So we do have the carry-on mod this time, which means I can just pick up the villagers. Oh, this looks ridiculous. But this means I should be able to simplify what I'm doing here. So if I double-check you haven't got mending. No, of course you don't. Let's steal this. Go to another house. And then let's just move Dulcie. Brilliant. I absolutely love this. We'll put Dulcie down in here. And now it should be a lot less crowded while we do this. Why are you suddenly not interested? The wrong time of day or something? Wait a minute, where's my fancy sky gone? Ah, there it is. Much better. Why don't you take a job? Not like there's any other workstations around here. Oh, I see. I turned my back. Protection 4. It's good. Not what I'm after. Right, I'll see you in about 5 hours once this person decides that they do actually want to sell me mending. Oh, we've got one. That didn't actually take too long. Probably about 20 tries. I'll take it. Although I haven't actually made any emeralds yet, so let's quickly do that first. Means we need lots and lots of sticks. But I'm going to want a bunch of mending books and a bunch of levels, so I think I'm going to grab my bone meal and go spend some time with the trees. And hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll be in a much better position to try and enchant some gear. I'll spend the next 20 minutes growing trees, chopping trees, selling sticks, buying books, and repeating that until finally I had enough mending books. Sadly though, despite all this trading, I've still only managed to scrape together 30 levels. And that's not really going to get me very far at all. So we're definitely going to need a better way of getting some XP. But we still need to make an enchanting setup as well yet, so maybe we should do that next and just see what we can get with our first 30 levels. Means I'm going to need a whole lot of bark in order to make paper, and it looks like I'm actually going to be able to use canvas instead of leather, which is very, very handy because look at that, we've got lots and lots of bamboo over here. If we chop all of that down, then we can make a whole lot of blocks of bamboo and just like that. And if we strip these, instead of getting bark, we're going to get straw. That's how we got the straw for the basket over here, which I think I forgot to mention earlier. But if we do this, you can see we're getting straw over here, and then we can use the straw to make canvas, and then we can use those canvas bits to make books, and that's how we're going to get our bookshelves. All right, I've got my bookshelves, we've got the enchanting table. I don't really have anywhere to set it up, so we're just going to dump it down over here for now. See what we can get. Unbreaking 3, that's not bad. Sweeping edge 3, also not bad. More unbreaking 3. And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to risk putting it on here and hope we get... Nope, we didn't get anything else at all. Well, that makes me sad. But until we get a whole lot more levels, there's not really much else we can do on that front. So what I'm thinking to help with the level situation is just to see if we can go and find ourselves a mob spawner somewhere. I mean, I know where a couple of cave spider ones are, but I'm not messing with those. But we'll have a look around in some of the local caves and see if we can find any nearby. Whoa, hello, easy fella. Okay, I see. We've got some horseman rider type people here. Let's deal with those. Hey, look at that, and I didn't even kill the horse. And there's a few more of these dudes around. Let's quickly get rid of these. Oh, geez, there's more. Well, they seem to be attacking each other for now, so let's just leave them doing that. Right, I think I got all of them. There's just a bunch of skeleton horses laying about now, and hopefully none of them are going to turn into more skellies. Slight distractions aside, though, I think it's time we fix this mess up here, because, of course, we do now have access to brass. I can clear all this up and just put in a rotational speed controller, hopefully. And I'm thinking we'll just deal with trying to get some XP next episode, because it could take quite a while, and I've got an idea of something we can do if we do find any mob spawners. Right, so, what am I looking for? One of these, a rotational speed controller. Precision mechanisms. Well, we can make another deployer, so in theory we should be able to do this. It's just not going to be as straightforward as I was hoping. So first up, we need to squish some brass. Oh no, I've completely removed the connection, haven't I? Okay, we're going to slowly squish some brass. Probably should have left those cogs there a little bit longer after all. So now we can make the brass hands. We need an andesite casing. That'll give us that. Oh, it's all gone wrong. I thought I could just swap this out, but instead we've had the water spreading out and making obsidian again. Oh, dang it. At least we got a diamond pick this time, I suppose. But we are going to have to get more lava for that. And it does occur to me, I also did that a little bit too early because I still need some gold sheets as well. Oh, this is not going well at all. Right, now we can put the deployer back in there, put the gold sheet on top, and we need to do small cog, big cog, and then an iron nugget 5 times, and hopefully we'll get a precision mechanism. There is a 20% chance it'll fail. Oh, this is going to take forever. I'll see you in a moment. Hey, look at that, 1 precision mechanism, and it only took a few minutes. Hope I don't have to do that again anytime soon. In fact, I probably won't, because I'm about to make a rotational speed controller, and that's going to allow me to speed all this up nice and easily. So we just do that to get a rotational speed controller, and then we'll speed this up in a nice way. So if we put the speed controller down there with a large cog on top, in fact, we're probably better off... have I got myself stuck down here? I think I might have done. Right, so what I was trying to do is make some space here, and then if we put the large cog there, speed controller underneath, get ourselves a few more andesite casings, iron nuggets, and we're just going to make a few more encased chain drives. And if we put those in there and there, but there we go. So that should give power to everything here. Wonderful. Now let's see how far we can push it. Well, it seems to handle 128 just fine. Oh, although the fans are going the wrong way now. If we just swap out that block there for a gearbox. There we go, fans are sorted. But what I do want to try and do is actually get the press and the deployer going at the same time. I think that's going to be useful for us. So instead of making a mess, let's grab the water and see what we're working with back here. And to be honest, I think the easiest thing to do might be just to put in a vertical gearbox in that bit. We'll stick a deployer in there, put the press facing this way. Then if we make ourselves a gearbox, turn it vertical, jam that in there, then yep, our press is working as well. And there we go. Okay, now we have all of our create machines running. This is good. And now the boat's back together. I think that's where we're going to be calling today's episode. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'll see you on the next one. And don't forget to get a plushie. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I jammed a bunch of create machines into my houseboat, built a mining drill to get diamonds, and then promptly realised I have no way of getting levels to actually enchant my shiny new diamond gear. Today I get way too involved in fishing, explore this giant island for somewhere to start our base, and reveal my master plan for this series. It's going to be a fun one, but first I've got a couple of problems I need to solve. One problem is that I don't really have a food source, and the other problem is that I could do with some XP to actually enchant my gear. So I think I do want to sort out some automated fishing kind of setup, that way we can actually get XP and also fish. But before we do that, we're going to explore aquaculture too, which is a mod that not only adds loads of fish into the world, but also adds other things as well. Nothing too overpowered, but it should make fishing just a little bit more interesting. Because there's a bunch of different rods that we can make. We've also got lots of different loot we can get from fishing, and we can even upgrade our rods with hooks and baits and things like that, just to make them a little bit better. But the first thing we're going to build is this, a tackle box. And for this, we're going to need, a whole bunch of iron. Let's hope we've actually got enough laying around. No. Not really. Well, I think if we get this cooked up, that should be enough. While that cooks, we'll grab ourselves a little bit of kelp, and we need a chest. So we'll turn some of that iron into a block, and then we're going to make a tackle box. Oh, that thing looks cool. I like that. Ooh, the text is a bit weird though. But this is something we can use for upgrading our rods. And I think to begin with, we're just going to make ourselves an iron rod. Although we have got a couple of diamonds, we could do a diamond one. Yeah, let's treat ourselves. So now we've got a diamond rod. I can put this in here and then I can attach different things to it. What are these? Anything over here that matches up to that? Bobber? I think that's what that is. How do we make a bobber? Well, we'll have to catch some nautilus shells first. And what's this? Fishing line. Looks like we can make fishing line. And is that a rod upgrade? It is. Doesn't actually say what it does, though. There's also a bunch of different hooks here as well. And they all seem to have different powers. So shorter casts, longer durability, increased luck. That could be fun. Well, I do like this one, the double hook. Chance to catch two things. So if we make a hook, in fact, we need to make two hooks, then make a double hook. And yes, look at that. We've got that on the rod as well. Brilliant. Can't make a bobber yet. And this one here is the bait area. And for that, we need to make ourselves one of these, a worm farm. So the worm farm works a bit like a composter. I think we can just put pretty much anything in it. Yep. Here we go. And then when we right-click with an empty hand, we can get worms out of it. Look at that, loads of worms. So we'll put the worms into our tackle box. We'll put one on here. Once again, I don't really know what it does. I guess it just kind of increases the rate you fish or something like that. I don't really know. But we've got quite a fancy looking fishing rod. That's what's important. Now, if I stand here and do a little bit of fishing, I should solve our food problem, and hopefully I'll be able to do some more enchanting as well. And you may be able to tell from my voice, but I'm not feeling particularly great today, so I think standing here and doing some fishing might actually do me some good. I've been fishing for about 20 minutes and we managed to get ourselves quite a lot of fish here. We've even got a tin can and a Neptunian nugget, which is interesting. But we've also got this, a box. I'm assuming I just opened that. It said received. What did I receive? A bowl? I think I just got a bowl. But I'm not sure what we're supposed to do with the tin can. Oh, if we blast it, we can get some iron nuggets. Okay, then. I'll take that. We also have a message in a bottle. Property of Creeper Cola. Okay, strange message. But to make the most out of all this fish we've got, what I need to do is make myself a fillet knife. I think I can do that right here in our backpack. Wonderful. And then I can just fillet up a bunch of this fish. But there's also something else we can do with this. So if I grab myself just a little bit of wood, make myself a bunch of iron hooks, bunch of jungle buttons, then we should be able to make ourselves some jungle fish mounts. Then what I can do is just hang up some of the fish we've caught. So that's pretty cool. We can make ourselves a little trophy wall out of some of the fish. But for the majority of it, we're just going to turn it into fillets. And while all that fish is cooking, let's enchant our rods. We've managed to get Lure 3 and Unbreaking. That'll do for now. In fact, we could also put Mending on it. Or not. I don't actually have an anvil. Oh dear. And I don't have enough iron to make one either. So I guess that means we're going to have to go on a mining trip at some point. But for now, I think I'm just going to do a little bit more fishing. It's a nice relaxing way for me to get some levels. And if we go over here and fish in the river, we might also be able to catch ourselves some minnows, which is basically a better version of the bait. I found something and I don't know what it is. Okay, I think it's a chest. Ooh, what's this? Neptunian bow. Makes arrows go smoothly through water. Ooh, fancy. I'll take that. What a fancy looking chest as well. Anyway, back to fishing. Ah! Oh, no, run away. That's enough of that. We've got ourselves a whole bunch of fish. We're going to need to cook all of that up, but that's going to solve our food problem. And we've managed to get ourselves 40 levels. Not as many as I was hoping, but that'll be fine for now. I've also got 43 minnows, so we can have lots and lots of bait for use in future, which is handy. So let's just cook up some more of this fish and stash the rest of it in here, I guess, for now. And although we don't have a lot of levels, we can at least make a start on enchanting some of our gear. So efficiency on the pickaxe. Let's gamble. Fortune 3, excellent. I don't care so much about the rest of the tools for now, although we could do with a bit of silk touch, I guess. But for now, let's see what we can get on our armor. Protection 4 and Depth Strider 3 and Unbreaking 3 on the boots. That'll do nicely. Protection 4 on the helmets. Ah, that's all we got though. And also Protection 4 on the leggings. I'll take that as well. And Unbreaking, excellent. Well, that's not a bad start. At least we're slightly protected. But I think we're going to need a little bit more XP than that. So I think what I'm going to try and do is automate fishing, and for that we're going to need one of these, a bobber detector, which also means we're going to need andesite alloy and brass and other bits and bobs, but we're almost completely out of iron, so I think it's time for a mining montage. If I can find where I put my drill. Found it. Mining mission was successful. I've got a whole bunch of iron and we've got lots of andesite as well, which means we'll be able to make all the andesite alloy we should need. And if I get this cooked up, I can also make an anvil, which means I'll be able to put mending on all my stuff and things. So we need 3 blocks of iron and that. There we go. Just chuck that down here. Get mending on our pickaxe first off. And we'll get that on all of our armor as well. There we go. That makes me feel better. So we're just going to build one of these bobber detectors and set up a temporary fishing area for now. And what do we need? An electron tube, brass casing, and an observer. Then we can make our smart observer. Then we just need 4 pieces of andesite alloy, a fishing rod, and some redstone. So, rod, redstone, and we need to make some alloy. And although it means we have to wait for it, what we're going to do this time is actually chuck that in the mixer. At least if I turn the magnet on my bag off, I will. There we go. And this way we'll get twice as much andesite alloy than we would if we crafted it. That should be everything we need for one of these. But we're also going to need a deployer and a couple of other create components as well, just so we can get all of this working. So I'm just going to craft up a few things, nothing we haven't made before, and then we'll build ourselves a little automated fisher. All right, I think I've got everything I need just to set up something temporary. We'll probably just do it over here for now. I have played around with these before in the last season, but I can't really remember exactly how I set it up, so there might be a bit of trial and error here. But the first thing we're going to do is just to clear out a small area over here, and we're going to stick in some water wheels. So we'll just do something like this. In fact, let's get the water in first. That might help a little bit. Then we'll get the water wheels in with a speed controller, a cog in the top, and we'll just set that up to max speed. There we go. I just need to bring that down here and attach it to a deployer, just like that. Wonderful. And the good thing about deployers is if you give them a little bit of power, like this, then they stop functioning. And that's how we're going to control the fishing. I am also going to need some redstone links, though, which means I need more brass casings. And for a redstone link, if we do that, that'll give us a pair. What we're going to do is chuck this one down here, and we're going to give this a unique signal of 2 fishing rods. We're going to right-click it with a wrench to make it a receiver. And then if we grab our bobber detector and just come out here a few blocks, put the detector out there, and that white box basically indicates where we want the sort of thing to be casting, ideally. We'll test that out in a minute. We may need to move this around a little bit. But what should happen is anytime a fish bites and the bobber goes down, this will then trigger a redstone signal. So if we take that signal off the back, set it to double rod so that it connects with the one over here, and we can give that a rod. We'll just quickly get this set up. It's going very quick. Where did my torch go? There it is. I think the easiest thing for me to do here, just to get it started, would be to give it a quick flick on a lever. Let's quickly make it daylight so we can see what's going on. So I think I may have actually put this a bit too far forward. I think the fishing bobber is actually landing on this thing. Oh, what? Did that not give it back? Oh. Got to make another one. Now if we cast that out, there we go. We can't see the bobber, but we can see the effects, so we know that it is actually working in that area there somewhere. But I'm going to need to make myself another detector. Dang it. All right, let's try this again, shall we? So if we put the detector maybe there. So it's gone green. That tells me the bobber is in the right place. And there we go. Did you see how that flashed just then? That's the signal we want to be catching. And I'm going to try it with my fancy rod here as well. So if we just do that... Okay, that's weird. It's kind of cast it from me, even though it's not attached to me. Maybe I can't use my fancy rod? Nope, that's really kind of glitched out. Okay, let's chuck that rod back in there then. Okay, weird things are happening. Let's just ignore that for now. Reset the machine, and here we go. Hopefully it'll catch something. There we go, it did indeed catch a perch. Okay, cool. So now what we need to do, stick a backpack down here. We're going to put a magnet upgrade on it. And something else I need to do is to get a tank upgrade, which is this one here. So we just need to make ourselves an upgrade base. I need a little bit more string. Let's get ourselves one of those. And a tank upgrade. Need a bit more glass. There we go. And if we put the tank upgrade on here, then that should collect the XP with the magnets. Let's have a look. Well, we're slowly collecting experience, but we're also getting the drops, so this appears to be working, for now at least. Although I have a feeling he's going to be wanting more rods, so let's just stick this on here, and we'll just fill up this barrel here, and that should be enough to keep him busy. Although I have noticed occasionally it doesn't actually work, so I do wonder, maybe I need to put a timing system in down here again. And something like this should do the trick. So what I've done is I put a pulse extender here set to 12 ticks, so that basically gives this enough time to fire off twice. And here I've got a pulse repeater set to 10 ticks, and that basically just stops this from triggering this multiple times. And that should, in theory... Nope, it didn't work. Let me just adjust the timings there ever so slightly. But once I get the timings correct on this, we should be good. So I think I've got it sorted. I've actually halved the speed over here because every time the rod was casting out after pulling something in, it was actually hitting the item and not dropping it into the right area, if that makes sense. But now that I've slowed it down, I've set this to 24 ticks, it all seems to be working a treat, which is great because we're starting to get some XP down here. We've already got 4.5 levels in there, and we're collecting fish as well as treasure items over here. So I think we can can safely leave this doing its thing for a little while. And that's exactly what I did. Still feeling a bit rough with my voice struggling, I grabbed my rods, sat on a boat in the rain, and did a whole lot more fishing. Though I soon got bored of this, so decided to build a small fishing hut around the auto fisher, utilising stripped dark oak, some oak stockade fences, and vertical oak slabs to knock up a quick build. I added copper to the roof, which will eventually oxidise, added some furniture inside, as well as a small jetty and some barrels outside. I scattered some lights and a few nets outside, and even made myself a small fishing chair. Well, it wasn't something on my to-do list, but I absolutely love it. And it is the next day in real life. I'm feeling ever so slightly better, but yeah, my voice still isn't back to normal, so apologies about that. But I do want to get an episode out this week, and I'm very excited about revealing my plans for the main island over there. And in fact, that's something we're going to be doing very, very shortly. But before we head over there, I do want to upgrade my backpack a little bit more, which means I need to get myself some diamonds, which means I need to go over here, grab this thing, and yep, do another mining mod. Well, we got 36 diamonds out of that. That should be enough to upgrade a couple of backpacks. So that means if I now do this, we can get ourselves a diamond backpack, which gives us loads more space, but also lots more upgrade slots. In fact, I think I might make use of those. Or not, we don't have enough string. Used it all on rods. Well, at least we've got a bigger backpack. Let's just see how much XP we've got going on over here. 17 levels, okay, that's pretty good. Though I do need a way to get that out. I think if we grab these bits here, this should be able to do it. So we're going to need to make ourselves a mechanical pump. I think if we do that and that, stick a cog on top with a handle. Yep, look at that, we can get the XP. Although, it's not turning into XP orbs. Oh, wait a minute. Let's turn the magnet off. Nope, it's still not working. Oh, wait a minute. Is this a different type of experience? Okay, so we need to mix all that up. Oh, dang it. This whole thing was pointless. So we can't put any more upgrades in our backpack. We can't enchant our gear. But I'll tell you what we can do. That is head over to this island here and explore somewhere to put down our first base. Time for the big reveal. At least it would be if I could find my boat. Where's my boat gone? Not this one, my little one. I have absolutely no idea. I guess we're going to have to make a new one. Explored the island and settled on where we're going to start over here, but we'll get to these poor villagers in just a moment. First, let's discuss plans. So as some of you may be aware, I recently went on a research trip for this series, partly to Paris, as you can see here, but mostly to go to here, Disneyland Paris. Because what I want to do with this island is to make a massive theme park with Create, including 4 or 5 different zones, rides, shops, immersive experiences and more, and it's gonna be awesome. Hopefully. And when it comes to the farms, my plan is actually to integrate them into the rides themselves. So for example, the first proper farms we'll be working on are likely going to be things like cobble, gravel, sand, and so on. And to integrate that into a ride, we'll be having a roller coaster that kind of weaves around underground caverns and takes you on a journey through these farms that are making the resources as you go. Well, that's just one quick example. I do of course have lots of ideas up my sleeve. And what with it being a theme park, all the rides and shops will of course be themed to different areas of the park, taking inspiration from both my previous builds in other series and of course the real world. So for example, maybe a cyberpunk area inspired by Truly Bedrock Season 3, or a giant animatronic kraken inspired by Paper Hat Season 1 in an ocean area of the park, and so on. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we can do with this. But don't panic, there'll also be plenty of trains. We're going to have steam trains, monorails, electric trains, roller coaster trains, and all sorts going around, and they're going to be used primarily to transport my resources from all the different rides and the different farms back to a centralized storage area. And I can't wait to have you all along for this journey as I try to work out how to actually do all these things I've just said I'm going to try and do. But that's where you all come in, because I'm going to need help naming shops, rides, and even the park itself, as well as ideas for things to add to bring life into the park. So as always, please do leave comments with your ideas below. But there's also a brand new channel in the Discord just for theme park ride ideas, farm integrations, name ideas, and more. So if you want to get involved in the idea generation side of the theme park, please do come join us over in the Discord. But that's all getting ahead of ourselves. First, I need to build a proper starter base area, not just a paddle boat, and every good theme park starts as one thing. A construction site. So we're going to hop off of this world and into a creative copy of our hardcore world. It's been a long time since I've been here, but using this as inspiration, I do want to expand on this idea of having a sort of construction yard type area. We can have some nice big containers for all of our storage and maybe even a small couple of farms. Just things like a small supply of iron and wood to get us going. And I think adding in some diggers and forklifts and things like that going around as well would be pretty cool. Do quite like the signage here as well, but I'm not doing that again. That was all done with map art, and it took absolutely forever. But I do like the idea of having our starter area as a construction site because it gives us lots of freedom of what we can do, what we can hide things inside. And if we're going to be building a theme park, it just makes sense. And it means we get to design cool things like this again as well. Just these small lights we've got going around, the underground pipes, but we've got a lot more options because, of course, we've got all the create items and all the other decoration mods I've added as well. Back here on the main series world, though, we do have a slight problem. In fact, I think we've got about 20 slight problems. Sorry, Guy, but it might not be your day today. I mean, I could save some of the villagers. They may be useful in future, but to be honest, I'm just going to leave them to do their own thing. I mean, I am going to remove their entire village, but then they'll just wander around and I'm sure they'll be fine. Anyway, time to smashy smashy. Short while later and the village is gone, you'd never know it was here. Apart from all these guys standing around, but I'm sure they'll get bored and wander off eventually, right? But their entire village now lives in these 3 boxes over here. We've got lots of wooden things, we've got some other blocks and stuff, and then we've just got this junk. But in order to make a start over here, I think we're going to do it just down here. We're going to need to do a little bit of terraforming. And in order to do that, we're going to need to head back and grab a few things from our boat. Maybe a crossbow. I joke, I joke, I joke. We're not going to kill them. Intentionally, anyway. Now let's go get some resources, and then we'll make a start on our new base. So I went back to the boat, grabbed loads of ores, went to the nether to get lots of netherrack, and broke my pickaxe. But despite breaking my pick, I should have enough to get started. And I think I'm going to put the first container up around here somewhere. And that should leave us plenty of space to expand out this way with lots of different construction-related things. Although there are a lot of golems around here that might cause a bit of bother, so we might have to remove some of those, but we'll see how they get on. Now, for this container, the first thing I want to do is to work out a rough size, and I think we maybe want it like 5 wide on the inside. Means it's going to be 7 wide overall. So I think something around that sort of size should work nicely. And what I want to do is to use these copycat panels like this, just to give it a bit of a 3D effect. And I'm hoping this is going to work nicely. And I think what I'm actually going to do is raise all of this 1 block off of the floor. Then height-wise, maybe 5 tall. Well, that looks like a good size and a good basic shape. What I want to do now is get some kind of a floor in. Well, the villagers seem to approve of the new floor already. This is gonna get annoying, isn't it? Yeah, probably. Let's just maybe get some stairs in down the front here, just so we've actually got a proper way in. That should do nicely. But something we do need is some support for these, because it's currently just floating. So how are we going to attach it to the floor? Now, we do have these metal supports here. These could work quite well. Get out of the way, you're annoying. Jeez, right, let's try a couple of these anyway. So we could put these in the corners. How about maybe some industrial iron bars underneath? Though it's a shame they don't connect. I wonder. If I was to maybe use copycat walls instead. They connect? They do. Okay, and then I could maybe use industrial iron blocks. Yeah, I think that's going to look much better. Let's just get all of this in and swap all of these out. I'm going to mix in a couple of bars that have got the overlay as well, just to break it up a bit underneath. All right, it's coming along. But what I need to do is to get a roof on this thing, and I want to sort out these corners as well. I should be able to sort out the corners with these vertical steps. Yep, there we go. But for the roof, I think I want to use smooth stone slabs, and I don't have any of that with me, so we're going to need to journey back and get ourselves some of that. And while we're there, I think I might also pick up some spruce, because I'm not really in love with this floor here. I just think spruce might look a little bit nicer. But just before we head off and do that, however, I do wonder, maybe I should texture these corner bits, just make them stand out a little bit more. Well, it's subtle, but I like it. We could probably do with adding some other texture to this as well. I'm just going to have a little play around, see what we can do with some different netherrack types. Well, it's kind of working, but I think I need a bit of mangrove as well. So we'll get some mangrove, we'll get some spruce, and we'll get some stone for the roof. And luckily our boat is only just over there, so it's not too far away. All right, I'm back and I've got what I need. So let's get this smooth stone on first. And I'm going to stick a ladder in on this side just so we can actually get up to the top. And I'm going to use copycat bites and copycat steps just to go all along the edge here. In fact, I'm going to get rid of these overhanging ones here and actually just leave it so it's on the bits that stick out. Otherwise, we lose a little bit of the shape of the container here. Actually, I don't know. Do I prefer it with or without? I think I'm going to stick with the overhangs for now. We'll just see how they pan out. Who knows if we'll keep them. So for now, what I want to do is remove some of this netherrack. I think it's a little bit too bright, just the plain netherrack. We'll mix in some mangrove planks of various types instead. Let's just get some normal ones here. Yep, I much prefer that. Now let's just quickly texture up the rest of this box. Well, I've got some basic texturing in. I think that's looking pretty good, although we do need to situate this thing in the landscape a little bit better, but we'll get to that later. For now, what I want to do is swap out the floor in here. As I say, I don't think I like the oak. Probably going to end up with oak drawers and things in here for storage, so I don't really want that to clash with the floor. So with that in mind, let's dig all this up again and get it replaced. Yeah, there we go. The spruce looks much better, looks a bit moodier in here, and once we get all of the drawers and everything else that we're going to be putting into this first one in, it should look nice and bright as well. But I think I want to sort out the roof next. And I have started putting a bit of texture on one side here, but I think I just want to extend that across into the roof a little bit. Means we're going to need to use copycat slabs here, and then we can use things like tuff, we can use a little bit of the rough gravel, as well as some normal gravel, and stone, which I suppose we don't actually need copycat things for. We can just use normal stone slabs. There we go, that's better, nothing too major, but it looks a bit better from the outside too. Now that I've got the core of the building in, I think what I want to do is mess around with the outside here a little bit. We've got some coarse dirt. I might need to pop to the nether and get some soul sand and bits like that as well, although to be honest, I can probably just make that on my boat using all the contraptions I've got. We'll grab some podzol, some leaves and things like that, and we'll just mess up this area a little bit and make it look like, well, make it look like it's not sitting on perfect grass. But in regards to the container itself, it needs a whole bunch of stuff stuck on it as well. So I think it's about time I head back to the main boat, resort out my inventory, maybe grab another backpack full of stuff and things, and see if we can get this thing looking nice. Just a big red box at the moment. Well, apart from the huge crowds of villagers around here, I think that's starting to look pretty good. We're definitely going to have to do something about these, though. They're all getting attracted to my barrels now. But this is going to be our main site of this building, so we've got some aerials on the top here. We've got lots of stuff stuck to the outside just to make it look a little bit more interesting. But most importantly, we've got lots and lots of, well, I was going to say space inside, but we've also got lots of villagers. But what I want to do with this area here is have sort of a desk area and a small bit of storage just for some unique items. I want to have a big board over here, which is what we're going to use for planning, and then we're probably going to need a bedroom of some sort as well, because, well, we're going to need to rest our heads somewhere. Now, let's start off with a great big board here, and what I'm going to need to do is actually remove these blocks here. Just going to leave a nice big hole in the back, and then to cover that up on the back side, we're going to use some copycat panels. There you go, you'd never know. Then I'm going to use copycat slices at the top here, just to give the board some light, and then we'll just use some oak ones down the side, just to frame the board, maybe make them twice as big, but that should do nicely, although sea lanterns would work better, but we don't have any of those right now, so yep, shroom lights are going to have to do. Now, next up, I want to put a great big desk in here, stick a seat down, then we'll build him a nice shelving unit at the back here, so we're going to use some of these bookshelves, we're going to use some of these oak cupboard counters. I think these could work quite nicely. These are from McCaw's Furniture. Then what I'm going to do is just jam some pipes in some of the walls here for a bit of decoration. Short while later, and I think we're almost here with the office. I've managed to get some storage in, so all of these little boxes and things like that we can store stuff in if we need to. Well, I might swap out the desk for something like dark oak just to make it stand out a bit more. It kind of blends in with everything at the moment. But what we do still need in here is some light, but for that I'm going to need to go to the nether. So I want to make use of these ceiling fans. I think they look quite good, but yes, I do need some glowstone for that, and currently we don't have any. So we'll get what we need for the lights to finish off this side, and then we'll work on the sleeping quarters, I guess, over this side. But it's going to be nice and cozy. Back with a bit of glowstone, and now we should be able to make some of these. Hopefully, they're going to look pretty good in here. And let's stick one above the desk, one in the middle here, and one over this side. Yeah, I think they work quite well. But now that's done, let's focus on this bedroom. I'll bring you back in once it's looking nice. And considering our lack of resources at the moment, I think I've pulled that off okay. We've got a whole bunch more storage again. I've even used drawers here as a separating wall, just so we can store lots of individual items. But this area is actually separated from the main section, which I think works quite nicely. I've also put that bit of carpet in that was clearly missing in the last shot. And you may have noticed I've also got a small plushie hidden at the back here behind the desk. They're probably going to be popping up everywhere, and they are still available to buy, by the way, so do check out the link in the description. But with all of this done, I think there's only one thing left to do, at least for this episode, and that is to go get my boat and put it over here somewhere, I guess, because I've got lots of things here I need to dump off into storage, and currently our boat is our only storage device, but it also has a couple of machines we're probably going to be needing in future episodes. So I'm going to sail back over there and stick it all together. Now, I think I've got it all, but there's a couple more things we need to do before we try and pick it up. And it's to remove the lava and the water, because that's never going to work. It'll basically just get left behind, and we don't want that. And then I'm going to stick a beam on this side here, put down a rail, put one of these in, and put down a minecart. Now, this is the big test, I guess, hopefully. It's going to pick everything up. Let's pick it up and have a look. Right, okay, so we did leave some stuff behind. In fact, we left quite a lot behind downstairs. That's not ideal. Let's go back down and get all those bits stuck in. Oh no, it's flooded. Last episode, I revealed my theme park master plans, turned a shipping container into a site office, and flooded my boat. Today, I unflood my boat, expand the construction site, and build an iron farm. I'm fishing again. I've been contemplating my options for draining the boats and getting XP, but we'll come back to that. But I think I have a plan. I'm going to grab my gold, go to the nether and find some pigos to trade with, and get some fire resistance potions. I'm then going to pile into the nearby fortress, slaughter anything that gets in my way, panic a bit, find some nether warts, and unalive some blazes to get blaze rods. I'll then grab one of the blaze spawners using the carry-on mod and leg it. That'll come in handy later. Returning home a hero, the local villagers celebrate my return and I get to brewing some potions. I make potions of water breathing using pufferfish, and then I brew up some potions of invisibility with golden carrots. I grab my TNT and some redstone blocks, milk a few cows, and then set off to find a guardian temple. I'll blast my way into the roof in various places to take down the guardians with hopefully no trouble, then scout the building in search of a sponge room. Stealing all I find, I'll then swim back up to the surface, jump on my rowboat, and sail off into the distance. We now have sponges, and I can drain my boats. Oh, I need to dry them. There we go, and now hopefully some strategically placed sponges. And one more there. There we go. Somehow the only spot we didn't actually drain is the washer. Let's just get these dried off again, but now we know we can safely move the boat and then drain it out when we put it in its new destination. That's going to solve a lot of issues. Now to solve the XP issue. So last episode I was struggling to get the XP out of here, which is actually looking quite healthy now as well, I must say. But it turns out there is actually quite a simple way to do it, and that is to get one of these, which is an experience pump upgrade. And thanks to the piglin trading, we can make some Eyes of Ender. We do have blaze rods and we've got ender pearls. We can make the pump upgrade just fine. What we don't have at the moment though are bottles of enchanting. It looks like the best place for us to try and get some is going to be shipwreck treasure. So if we can find a treasure map out there somewhere in one of these boats, there's plenty scattered about, just maybe we'll be able to get ourselves some bottles of enchanting that way. So I guess that's going to be our next mission, wreck hunting. Let's go. And while we enjoy this nice chilled cinematic of me struggling to find bottles of enchanting, I do just want to take a moment to welcome back all those that were here for Series 1 and offer a huge welcome to the new viewers too. If you are new here, you may not know, but I do release monthly world downloads around the middle of each month. In fact, the latest one will be released today alongside this episode, and these are available to all YouTube and Patreon members of any level, so you can explore the builds, make schematics, and experience the world as I do. So if that's something that interests you, then please do sign up, get access today. I mean, these videos wouldn't be possible without your epic support, and this is just a small thing I can do to say thanks. So, thanks. Anyway, let's get back to past Beardy. Maybe he'll finally find something. Oh, we've got one bottle of enchanting. Good stuff. finally, we've got another one. And another globe. And it may be almost lunchtime now, but we can finally head home. Well, we're finally back with our XP bottles, and I think I've gathered together everything else we're going to need in order to make this. So, we're going to start with an upgrade base. Then we need a pump upgrade, followed by an advanced pump upgrade. Oh, I've forgotten the diamonds and the gold. Maybe I don't have everything I need after all. Now I can make the advanced pump upgrade. And now, what do we need? We need these. Oh, okay, yeah, we can quickly make those. And that is our XP taps. So if I pick up this bag, swap out which one's on my back, the XP pump upgrade, and yep, you see that is taking the XP off of me at the moment. But I think if I set this to 30 levels like that, then I should always have 30 levels. And whenever I spend some XP, this backpack will automatically top it up and keep me at 30. And that's going to help us enchant some stuff, including a new pickaxe, because I broke my fortune one, which I'm very sad about. Alrighty then, let's see what we can get. Just efficiency 4, not ideal. Our level's just topped up again, wonderful. Just unbreaking 3, also not ideal. Oh, this has been terrible. I'm going to need a grindstone. Let's try that again. Nope. Oh, silk touch. And efficiency. Brilliant. We finally got something useful. If only we could get fortune again. Nope, we've got 2 silk touch ones now. And now we've run out of levels again. And we've used up all of our fishing levels, but we've managed to get an efficiency 4, unbreaking 3, which I guess we can mix with this one, so at least we have a decent mending pick. And we managed to get a silk touch one, which we could do with putting mending on. Sure, I've still got another one up here. Yep, there we go. So we'll add mending onto that one, and we'll just combine those two together. I guess everything else is just going to have to wait a little bit longer. But at least now we know we can get the XP out of this bag. So thank you to everyone in the comments who suggested that. I can't believe I completely forgot that was a thing. Now, with all that sorted, I think we can finally move this boat. So I need a torch and my wrench. Let's do that and that. And I have noticed it also drops my anvil down onto the bottom of the ocean, so make sure we get that. And I'm just going to get rid of these water sources up here, which are the ones that were actually powering the water wheels. Let's go give this boat a new home. All right, I think that should just about do it for placement. It fits in there nicely, although I do seem to be missing my great big water wheel from the side there. Did I leave that stuck to the other dock? No idea, but let's quickly get that replaced anyway. It's too high up. There we go, much better. And I am going to need to build another dock down here at some point for this, but that's not a priority for now, because what we want to be doing, making a start over here. There seem to be a lot less villagers milling around here. There's only a few golems left, but to be fair, I did actually kill a few of the golems for iron, but the villagers seem to have migrated elsewhere. Although we do still have Nicole. I think you may be alone now, though, buddy. Oh dear. Anyway, right, there's a couple of things we want to do over here. The main one today being an iron farm. I do need to have some kind of automated source of iron. I keep running out. And as much as I love doing some mining and doing a cheeky mining montage, I think a small automated farm around here somewhere would probably be a good idea. To get that kick started, though, I think I want to build a retaining wall around here. Just sort of tidy up this area a little bit, have it look a little bit more kind of, well, intentional, I guess. Because it's all a bit rough and ready at the moment, so let's grab myself some stone and just mark out roughly where a wall's going to be on this bit. Then this, of course, will be sort of the lower dock area and so on. We're going to have a sort of commercial dock here, I guess. Nothing major, but just a small sort of delivery type area. And it gives us more reason to put down a lot more shipping containers then, so we can jam stuff inside them. So let's just chuck a whole bunch of cobble onto here and get this all smelted up. And I'm just going to mark out roughly where I want this wall to be. Something like that should do nicely to get us started. We've just got a sort of raised area at the back here, and as I say, that means we can turn this whole area down here into more of a sort of dock slash storage yard. But what we need to do now is to build an iron farm, and for that, first thing we're going to need is power. So I think what I might do is actually build 2 shipping containers, build one on the lower level here, and then stack another one on top, and then the one at the bottom can be our power supply, and if we need more, we can always sort of put some underground and link it all up. But then the one on top can actually house our iron farm, and potentially a couple of other machines that are maybe a little bit faster than the ones on the boat here. But that means I need to decide what I want to build this shipping container out of, and sand maybe? I mean, potentially granite. I mean, ideally I want to be using these pillar blocks here, so I guess the question is, colours do we want to use? Tell you what, I do quite like the sandstone ones. The problem is, we don't really have that much sandstone. We've only got a stack and a bit. Well, I guess we're not too far from the desert, so we could just go dig some up. I don't think I want to do another red one just yet, so let's have a nap and go digging, I guess. All right, I'm back with my sandstone. Let's make a whole bunch of sandstone pillars. And I'm also going to want lots of copycat slabs, so we're going to need to make some more of those. Although I think I've left my zinc over here in these boxes. I should probably sort these out. Ah, oh, dang it. All right, so let's start marking this one out. We're going to make them the same size as what we had up there, just for consistency. Well, it needs some texturing, but we've got our first shipping container in. Now I just need to make a whole bunch of water wheels. And what I'm going to do is keep this fairly simple. We'll just put water in all along this back wall here. Then water wheels in here like this, which I think we're going to turn into mangrove. In fact, if I stick them all in, can I get down the front here? I can. Wonderful. So that's going to give us our power. We can just do with a rotational speed controller and some gearboxes and things. For now, let's just do that and that. A little bit of that. There we go, lots of speed. I don't actually know where we need to route that through to yet, so we'll leave this and come back to it shortly. We've got lots of texturing to do as well, but for now, I want to build a second container on top. I think we're going to put it literally just directly on top here, and then we can have some stairs going up to get in, and that's where we're going to build our iron farm. So I guess I'm back to placing more blocks again. Second container is now in and looking just as bland as the first, but let's stick in stairs. We need a way to get in, and we should be able to use these supports here that should connect up to those. Yep. Don't need these bits though. In fact, let's move all of this over by one, just like that, because we're actually going to need to have some kind of a wall in along the bottom here. But that gives us access to the inside and plenty of space to make a farm. And maybe even a couple of machines too, because we're going to have a whole bunch of power coming up from down here. And I think I actually want to change how this is working down here. I'm actually going to have water wheels going the whole length of this building. So what I can then do is actually just pull the power out the side here, if I get this around the right way. Stretch it up the outside of the containers just to give it a little bit more interest. Use some brackets to get those bits attached. To be honest, I think we should probably attach these a little bit better to each other as well anyway, just by doing this. Just makes the whole thing look a little bit more sturdy. Maybe one in the middle as well. Yeah, that's good. I think that's working. Now I just need to get this power back inside the building up the top. Then we can make a start on our iron farm. I've now got power in here on the inside, and we've got a speed controller as well, so we'll have full control over everything in here. And I've also matched it on the other side as well. Mainly because I think it looks cooler from the outside when it's got that big connector. But now it's time to make our iron farm, and the first thing we need for that is a cobble generator. But I'm going to need a whole bunch of create parts to make this work. One thing we're definitely going to need is some belts, so I'm just going to grab myself a little bit of kelp here and get this cooked up. We're going to need hoppers, drills, andesite, and all sorts, which means I'm probably actually going to need a bunch more iron. You know what that means. Right, well, I'm back with a bunch of iron. Let's get to making some create components. Kelp's all cooked up, so that means we can get some belts, get some gearboxes. We'll need a couple of drills, some encased fans. We'll grab some brass funnels. And we're going to want some compacting iron drawers, which are these ones, or just compacting drawers, I should say. We'll get a couple of those. And other than a couple of buckets of lava, that should be just about all we need. So, iron farms are fairly straightforward. We'll do a quick factory diagram, however, just so we can see exactly what we're working with. So the first thing we're going to be doing is mixing lava and water, and then that's going to give us cobble. We're then going to crush that down into gravel. We're then going to wash that gravel, and that is going to give us flint, and most importantly, it's going to give us iron. And it's as simple as that. It really is quite a straightforward farm, this one. And we're only going to be making a small iron farm. I just need it to trickle iron in over time. I don't need it to be massively functional at this stage. We'll deal with that later, I think, when we make a nice, great big one somewhere. Right, so to get this started, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stick in a belt down the bottom here. I'm going to stick in a couple of encased fans there, because that's what's actually going to be blowing down the belts. We'll use a few copycat boards in here just to make sure that the water stays in. We're going to need some encased chain drives in here like this. And the fans are currently going the wrong way, so let's just do that. And there we go, and both those fans should affect what's on here just to make it go a little bit quicker. Now the next thing we need to do is actually to generate some cobbles. So if we were to do that, we'll stick another belt underneath, and I'm just going to use hoppers here because these things often kind of just spit the cobble out everywhere. and that should make sure that it actually just goes exactly where it's needed. What I'm then going to do is stick a drawer there with a brass funnel going in, and, well, okay, we don't want to be doing that, but I do want a brass funnel coming out. Stick some more copycat boards up here, and we'll waterlog the drills, and we need to stick some lava on top there. That should make stone for us. Excellent. Now what I need to do is get power to these things. So I guess that'll do that. Then I also need to get power down to here. Okay, that's working. And I need 2 compacting drawers at the end there. And ideally, I probably want to be using a drawer slave. Though the problem with that is I don't actually have any more diamonds. It's okay. I think we can solve this a slightly different way. If I put one of these drawers in, extend this belt out just a little bit to there, put our compacting drawers on top, brass funnels for those, and we'll just block off the end there like that for now. In fact, I'm going to swap that out for an andesite funnel. Doesn't need to be brass. That one can be andesite. That one will be brass. Then all I need to do is put iron and flint on there, and then lock it, which means I'm going to need to make myself a drawer key. How do I do that? Okay, so let's get a drawer first. Grab a little bit of gold. There we go. That's our drawer key constructed. And if we now lock that drawer, it'll only ever let iron nuggets and flint inside it. In fact, I think for this to work very well, we should probably do that. Right, now we need to sort power to this belt. So if we do that, there we go. And we need to continue that power onto the next belt. Get those drawers locked. Now, if we drop a bucket of water in here, we should start having all of that get washed, and then that should start generating us iron, which will then get sorted into these 2 boxes here. So I do need to make a quantify key so we can actually see how much stuff we've got in there. Means I need to go kill myself a squid and a chicken. Well, I could check in here. Okay, yeah, we've already got ink. We've already got a feather. Should have a book in here. Perfect. So we need to make another drawer key and then mix that with this book to make a quantify key. And this will tell us exactly how much iron and stuff we're going to be getting. Wait a minute. I've missed a step. What am I doing? I've missed a very crucial step. I forgot to turn the cobble into gravel. Right, let's remove that for now and remove the water. Get this belt cleared. Okay, and I wonder, can we feed the millstones from these 2 hoppers? Right, okay, that seems to be working. This is good. Question is, if I do that, okay, it's not emptying the millstone yet. This is good. But will it empty it when I turn it into gravel? Guess there's an easy way to find out. Let's stick a gearbox in there. Make that vertical gearbox going that way. Put a cog in there. And yep, that is indeed making gravel and putting it back onto the belt. Now let's get all of this emptied. Lock it so only gravel can go in there. Let's get rid of all this cobble that's clogging up my inventory now. Okay, right. So that is actually working nicely. I just need to stick another hopper in. And that should mean if I was to put that funnel back and put water on there, there we go. Now we're going to be producing iron and flint, silly beardy. Just need another hopper in there. If I can sneak in here and set this to 16 at the most. And from an efficiency standpoint, this shouldn't get too backed up. Excellent. Well, that's nice and compact. It's going to dribble some iron in for us. We've already got 3 ingots. Although I could probably do with a bit of overflow protection as well. So, first up, I need a void upgrade. Not sure if we've got enough obsidian though, so we might need to get some more. Oh, no, we've got plenty. Excellent. Let's get ourselves one of those. I'm also going to make myself an emerald upgrade, and we're going to use that one on the iron chest, and that means it's going to store 32 times as much stuff, which should keep it going for quite a while. So if we take a look at these storage drawers, we can see we've got a whole bunch of upgrade slots we can actually put on them. We're not going to put anything on this drawer here because that's just a filter, basically, just so we can actually organize things a bit better on this side. But the flint one, we're going to put a void upgrade in, and what that means is once it gets full, anything else that comes in will just get sent into the void. It will get deleted, and we don't need to worry about overflow from flint, because we're going to get a lot more of that than we are iron. And for the iron one here, we're going to put a 32 times storage on it, so this is going to be able to store absolutely loads of stuff. So with that sorted, I just need to make this area look a little bit nicer, because, well, at the moment, it looks horrible. So I need to sort out the interior in here, decide if we're going to do anything with this space over here, which, to be honest, we could stick in some slightly faster machines from what we've got on the boat. I don't really know. But I've also got a whole lot of texturing and external detail to sort sort out as well, and some tidying up to do. So let's see what we can do to make this place look a little bit better. So let's start with getting a little bit of texture in, and I've got a few different blocks here. We've got sand, we've got sanded sandstone, I've got eroded sandstone, and I've got a little bit of polished sandstone. And this is pretty much what we're going to be using to break up the sides here. And as usual, I'm going to try and do it in sort of patches and areas where it's, you know, it's sort of, there's a collection of sanded stuff down here, for example. And the sanded sandstone is actually ever so slightly lighter than the sand itself, which I think looks quite nice. And then the eroded sandstone is lighter still. But if we get them mixed together correct, then we should end up with something that's looking pretty good over here. And then every now and then, I'm just going to chuck in one of these polished sandstone just to break it up a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's working quite nicely. I've just got to sort out the rest of it now because I've only done the fronts. We've still got the sides and the back to do. That's already looking loads better. Now let's sort out the roofs, I think. And we'll do similar to what we did over there, just mixing in some tuff, some gravel, and some stone, and that should work quite nicely. Though in saying that, I currently don't have a way to get up to the roof, so I guess we should solve that first. This is going to be an interesting bit. I reckon we can work something out. So if I was to maybe put in copycat board there, I should just be able to keep the ladder going up past it. Yep, there we go. That seems to work. And it looks fine as well. Now, let's make the roof look nicer. All right, that's the roof on. It looks a lot better. Now what we need to do is actually put on all the detail for the rest of the containers. And I'm going to start over here with the door, I think. So maybe we could do some panels like this, get some stairs in there, and I think maybe just the industrial iron blocks will be a nice way of doing it, although I don't like these bottom ones. Let's put full-size panels in there. All right, I think that'll work as an entrance way, but what I want to do now is essentially something like this. I just want to stick lots of stuff to the side of it, make the container look a little bit busy, and maybe even sort out the area around the front at the top here. We'll sort out the bottom later. But one thing I do want to try is these, which are shafts, just like the ones we've used here, but they're copycat shafts, which means we can make these any color and any texture we want. And at the moment, I don't really know what that's going to look like, so let's see what we've got. Now, how about maybe some nice orange pipes here with the plated acacia? Get some brackets in as well, and maybe carry this on further down. And in fact, maybe we can mix it up a little bit with some of these copper pipes. Copper rods, I should say. But I don't like how it connects down here, so I'm actually going to get rid of all this bit now. Good job, Beardy. Then we'll feed all that into a blast furnace at the top there. That could potentially work. I'm not entirely sure, but let's see what we can do with the rest of this. I'm just going to start sticking stuff to it, and we'll see where we end up. So I'll see you in a moment. A short while later, and progress is being made. I've also added a little bit of birch for the texture there, just to add some darker patches, but I'm still not completely sold on this. It might be a little bit too cluttered, but we'll figure that out later. I've also got a fence up on top of this wall here, and some paths in, and a few boxes and things like that. But what I haven't done is sort out the inside yet. This still looks like a right mess. But we've got 104 iron ingots, that's good. And in regards to the inside here, we do have some power and some space on this side as well. So I might try and cram in a few more small machines. Mainly just processing machines like we have on the boats, but we should be able to get them running a whole lot faster up here. Well, it's certainly starting to look a little bit better in here. It looks a little bit more industrial. We've got fans going on. We've got some lights. And I've even put in a ladder so we can actually access the roof from the inside because, well, we might want to someday. But something else I do want to try is maybe add a little bit of signage to the back here. And if I put zinc nuggets in here, I can get some blank signs. And from this, look at this, we've got lots of sign options. I just want to play around with a few of these, see if we can get anything that looks quite good. And maybe just a simple arrow and potentially a gear over on this bit. In fact, let's move those over just a tad. I think that works. And maybe just a sneaky no access sign there just to say that things aren't going in that direction. But I think just that subtle little thing should help a little bit. Maybe, possibly, who knows? But more importantly, something I do want is control over this farm. I want to be able to turn it on and off when needed. So if we put a signal in here, we'll just do iron nuggets and flints. And instead of using a normal lever just to toggle this on and on, we're going to make ourselves a fancy breaker switch. Means we need a few brass nuggets. And then we'll stick that there. As you can see, that turns that on and off. Perfect. In fact, not quite perfect. I think I want to switch these two round. So we'll put the breaker switch at that level, link above, set the filter here. And what we're going to use here is a clutch. And if we put this in just here, put the redstone link on it, make sure it matches the one upstairs, and then we set it to receive. What the clutch will do is when it's powered, it actually stops all the rotation on the other side of it. So if we go flick that switch, like so, that switch has activated the redstone link above it, which activates this one, which activates the clutch. And as you can see, everything has stopped moving. And of course, that means that the whole farm up here has stopped as well. But the good news is, because I put the clutch over the other side, we've still got power on this side should we build any other machines up here. But we do actually want that running at the moment, so let's keep it going. I'll tell you what, I really do like the look of that switch. It's the little things, I guess. Well, so far today, we've added power, we've added an iron farm, and we've done a little bit of prettifying out the front here. We've done nothing on the lower end, though, but we'll tackle that another day, because I haven't quite worked out how we're going to do this area yet. However, something I think I can work out is going to be a machine to go over here, and I was contemplating just putting in a few of the small machines like we've got on the boat and making them run faster, but instead of that, there's something else I want to do. Because one of the things that's really annoying to make in Create are these electron tubes. So I think I want to automate that process over here. And my thinking is if we put the iron in on one side, get that crushed and feed it into an auto crafter, and then on the other side, we'll feed in some rose quartz, which can then get sanded and also fed into the auto crafter. Then we can just automate the production of those things, so whenever we need them, I don't have to sigh. Funnily enough, though, in order to do this, we're going to need a deployer, which means I do actually need to make another one of these anyway. I hate it so much. So that's our deployer made. Now we need some mechanical craft. Oh, dang it, I need more. I hate doing these. But let's get ourselves some mechanical... Wait a sec. Can we do it in a basin, maybe? No, it looks like it does need to be done in these because it's a shaped recipe. So we're also going to need a mechanical press. And I need another rotational speed controller, which means I need another precision mechanism. All right, I think I've got everything we need. Let's go take a look. Now, the first thing I need to do is to get some speed going on. So let's just crank that right up. And I'm going to stick a gearbox in there. And a cog just to get all of that powered, with a collection drawer down the bottom, so that should be fine. So next up, we're going to need a small mess of belts. Hoping we're going to have enough space here for all of this, but let's do that, that, and that. What we need to be doing is feeding iron into this one, or flat iron, I should say. Iron sheets, that's the one. If we put that in there, and another gearbox, that's got all that moving. So I just need a box here to drop off the iron, an andesite funnel to send it out this way. And I think the easiest way for me to get around that corner is going to be to use an item drain. Apart from getting power into this, that should all work nicely. We'll figure that out in a moment. It's going to be pretty tight. And on this side, we need to be doing things a little bit differently because what we want to be doing is sanding the rose quartz. There we go. So if we stick that in there, one of those in there, get myself some more andesite casing. We're going to need this. Let's make a bunch of encased chain drives. And what we can do is stick one in there, one in there. So that is going the wrong way. Let's just quickly do that. Solves that problem. Gonna want another one of those here with a shaft, and I'm hoping that sticking in a gearbox in there is gonna make this go the right way, but I'm not that confident if I'm honest. Let's give it a go. It's going the wrong way. Not a problem. We can just swap this one out here for another gearbox. Jam that in there. There we go. These are all going the correct way now. Then we'll stick a hopper on the front there, a drawer on top, and we're gonna load up this drawer with sandpaper is my plan. And yep, that is actually going into the deployer. This is good. That's what we want. Then we'll stick one more drawer in there. Stick a funnel on the side there. And I think as long as we get this back on and spin the arrow around to face the right way, this should pretty much work. Although in saying that, I do still need to figure out how to get this powered. There's not really any space around the back to do anything. So I think what we might need to do is just stick a few chain drives in here. Then we can't see what's going on. Right, wait a minute. I've got another idea. Maybe if we remove a few of these blocks here, we can do this and jam a gearbox in there. Rebuild that wall. Get that back in. Stick this back on and the item drain. And there we go. I think this should work once we get it all loaded up. But I guess there's an easy way to find out. So we'll put those in there. And yep, they are getting sanded. This is good. Oh, probably help if we had one of those. And put iron in here. And yep, oh, look at that. amazing. You have no idea how happy this makes me. I hate crafting these things. Although it is pretty messy up in here, but we'll do what we can to make it tidier, I guess. And I think that's probably about as tidy as it's going to get, to be honest. There's really not a lot of space back here. It looks like the route to my boat is blocked. Get out of the way. I want to go over there. Aha. Gotcha. And you. Get out of it. Should probably light this area up so this stops happening. But what I want to do is grab a bunch of this, grab a bunch of this. We're going to make loads of rose quartz and get these chucked in there. And I think we may as well lock the drawers as well. And basically, I just want to get a load of these in backup, just so we've got them when we need them. But it looks like we need more iron. Yep, there we go. Excellent stuff. So happy about this. And I have to say, I'm pretty pleased with how this has all come out. We've managed to automate iron, and we've also automated our electron tubes. Two very vital things for Create components. We've got a very long way to go, though. We've got lots of things I want to be building around here, and of course, we've got an entire theme park to build. And I do want to take a moment to say thank you for all the positive feedback on that. People seem very excited about it, almost as excited as I am. But this theme park is going to need a name. So if you do have any ideas for a name for the theme park, I mean, we've had probably about 90% of the name suggestions so far have been Beardyland, but ideally, I don't really think I want Beard in the title. Crazy, I know. But if you have got any ideas for a theme park name, basically, we're on an island. I don't know if that helps. And it's a big old island at that as well, so we could end up with a giant theme park if it all goes to plan. But if you've been watching this channel for a while, you'll know that I'm just generally terrible at naming things, so please do help me out with that. But sadly, I think that's about all we've got time for today, so I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I moved my boat, expanded my construction yard, and built an iron farm. Today, we're going to build a big old workshop packed full of all the basic machines we need to make a start on our theme park, which is also going to require a lot more power. And if I have time, I may even add some machines to make the construction yard here just a little bit more busy. I'm going to need a whole lot of zinc today, so between episodes, I have actually expanded my drill and done a whole lot of mining. We've got boxes and boxes of stuff over there, but we've also got a whole bunch of shinies as well. But I do need to break all of this down, which means I need to build a massive stack of ore first. And you may notice I've also added some texture to this wall here. It was looking a little bit bland, but I think that works. There we go, loads of zinc. Let's get all this cooked up. And the reason we're going to need so much zinc is because, well, I need to add some more power down here. And I think I'm just going to add a couple more shipping containers, jam lots of water wheels in them. We will, of course, get to steam power, but I don't really want to do that just yet. Perfectly happy with water wheels for now. But these containers use quite a lot of copycat panels, which means, yes, zinc. We need lots of zinc to make copycat stuff. But this much zinc should be plenty, hopefully. Annoyingly, I don't really have much storage space left at the moment, hence all these random boxes over here. So I'm going to dump all my shinies back in this box, because before I actually build these shipping containers, there's a couple of other things I want to do. And that involves the iron farm over here and the machine we put on this side as well. Firstly, I want to add another switch just so we can turn this off when we're not actually using it, partly to save power, but also to save frames. So that means I need another clutch. I need another one of these breaker switches, and we're going to need more redstone links. So we'll put the clutch in here, the redstone link set to receive, and we'll just put double electron tubes inside. And then I'm going to stick that switch here. So we need one of those. We need to do that, and hopefully... Yep, look at that. We can now just turn this off when we're not using it. Wonderful. Simple thing, but it makes me happy. Now, another slight problem we've got over here is the iron farm. I mean, it works. It's fine. As you can see, it's bringing in a whole bunch of iron for us, but it's actually very, very slow, which is fine. But because it's slow, we probably want it running all the time. Now, if you did watch last season, you'll know that I had chunk loaders of a type that basically meant I could just make them, chuck them down on the ground, and they would keep everything loaded all the time, which was fine until the world got massive and I couldn't remember where I put them. This season, however, I've got different chunk loaders. These ones are a lot more create-based. And if we have a little ponder of these... Oh, geez, we need to actually catch a ghast? Right. But basically, it looks like we need to catch a ghast inside one of these things, and then when it's powered, it creates a chunk loader. I don't really know what the difference is between the andesite ones and the brass ones, however. But I'll tell you what, we don't have a giant mechanical crafting table at the moment, so I think we're just going to make an andesite one for now. Which, I'll tell you what, is not going to be as straightforward as I thought. We do still need to get hold of some crying obsidian. I think we've already got a bit of glowstone, so we should be okay on that front. And everything else is fine as well, I guess. But yeah, we need to make a respawn anchor. So, crying obsidian. I'm sure there's a couple of portals under the water around here somewhere. Pretty sure there's one just over there. Let's go jump in our boat and see if we can scavenge any up. Well, there's definitely a couple of pieces on that portal. It looks like there's a couple more on this one. I see a couple more. That should be all we need. Now we can make ourselves a respawn anchor. Couple of these. We need a shaft. And we need some glass. That will give us an empty andesite chunk loader. But I guess now comes the hard part. We need to go to the nether and catch a ghast. But for that, we're going to need to make ourselves a portal. And I don't know how much... We've got 25 crane. Oh, of course, we did loads of piglin trading. I don't need to go do that after all. I do, however, need some obsidian. I mean, we do have a nether portal, but it's all the way over at the other fishing area. So I'm just going to stick a temporary one here, I think. Although I do need more obsidian first. And I believe there's a lava pool just over here by this other village. Yep, there it is. That should do the trick nicely. I think for now, I'm just going to hide this portal underground here, just at the entrance to my temporary mine shaft. Thought it'd help if I'd remember to bring a flint and steel with me. Now, let's hope we can catch ourselves a ghast. Oh, my days. Well, this is a terrifying spawn. I think we're just going to dig ourselves up and out of this hole. This is horrible. Well, we are absolutely surrounded by Crimson Forest. This place is horrible. So that's the back of potentially the same fortress we were in at the start. Which means if we head over that way, I believe there is actually a nether wastes area, and hopefully we can find a ghast over there. Oh, you dropped a skull. Well, this is not working out particularly well so far. I'm not really finding much of anything useful. Dearly, a Soul Sand Valley is what we're after, but yeah, not really finding much of anything. Just fortress and death. So with that in mind, I think I'm just going to go back through the portal and maybe go use the one we used before. At least we know at that one, we had some nether waste right on the doorstep, and it's going to be a little bit easier to actually get to a ghast. Hopefully. Well, I can see a ghast, but I've got no chance of catching that guy. Problem is, it's mostly just a lava lake around here. I need him to come up here. I have a feeling the only way I'm going to find a ghast around here is by exploring. So I'm going to dig some tunnels and just hope that eventually I stumble across one, I guess. I'll try not to break my pickaxe this time. Ooh, ancient debris. How lovely. I swear it's just crimson forest and lava everywhere. Well, I can see a ghast, but don't know if I'm going to be able to get this one. It looks like he's a little bit too far off the ledge. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Nope. Oh, that one over there might be a bit easier. Well, those ones I was chasing seem to have despawned, which is not ideal. I'm not really having much luck here at all. So much so, I'm beginning to think I'm not going to be getting myself a power loader today. I might have to actually come back once I've got an elytra. Because being able to fly through the air and just fly into them and nab one's going to be a whole lot easier than running around and hoping for the best, but one has just spawned in behind me. Right, okay, well, let's go hope for the best one more time, shall we? It keeps staying low down. That's what we need. Yes! We got him! Amazing! Just as I've given up all hope. Right, let's leg it. Still got a long route home without falling in lava to accomplish. A nice sketchy walk back across the lava on a single wide bridge made of netherrack. What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely nothing, apparently. We actually got out of the nether safely. Wonderful. Alright, now to figure out how this thing works. And I believe the andesite ones probably only load one chunk at a time. Question is, how are my chunks looking over here? Oh, really awkward. We might not be able to do this with an andesite chunk loader, but I guess there's only one way to find out. So, I wonder, can I jam it in here? If I remove this block here, pick in a shaft and put the chunk loader there. Okay, well, it's definitely doing it. Question is it only loading this one chunk, or does it load more than one? So I just looked it up, and it does appear that this only loads the chunk that it's in, which I guess is fine because we do have lots of cobble in backup, or at least we did. But it does mean the actual drill itself isn't going to load when we leave the area, but it will sort out all the leftover cobble we already have. So my thinking is, because we've got so much cobble from all of our mining, we can just load up that double chest that we've got up there, and at least when we're not in the area, the farm will keep running a little bit. Better than nothing, I suppose, but the good news is, if we flick the switch here, that's also going to turn off this chunk loader. Definitely going to want brass ones in future, though, I think. Which means in this workshop we're making, we're going to have to make a really big mechanical crafting table. You normally don't fill up every single side, but I'm sure we can handle it. But with the extra switch up there and also the chunk loader, I think it's about time we sorted out our power situation, because we're definitely going to want a whole lot more power, which means I need to put down a couple more shipping containers, but you've seen me build those before, so I'll bring you back in once they're here. Well, I may have got a little bit carried away. The good news is I've got the shipping containers in, but I've also done these sort of texturing. I've added a few details on the outside, nothing like what we did up there. I've just kept it very simple, just a pipe here and there, and I've also added a couple of doors on the front as well. And inside, I've just done exactly the same as on this one. I've jammed it absolutely full of water wheels. However, this one, I've actually left a little bit of space because I do want to have some sort of bits and dials in here so I can see how much power we're actually generating and, of course, how much we're using. But what I need to do now is actually get these two shipping containers connected and then get them connected to this one here. And I think we're actually just going to connect them underground just to keep it a little bit tidier. So that means I need to add one of those on there, and then we need a gearbox. So that needs to be vertical like that. We need to send that one into the floor, but we also need to make sure we're connecting it up over there. Let's just dig a quick hole underground. And if we stick a gearbox in at the bottom here, another gearbox in there, and drag this all the way back, vertical gearbox there. All right, so that's all that power connected. But now I need to connect it to this one here. And also over here, as I say, I do want to know how much power we're actually generating from this thing. So let's just do that, stick in a gearbox. And what we need to do is actually bring this power outside, just like that. And once again, we need to send this one underground and connect it over to that one. So we'll just connect that onto a new gearbox there and get that connected up there. A little bit of tidying up and we should be good. Wonderful. So they're now all connected to the same system. We just need to know how much we're actually producing. For that, there's a couple of things I need to make. First up, we want some goggles. So I need one gold sheet, a couple of pieces of glass, and a string. I think that was it. Yep, there we go. And if we click this button here, we can stick that in our curios slot and hide them. We don't need them visible. But this now means when we look at stuff, we're going to be getting a lot more detail, such as how much stress units we're using. How many stress units, I should say. And speaking of stress units, the other thing I want to make is a stressometer, which means we need a speedometer, which is, oh, very simple. So we just need a compass and an andesite casing. That gives us a speedometer. We don't care about that one. We don't need to know how fast it's going. But I do want to know how many stress units we have to play with. So I'm going to remove that. We're going to put the stressometer in there. Okay, so we're producing 27,000 stress units, and we've got 18,000 remaining to make our workshop, basically. And I think the stress units we're using are actually all being used on this thing here. So, yep, they're using 1,000 apiece. Drills are probably using similar. And if we were to turn this on as well, how much are we using then? Well, I'll tell you what, let's actually make a couple of stressometers and scatter them about. So we can probably sneak one in there. All right, so this machine is using 4,000 total. So yeah, we've actually only got 14,000 to play with in order to, yeah, make a lovely fast workshop. So we might actually need to add more power. Probably should have gone with steam power after all, but it's fine. If we need to add more, we can just stick another shipping container on top or something, probably. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Well, it's a bright new day. Let's get to planning out our workshop. So I think I'm actually going to do things a little bit differently for this one. I feel like we've got quite a few shipping containers going on. And although it's looking quite cool, we're probably going to end up with more power planty type ones down here. So instead, we're actually going to use those kind of portable building type things that you often see on building sites. And that's what we're going to use around here. What I need to do, though, is work out a rough size. So this is probably the size of sort of one module, so to speak. But what I want to do is, well, have more space. So we're going to stack up a few modules. Then we can just knock through the wall in between them, make a nice big room. In fact, I think on the corners, I'm going to use this polished diorite, just so we can see exactly where all the different sections are. All right, so that's going to be a reasonable amount of space, but we might want an upstairs as well. Let's just get this built up and see how we're feeling. So they're going to be about that sort of size. I think I do want to stick one on top as well, actually. Oh, I made a mistake. Sorry, sir. You silly little arms. But as I was about to say, something like that, we'll put a couple of supports in here, of course, and a floor and all that stuff. But I think shape and size-wise, this might be okay. We can always extend this a bit more if we need more space. But I guess I need to get some roofs, some floors, and a bit of support on this thing just to make it look a little bit better. So that's our next step, I guess. And yes, I am making a building out of diorite. Sometimes it's the right thing to do. And a short while later, we've got some very basic looking boxes. Don't worry, you just need to trust the process. I'm sure they'll look great in the end. But yeah, currently 2 big white diorite boxes with black roofs and grey floors. I've decided to use some light grey concrete on the inside here. I will of course mix this up a little bit, and I've also connected the power so we can start thinking about machines. To be honest, I don't think I can leave this looking how it does, so I'm going to spend a bit of time trying to make this look a bit better. We'll probably punch some windows in here and there, and we'll just see what we can do to make this sit in with the landscape just a little bit better. Montage. Well, that's looking much better. We've got it situated in the landscape more, we've got some texture on, and I particularly like the bars over the windows. These buildings always have bars, and that just works really nicely. I've also used these small zinc lamps around the front just to provide a bit of light. We've got some pipes going in, and we've even got access to the roof. But not only that, I also sorted the yard out round the front here. I do hope to put a vehicle or 2 here in future, but for now it's just a whole bunch of space, and we've also got a bit of space around the back here with a slope that's actually going to lead down to the bottom section. So we've still got some work to do down here, but that's not for today. And I managed to get this slope working quite well as well using the copycat layers. So basically you can stack them up pixel at a time, and I think that just works really nicely. But it's no good having a building if it's empty. We do actually need to put a whole bunch of things in here now. And I've got a rough idea of what I want to put in here, and we're just gonna kind of start adding things really and see how far we can get. And the first thing I want to do is to make a bigger cooker, a bigger washer, and also have a haunter and a smelter as well. For that, we're going to need 4 fans. Going to need to make sure that they're powered, so I think doing this via the back here is probably going to be our best bet. And we need to get everything connected to this power source here, which is currently going incredibly slow, so I think the first thing we're actually going to do is to get this thing moving a little bit faster. Something like that. So this will send power upstairs, and if we put in a gearbox across here, we can also send power in across the top over this way. In fact, for now, I'm just going to route this all around the top here because we're going to need power over this side as well. All right, good stuff. However, something else I do need to do is have a separate speed controller for this here because we want these to be going really, really slow. Because the good thing about these fans is it doesn't matter how fast the fans are going, that doesn't actually change how quickly stuff cooks, but it does change how quickly it pushes stuff along. And, well, ideally I want to keep this quite small, but I also want it to get cooked before it gets to the end. Being able to control this independently at a speed of maybe 4 or something like that should help solve that problem. So if we just rotate these around a little bit like that, then okay, the fans are going. Let's just change the direction of those, and we'll work out the proper speed shortly, but for now I just need to make sure that they're actually going to blow in the right direction, which is good. So let's get these boxed in just a little bit here. I'm hoping that we can get everything to get turned just in that small space there. Then we'll use the soul campfire for haunting, we'll use the campfire for cooking, and we're going to need copycat boards there and there, so we can hold lava in one and water in the other. There we go. So that's going to be our 4 cookers. And to load them up, what we're going to do is use some smart chutes like this with a spruce straw on top. And to be honest, I don't think that's going to be quite enough space. So let's actually push these back another block, get those back in. And the reason it's probably not going to be enough space is because we need to put some funnels in here as well. And as soon as something enters that block space, it's going to go into here. But hopefully that'll be enough space. I guess there's only one way to test it. So we'll grab a stack of raw fish, a stack of gravel, a stack of cobble, and a stack of red sand, I guess, because we don't have any normal sand. But the hope is if I load up these like this, and hopefully this stuff's going to get cooked before it gets to this tube over here. But it looks like it's going fairly slow. Hopefully we'll be okay. Well, it looks like it worked. This is good. And of course, iron ingots. Yep, wonderful. So we know that that's going to be enough space, which is good. We just need to kind of tidy this up a little bit. All right, there we go. So that's all our cookers and haunters and whatnot done. Step 1 complete. So next up, I think I want to get some deployers, some presses, a couple of mixers, and maybe even a slicer or 2 in along this wall here, which means means first up, I'm going to need a whole bunch of depots, and instead of the normal ones, I think I'm actually going to go for these industrial iron ones, just because they're a little bit cheaper. And if we were to have, say, 3 presses, 2 deployers, a couple of mixers there, and maybe a couple of slicers, that should do us. I just need to go make all those things I just said. So that's 2 deployers, 3 presses, 2 mixers, and 2 slicers. But we're also running a little bit low on andesite alloy, so let's get some of that while we're here. And we're going to use that to make a couple of basins. There we go. So we'll put those basins there with some mixers on top. Stick a slicer in, and of course we can't actually have 2 slicers next to each other because they have to be going in a specific direction. So I guess we'll just have one of them, but that'll be fine. Then we want 3 mechanical presses, 2 deployers. Yep, let's get rid of that. There we go. And we need some power. Gearbox in there, flip to vertical that way. Same here, stick another one in, and there we go. So that's all of those powered. Then we need a vertical gearbox in there with a shaft and a cog, and that's all those powered, and that is in fact going the right way. Wonderful. Let's just give that thing an axe. There we go. So now we can strip wood nice and quickly, and I think I just want to get all this boxed in as well, to be honest. Oh, I've run out of andesite casing. A good opportunity to use my new setup here, I guess. So this will strip our logs, and then if we put those over here and give this dude some andesite alloy, look at that. Wonderful. No longer do I have to manually make those. This is good. Okay, there's a whole bunch of new machines ready to go, although these here I should probably get some blaze burners in and just put some steps in so you can actually get to those. Well, I don't like the fact you can see all this dirt behind it, so let's quickly clear this out as well. There we go, much nicer. Well, I think it's safe to say we're making some pretty quick progress over here. Workshop's coming along nicely. Although something else I think I want to put in here is a mechanical crafter, and well, we need that to be massive, like 5 by 5 maybe. Could potentially put it here as like a separator between the stairs and all the stuff underneath maybe. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Let's give that a go. So we're gonna need a whole bunch of these. Gonna be a bit crammed in there, isn't it? I wonder. Maybe on this bit here, we could instead use some copycat boards. Yeah, that'll give us a bunch more space. And we need this to be 5 by 5, which means I need 3 more. And there we go. Thank you, Pals Beardy, for making that machine. That's made things much easier for those electron tubes. And let's get all of these in. And with this mechanical crafter, we need to set all of the arrows so that they feed into each other. So I think we're just going to send them all across to the right and then down, just like that, and we'll feed the finished result into that box there. We do also need to get power to this, so maybe what we need is a gearbox there and a cog there. Oh, the system's overstressed already and we haven't even got all the machines in yet. I see. Well, that means I'm definitely going to be needing more power. Dang it. So I guess before we can go any further in here, I need to build another crate over here so we can jam some more power in. To be honest, I think I'm just going to line it up next to the 2 we've already got. I'll see you in just a moment. So I ended up adding 3 more power stations, which doubles the amount of power we have overall. And now hopefully we should have plenty to get everything we need done in here. As you can see, we still have 23,000 SU remaining, so hopefully that's going to be enough. Because I think there's only a couple more things that I want to be putting in here, and one of them is basically a line of deployers with belts and things like that. So when it comes to making things such as these, the precision mechanisms, it means we can just automate this process by loading it up with some gold sheets. So I need to make myself a bunch more deployers and see if we can jam something in here. So we need 3 brass hands, 3 more deployers, and I'm hoping that we're going to have enough space in here. And I guess I can just grab the power from over here. So we should just be able to bring it down like that. Stick a vertical gearbox in there, and then if we attach these belts to each other and stick shafts here and here. Okay, perfect. They're going in opposite directions. That's exactly what we want. And we need our deployers, so we can put them in a line here. And if we use these, we should. I can get the angles right. There we go. All our deployers are powered. Well, that feels a bit in the way there. Maybe I should do it on this side. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Let's just make this look a little bit better down here. I just need to make a couple more drawers, but I've run out of wood. So, yeah, I guess we're going to need to grow some trees, get these chopped down, and then we can get this bit finished. So we need a barrel here. We need another barrel on this side. And then we need funnels. So we need an exit funnel there. Entrance one there. exit one there, and an entrance one there. And the reason I've used brass ones here is because we do actually need to add a couple of filters. So if we make one of these a list filter, I'm going to need some more iron nuggets. Set this to filter for precision mechanisms and deny, and put that on there. Then basically anything that goes into here that's not a precision mechanism will get ejected out and go round and round the system. But as soon as the completed mechanisms are done, they should just wait in here. At least that's the hope. All we need now is a few things up there so we can actually get these loaded up. So we need iron ingots in the end here. This dude needs small cogs there and large cogs there. Now we need to test this out and make sure it's going to work, which means I need a little bit of gold and, well, to be honest with you, I could do with some more cogs as well. Means I need even more wood. Okay, I think we're ready to test. Let's crush some gold, chuck it in here, and hopefully these things are going to keep going round until we end up with some actual precision mechanisms or maybe a few broken bits that aren't exactly what we're after. Wow, we did well. We didn't actually have any failures that time. Excellent. But this machine works too. Let's just make it look a little bit nicer. And that only used, what, 3,000 stress units? Excellent. So for the downstairs, I think this is all of the machines that I want down here, but there is one more thing we need. I think I'm going to have to stick that upstairs, probably on this side here. And that is, of course, a set of crushing wheels, which is not only going to enable us to crush stuff down, but in theory, it should also work quite well for us to get some XP. But let's make some crushing wheels, shall we? And for these, I believe I need... No, that's not right. So I need diorite in the middle, and then I need 4 planks, and then I believe I need like 16 andesite alloy all around the outside like this. And because we've also got these corner bits in, which we kind of need to be able to make chunk loaders, it does mean I need to give this thing a kickstart. So give it a redstone thing, and that should... Excellent, there we go. Got our crushing wheels. Do, however, need to steal some power, so we'll put in that there, and then we're going to stick in a vertical gearbox on this side, just because we don't want to mess with the rotation of everything else we've got going on over there. Now, this should be fairly straightforward if we just do that, and then get a belt, like so. Stick vertical gearboxes either side, shaft in the middle, crushing wheels on top, and if we just get some power over like this... Wonderful, that should do the job there nicely. So we need a collection box on this side. Need a drop box at the top here. And to be honest, I think that's pretty much all we need here. We just need to make it look a bit tidier. Maybe some safety barriers and some more andesite casing, which means I need to do more chop and more of this. And let's get all this bit under here tidied up. That box a bit of support so it doesn't look so weird. Although now we've got our crushing wheels going, I believe if we crush down all this sort of stuff, we can actually get XP out of it. Let's dump a load in and see what happens. Well, apparently nothing. I'll shoot maybe? Okay, there we go. Yep. Look at that. Wonderful. We're getting crushed raw iron, and we're also getting nuggets of experience. I mean, it's not like we get any additional iron by doing it like this, but we do get lots of nuggets of experience, and they're going to come in very, very handy. Mainly because we don't really have an XP source at the moment. Although it does appear that I'm quite often going to end up getting out a lot more than I'm actually putting in. So, what I should probably do is stick another chest down here just with a hopper in, and then hopefully everything's just going to filter through. Yeah, let's see. Look how quickly that's filling up already. Jeez. So with the crushing wheels in, that just leaves us with a couple more things to do. One is, of course, to make the interior of this place look a little bit nicer. It's a bit messy at the moment. We've got lots of blank walls. I think we could probably do something. I mean, we definitely need to get some lighting in for a start. But also, we do still have a bit of space over here, and that is 5 wide, isn't it? Maybe we should move our enchantment table over. It's currently just sitting out by the river in the starting area. So yeah, maybe bringing that over will be a good idea for over here. But for a little workshop, I think that's coming along nicely. And now it's coming along even better. So I've sorted out the floor. We've added some tiling and a few rough patches. We've got some pipes going on just to kind of busy up the place a little bit. They don't actually have any function, but I think they work quite well. I've also got more of these spinny fans on the ceiling just because I love how they look. Got a bit of a storage area up here just for some excess things, and we've even got an on and off switch here so we can actually turn the whole workshop off when we're not using it. But when it is on, we also have another stressometer here so we can see what we've got left. As you can see, we've got plenty of wiggle room if we need to add more stuff around here. And upstairs, I've got my enchanting setup all sorted out. We've got grindstones in. I've even just added a globe for a bit of decoration. Doesn't that look lovely? But this does do the full 30 levels, which is good. Ooh, looting. I could could do with that. In fact, let's grab loads of this XP. And we're going to need a bit of lapis as well, but I'm going to quickly do a little bit of enchanting, I think. We do have a few items that still don't have any enchants, namely our shovel and our sword. I think our axe might need something as well. All right, let's get looting and smite as well. It's okay for now. Get efficiency on the shovel. That's definitely something I want. And same for the axe. Let's do the shovel first. Unbreaking 3 as well. Excellent. And the axe, silk touch. And unbreaking as well. Excellent. Just need to get mending on all of those now. But in regards to the workshop itself, I have to say I'm very pleased with how all of that has come out. We've got a lot of empty yard space around the outside here, though, so we'll need to fill that at some point. And we've got a great big yard here, so we might even be able to cram in a vehicle of some kind. But now that we've actually got some basics in place, although we're going to be coming back here and doing more work in this area, we're probably going to need another couple of small temporary farms, and of course, I need to do a lot of tidying up around the outskirts of this area and get lots of big machines in. But I think that's something we'll come back to because I need to start getting prepped for next episode because we're actually going to be making a start on the theme park, which means I need to start planning out how to utilize this space, which also means I'm going to have a whole lot of terraforming to do. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I built a whole bunch of water wheel power stations and made a workshop with all the basic create machines. Today, we make a start on the theme park itself, mapping out the main entrance area and Central Plaza, which may require a bunch of resource collection and maybe even a temporary farm or two to get what we need. But I guess I'll find that out very soon. First up, planning. And this is our giant island that we're working with. But what I need to do is kind of figure out where I want to put the main entrance. I mean, the Central Plaza is going to need to be quite central, which is not going to be fun for these villagers, I guess. Oh dear. But I think I want the Central Plaza around this kind of area, and then we're going to have a road that goes to the main entrance. And to be honest, I think this bay here might be the best place for it. So let's head over to this area and just see what we're working with. I mean, it looks fairly flat, which is nice. We need to head over this way. So this is the village, which might be slightly in the way. And this is the bay just over here. So we're probably going to end up with the main entrance around this area here somewhere, I guess. And we want the Central Plaza to be in a straight line, maybe about 150, 200 blocks this way. Pretty much means I think it wants to go roughly where this big lump is here. Let's just jump into free cam and have a look about. Yeah, I think that makes sense, which means the first thing we need to do is a whole bunch of terraforming because this kind of needs to be removed. I think I do actually want to kind of raise up the land a little bit. If we're going to be having a dockyard sort of entrance way over there, we're going to have the main park entrance. We're going to want space underneath for doing other things. So I'm thinking maybe this sort of height here would be ideal, which means I need to raise up all the terrain around here. And that's going to be quite hard to do without very much dirt. So let's kill two birds with one stone. I think I'm going to take out this little hill here and this big hill over here. That's going to give us lots and lots of dirt to work with. It'll also clear out the space underneath and mean we can actually place a platform at the level we want it. I think it's going to make sense to grab my drill because I can get that to do some of the work for me. And I also need to grab some XP because, well, I'm going to need to keep mending my shovels and things. To get XP, I think what we're going to do is just run a whole bunch of stuff through the crusher over here. That should do it. Oh, yes, look at all that XP coming in. Wonderful stuff. And we can use some of that on our shovel straight off the bat. Well, it might be a bit excessive, but that should do us for now. Look, it's a big area. I don't know how many times I'm going to need to repair things, okay? And we're going to take our drill with us as well, but I think, yeah, I thought that was the case. We need to empty it out first. Still have all the remnants of our last mining sessions to sort out. Right, that should be that sorted. Let's grab that. Our shovel is repaired. Let's go destroy everything. Phase 1 complete. It doesn't look better, but it does look a little bit flatter. But what I want to do now is actually build a platform maybe sort of 3 blocks above where we are now, just above the height of these chests here. And I think that's going to be the level we'll actually build the park at least the entrance bit anyway. It's not going to be a completely flat park. That would just be terrible. But we've got lots and lots of dirt, and we've got a little bit of stone and some other bits as well. But all of these boxes here are just jam-packed full of dirt. It should be more than enough to create a giant platform. However, I don't really want to be doing that by hand. I mean, it's going to take forever to place that many blocks, especially considering I want the platform to be 2 blocks thick. So what we're actually going to do is build ourselves a nice create contraption, which is hopefully going to lay all these blocks for us. Now, last season we did actually have the construction wand, but that felt a little bit too cheaty, especially when there's actually ways we can do this within create anyway. So yes, that does mean things are going to take a lot longer to build, but it means we can also get a whole lot more creative with it. Now, the first thing we're going to need for this contraption is a whole lot of brass. So let's just get some stuff cooked up over here. Help if I turned my magnet off. So to get the brass, it's easy enough. We can just chuck this stuff in here. Oh, I say easy enough. We actually need to put some blazes in here. So let's grab these. And we'll go on a small adventure back to our starter island because, well, we do actually have a blaze spawner there we've still not done anything with. So we may as well put it to use. All right, so I believe we left the spawner just up here. Oh, run away! Run away! Run away! Right, well, we got some. They were just a little bit aggressive. We'll just leave them to it. They can have that hill. Right, now we've got blazes in them. If we give them a little bit of fuel. Wonderful, there we go. We're making all our brass ingots. Then I need to squish all of these down. We need lots of brass sheets here. And we're also going to need a whole bunch of andesite alloy. So let's just get that going. We're also going to need lots of andesite casings. So... right, that's going in the wrong direction all of a sudden. Let's just jam a gearbox in there and do that. There we go, much better. And what we're looking to make is a whole bunch of deployers, which means, yes, we're going to need more electron tubes. But luckily, we can actually semi-automate that at the moment. And maybe 64 of these will be enough. We're going to need a lot more redstone, though, in order to make all these electron tubes. If I remember correctly, we can actually wash iron. So if we chuck all that in there, and I believe there's a chance of getting redstone when this stuff gets washed. Actually, one moment, isn't it supposed to be crushed iron? Oh, look at this, we've got loads of crushed raw iron in here. If we chuck all this crushed raw iron in there, we're going to end up with, well, a lot of iron nuggets, which we're going to need to craft up back into iron bars, but hopefully that's going to get us enough redstone. Because to make enough electron tubes, we're going to need another 6 stacks in here. 5.5, technically. Oh, we're getting so many iron nuggets. This is ridiculous. Well, the good news is, after sorting all that mess out, we've definitely got enough redstone. But that does now mean we should be able to get all the electron tubes we need. Let's just turn that on. Wonderful. And we've got loads of additional iron. Look at that. Now we can take all of these and make our deployers. 64 of them. Wonderful. Now there's a couple of other things we're going to need. We're going to need a cart assembler. We'll need a furnace minecarts. Need a whole bunch of rail that I've already made up. And we're going to want lots of storage. Oh, and super glue. Definitely super glue. Now let's go see if we can get this to work as we want. And hopefully I'll pull this off and it'll look marvelous. Right, now the first thing I'm going to do is get up to the height where we want it to be, which is probably about here. Create a line that goes all the way down the side of this area, preferably without falling down holes. I'm going to put a stopper on the end there. We're going to lay rail down this entire length. There we go, and that's going to act as the guideline for our contraption. What I need to do now is actually build the contraption, and that's going to be much easier if I actually do it down here. So let's do this. Get our deployers and put them all in like that. So they will place a block here, I think that's right. Let's quickly check. Give that a nudge. Oh, we haven't stuck it together. Good job, Beardy. Right, let's actually stick that together first. And, okay, that's not where we want it. So we actually need that a block lower. Rotate it around the right way. And now we just need to stick all 64 of these down. Glue it all together. Now we just need lots and lots of storage, so let's get lots of chests in. Get all those glued on. Now we just need to load this thing up with dirt, and I think the easiest way to do that is going to be for me to take the contraption to the dirt and get loading. All right, I think we're good to go. So we'll put the contraption on there. We're going to stick this down just because we want to make sure it's not going to go spinning around. That would be really bad. So we're going to lock rotation on this. Stick a redstone torch there to turn it into a contraption, and look at that, it's already placed its first line. Wonderful. That tells me this should work an absolute treat. Let's just load up some coal. Oh geez, it's a lot faster than I expected as well. Look at it go. Who needs construction ones when you've got create? Wonderful stuff. Well, I should probably clear up all this track because we're going to need to reuse this. Well, I'd say that's a good start. We just need to do that again. So we've got our stopper in just so it doesn't carry on laying blocks that way. Let's get our track back in. Do that all over again. We'll put the machine back down and give it some coal. Wonderful. And I think we need to put one more row in, which means, yeah, we're going to need to maybe remove some of this village. Well, it's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last. Time for some village smashy smashy. removed the part of the village that was in the way. I've started placing more blocks, and I've run out of dirt, which means I need to go under here and get more. But I've made a bit of a mistake. I didn't actually light any of this up, so yeah, this could be a bit chaotic. So we just need to get in here and spam a whole lot of torches. Try not to blow too much stuff up, I guess. Uh-oh. Well, so far so good. We're being followed by lots of stuff, but we're still alive. For now. Right, that should just about do it. Well, I've just got a few creeper holes to patch up, but I think we've lit up all the underneath now, so that should solve the accidental mob farm problem. And we've got plenty of space to start working out this build. There's another hole over there. We'll have to fix that. But I think the first thing I want to do is maybe actually stretch this out just a little bit more this way. We'll do that manually. And then I want to mark out where I want the central sort of street area to be. In fact, I do want this bit coming out quite a bit this way because this part of the bay is terrible, so the actual coastline is probably going to be here. So maybe we should run the minecart along this way here and get some more blocks placed on that side. Sounds like a good plan. Well, I've run out of dirt, so I haven't quite finished off this bit here, but, well, I say finished off, squared off. There's no way that's finished. But this does give me a much better idea of the kind of space we're going to be working with. We've got plenty of room here to put in a sort of a dock type area and then the main entrance. But what I want to do is mark out where this central sort of road is going to be and then where the central plaza is because, well, hopefully the central plaza is kind of the bit that we're going to be building today. I kind of need it for reasons we'll go into later. Besides the fact that being the center of the park, it's going to be needed so I can actually work out where everything else is going to be going. So what I want to do over here is mark out where the sort of main road, I guess, is going to be going right the way through to the central plaza. Let's just place a big old line of blocks along here and we'll figure it out from there. Something about that sort of size should do. So what I need to do now is pick a center point. So let's say this is going to be our center. I'm going to stick in a great big circle in the middle. So that sort of size should do the trick, and this is going to be our sort of central focal point. I don't really know what we're going to do with it yet. Maybe a fountain or something. Then we're probably going to want a path going around this bit, so let's just use cobble, maybe 4 wide for a path. Now let's go 5. Means we're going to need a bigger circle out here. Okay, there's another circle for the path. And then maybe we'll have, I don't know, maybe some flower beds or something. It'd be nice to sort of separate this out and then have another path, I guess. Well, it's just a bunch of circles at the moment, but this should give us a bit of a working platform, which is good. I'm thinking maybe we should have like a quartz fountain in the middle and maybe we could use mud blocks or something for the path. I think quartz and mud blocks would look quite nice together. And before I get too carried away with doing all of the road and all that sort of stuff around here, I think it makes sense to start in the middle and then work my way outwards. But before I can do anything over here, I am going to need to get myself some resources. And I think we're going to need a whole lot of mud, a reasonable amount of quartz, and we're probably going to need a little bit more dirt as well. And we don't even have enough dirt to be able to make our own mud. So yeah, I have a feeling we may need to go all the way back to the mangrove place again. Where was that? Oh, geez, it's miles away. So this is where we need to be heading. Almost 5,000 blocks away. Jeez. Well, resource gathering montage it is. I've got a whole bunch of resources. We're probably going to need some more quartz, but I've decided instead of starting in the middle, I'm actually going to start out here because I do, of course, want this platform to be 2 layers deep, which means we're actually going to be building the road up at this level. So I'm just going to quickly get this bit in first, and then we're going to work inwards instead, I guess. Who knows? And the road itself is actually going to be stone and stone variant, so I'm just going to get all basic stone in for now. We can sort out all the texturing and detailing later. All right, I've got the stone road in. I've got it going all the way around the main circle in the middle as well, as you can see. And I think now I'm actually going to move to the middle and start doing some bits and bobs over here. And the first thing I want to do is to actually swap out all of this stone we've got here for limestone. I guess we're going to need some smooth quartz eventually, but I think I actually want to make the inside of this bit because we are going to do a fountain, I've decided. I'm going to use limestone for that, and then we're just going to top it with quartz to make it look a little bit better at the top. Hopefully it'll work. So I've got that first layer in, but because the road level's there, we're actually going to be having a path here which is going to be at this level. So I guess we need to raise the fountain up a little bit more. And I guess that means we're going to need to fill all this bit in with dirt as well. And then we'll put the path on top. But I don't have a lot of dirt. Hopefully I've got enough. Actually, I've got a better idea. We've got loads of cobble and it's all going to be hidden anyway. So yeah, I think we're just going to use that. We'll save the dirt. We'll need this for the flower beds and we don't have a lot. Right, there we go. That's better. I've marked out where the paths are going to go. I've marked out where the flower beds are going to go. Although I have run out of dirt, I still didn't have enough even just for these 4 little corners. So that's not ideal. But next up, let's try and get this path in. And once again, I will texture it later. For now, we're just going to use these mud blocks. So that's the start of the path in. But from this point onwards, I think I want to be using half slabs. And because we can't actually get half slabs of packed mud, I don't know why I keep calling them half slabs, they're just slabs, half blocks. But these can't be turned into slabs, which means we're actually going to need to use copycat panels. And as you can see, we don't have a lot of zinc. But if we crush tuff, we have a small chance of getting zinc, and I think we've got a whole load of tuff, so potentially we could use that as a way of getting zinc. But I think we might be better off just doing a bit of mining. It's going to be a whole lot quicker after all. And the other thing I need is quartz, but if I remember correctly, yeah, we can crush down diorite, and then we have a 25% chance of getting quartz. That's good enough for me. We've got loads of diorite. Off to go gather more resources. Woo! Right, hopefully I've got enough stuff this time. We got some more dirt from out the front of our base because, well, we need to terraform that area anyway. But I managed to get lots more quartz from crushing down diorite, and we've got all the copycat slabs we need from the zinc. We've even got some copycat layers as well, because I've got a bit of an idea. But what I'm going to do now is get the rest of this bit filled in with dirt, and then we're going to use smooth quartz blocks like this. We're going to use these all along the edge of the flower beds. Guess means we do actually need to raise this up another level. The other thing I want to do is, of course, to get all of these slabs in down here. Though in saying that, I do want to experiment with the layers a little bit as well. If we do something like this, we can get a bit more of a gentle slope going on. Not like that, but like that. And this is just going to extend out all the way over to the road here. So I've got lots to do. I'll see you in a minute. Alright, I've got all of those bits in. We've got some grass spreading in the flower beds because we don't want them to be dirt. That would just look horrific. I've also raised the edge of the fountain here with some quartz slabs, some smooth quartz slabs in fact, which I think works quite well. But on this side here, I'm going to have a little play with these quartz pillar walls because they just look really fancy. And I'm wondering if we only put these on the inside bit, I don't think we need them on the lower bit because there's already kind of a barrier up to the path, and I think it might look a little bit too contained if we were to do it there. Around the back here, this could work quite nicely. Yeah, I like that. I think that's going to work. Let's just get this all the way round. By which I mean, let's get it just over halfway round before we run out of quartz. Dang it. Guess we're going to have to go get more. But before we do that, I'm thinking I kind of want to put a curb here on the edge of the road just to separate the path from the road a little bit more. But I'm thinking if we use these bite blocks and some mud bricks, we should be able to get quite a good edge on this. Yep, I like that curb. And as I say, with a road edge on here, it should work quite nicely. But I need to go get myself more quartz. And that's not all. I've also started putting in just a few of the textured blocks here on the mud path, but I think I also need to get myself some brown mushroom. I think that's going to work quite nicely with this, just to create a few smooth patches and reduce all the noise on this texture. And yes, I did run out of copycat bites as well, but I've still got a little bit of zinc left, so we can go make some more. So much resource gathering today. Off we go. And for this resource gathering mission, instead of actually just grinding down diorite, because we've run out of that, what we're going to do is grind down lots of cobble. That's going to make us gravel. Then we're going to grind all this gravel down into sand. Then we're going to take this sand, we'll let the rest just come through. We're going to stick it in here and we're going to haunt all of the sand to turn it into soul sand, which I do already have a stack of. Then we're going to wash the soul sand. This should give us quartz. But there's a 12% chance of getting 4 quartz. So we'll see what happens. And from that first stack, we got 39. That's pretty good. Should have done this first time round. It's much easier. That worked out great. Look at that. So much quartz. And now we've got loads more walls. Excellent. Probably way more than we need, but I'm sure we'll use them elsewhere. Then I also need a whole bunch more of these bite blocks and mushrooms. Now, this one's going to be interesting. I think our best bet is to actually head to the Mushroom Island. I think there's one just to the south somewhere. Yep, there it is. I mean, there's a bunch of brown mushrooms on there, but that should be at least enough to get us started. And if we take some bone meal with us, we can grow even more. Right, let's get these mushrooms. Well, we've got plenty of mushroom. That should be enough for what we need to do. We can finally get back to some building. So that's all the fancy walls in. Now what I need to do is get some texture down. I want to have a few smooth patches here and there. I want to make sure I don't overdo it too much. These mushroom blocks really do work well with the mud. Look at that. Then we're going to have a few of these bricky ones in as well. That should break up the path nicely. I don't think it needs too much more than that, to be honest. I mean, I don't want it to look messy or old or anything like that. I just want to vary the texture so it's not so noisy. Oh, great. Rain. Well, the rain's cleared up and I've textured all of the paths around here. The curbs are in. It's definitely starting to look a bit better and our flower beds are almost completely green. But what I want to focus on now is the fountain area in the middle here. First up, I actually want to replace this limestone with some cut limestone. It's just a little bit cleaner. Yep, that's much better. Then for the floor, I think I'm going to alternate between cut limestone and polished cut limestone, so we get this kind of tile effect on the base of the fountain, which is going to be a bit of a pain because there's nothing for me to stand on, so I'm going to have to kind of do it a little bit like this, I guess. Maybe just one row at a time. This should only take a moment. There we go. That's the base of the fountain in. I have left a different block in the middle here because I do need to know where the center is, and it's going to get covered anyway, so not a problem. But I think, well, being a fountain, let's at least fill up this bottom bit with water first, and the second layer as well. Wonderful, we have a big pool of water. But now I need to try and figure out what we're actually going to put in the middle here. So, yeah, well, I mean, obviously we need some kind of a fountain, but theme-wise, I kind of want this main street area here, sort of stretching all the way down to the fountain, to be kind of steampunky, I guess. I mean, we are playing in the Create mod after all, and we're not having a designated steampunk theme area of the park. Why not make this area a little bit steampunky? And with that in mind, I think I'm going to head back over to our construction yard. I'm going to make some bits and bobs that should hopefully help me make some kind of steampunky looking fountain type thing here somehow. This is either going to go really well or really badly. All right, I've grabbed a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see what we can work out. And I'm quite liking the size of these boilers. They're absolutely massive. And, well, that's not how we want it, is it? Let's be honest. Can I rotate these? Nope. Okay, then. Maybe we could start with a great big column of boilers like that. Can we kind of squeeze these in at the base as well? Okay, we can. Don't think I want it quite there, though. Okay, if I remove those ones, can I then put boilers down? Right, well, this might end up looking absolutely awful. I'm going to have a little play around for a while, see what I can come up with, and hopefully when I bring you back in, we'll have something here that looks just a little bit not like it does now. I mean, what is going on here, honestly? Well, I think I'm making progress, but, well, it doesn't really look much like a fountain at the moment, does it? Maybe I could break some of the pipes and have water pouring out from some of them? Let's give it a go. All right, well, I think that's actually working better than I thought it would with the water pouring down. I mean, it looks quite messy, but to be honest, I quite like how messy it looks. What it really needs, though, is something to go on the top, and I do actually have an idea for that, but I don't think I brought the things with me. No, I didn't. Right, okay, we're gonna, we're gonna make something to stick on the top there. A big old centerpiece of some kind. Okay, so what we're gonna do is stick a straw statue down, which is, well, absolutely tiny, but I believe we can actually make these things a little bit bigger. Yep, here we go. Boom. Oh, my days, he's massive. Oh, yes, look at that. This thing is hench. So what we're going to do is give him a nice pose. What do we got? To be honest, I quite like that one, actually. The stargazing. That could work well. And if we give him a cog and a wrench... Love it. And we're going to grab my skin for this, I guess. How's that looking? Oh, that looks well cool. I think I just want to rotate him round ever so slightly. Let's see how that looks. So this is the main street. People are going to be coming in from that way, walking down here, and... oh, yes, look at that. That looks well cool. Quite like the jankiness of the fountain as well. It's a shame the water's not a little bit thinner because, well, that's a lot of water to be coming out of one pipe. But I think it works nicely enough. So for now, I'm going to call that fountain done. Might change it later on, but I'm quite liking it, to be honest. Wait a minute, is he leaning forward? There we go, much better. What we need to do now is to get some lighting in around here. So maybe some sort of street lights of some kind on some of these corners could work quite well. And we could do with sorting out these flower beds as well. But the problem with that is I don't actually have any flowers at the moment. Certainly not enough to fill something like this. So we're going to go on a small mission. I believe I did see a flower biome somewhere. I've just got to try and remember where. I have a feeling it was over here somewhere, near the swamp kind of area, maybe? Ah, yep, here we go. There's the flower forest. It's just south of the swamp, which is quite handy because I think I'd actually like some blue orchids as well, and you can only get them from swamps. So let's go pick some flowers, and then hopefully when we come back, we can get that central bit there finished, and then start on the road road, because, well, we need to do a lot of work on that to make that look good. But so far, I'd say that's not a bad start. Well, I've made it back. We've got lots and lots of flowers. I'm just going to take the ones that we have, well, quite a lot of, basically, because we've got some big old flower beds here, and what I want to do is not just scash them randomly, I do want to actually sort of have them in colour blocks and things like that. So I'm going to see how far I get. We might need to go get some more flowers, but hopefully this is going to be enough. So let's start with some of these azure billets, or whatever they're called. What are they called? That's probably no. Azure bluet. We're going to use a mixture of alliums and wild mushrooms here to get some purple in. I think that's going to look quite nice. So with these wild onions, if you just punch them, you'll actually get onions. So you do have to use shears if you want to be gathering these. Just a note, I learned that fairly quickly. And we're going to use some wild flax, which once again, we did actually gather with shears, so it shouldn't grow into the tall versions of the flax. We don't really want that. And then we're just going to dump some red ones down the middle here. How does that look? Looks like these red ones are a little bit cramped. That's how it looks. Oh no, thunderstorm. I don't want to be dealing with that. Get out of my flower bed. I'll beat you to death with a flower. Oh, I'm burning quite a lot. Right, so I pulled out the red. We've just got the white, the purple, and the blue. And to be honest, I think that works quite nicely. Now to repeat that on the rest of these. So the white ones I pulled up to this bit here, which is the second at a diagonal. Then I did the purple ones coming out at a diagonal on this one, which is the next one along, so we'll do that on both sides. And then this whole middle bit here was the blue area. I really hope I've got enough flowers to be able to do all of this. And in fact, with these white ones, we do have some wild carrots as well, so maybe we could put in a few of these sort of bushier light ones. Wild corn as well. Is that going to make it look too messy? Oh, I think that's quite nice. Just makes it look a little bit more bushy in these parts, because these ones are quite small. Well, I don't know what I was so worried about. We've still got loads of plants left. And I think I've done the whole thing now. Yeah, that looks nice. Nice and colourful. I think we could do with some lights or something along these walls, though. And I do quite like these small lights we've got over there, these little zinc lights. And I think we've got plenty of those left back at the boat. Although I do need to run all the way back over there again. I really need a horse. That's what I need. You. I think you're the one. So we'll come back with a saddle as well, because we're doing a lot of running in between here and our construction yard, and that's probably not going to change anytime soon. So a horse would be wonderful. And obviously my track record with horses means we've got nothing to worry about. Don't look into that. Right, I've got my saddle and some iron horse armor. It's all I had, so you will be mine next time we need to head back. But for now, I need to get some lights down, and I think these are going to sit quite nicely just sort of on these corner bits here of the wall, maybe. Just maybe not quite so many. I think I overdid it a bit there. Yeah, there we go. I think that looks nice. Now, I've got those lights in all the way around. What I want to do is design some fancier looking lights. And I've got a bit of an idea. I just want to see if it's going to work. And I'll tell you what, it's not going to work because I've forgotten to bring any of the beep slate with me. Dang it. I'm just going to get a horsey. I hope this is a nice fast horse. Speed 7.2. That's terrible. You're a really slow horse. Is there any more around here that might be a little bit faster? Doesn't look like it. Oh, and now you're killing yourself. Look, that wasn't me. That wasn't my fault. He wasn't even my pet yet. Didn't have a name or anything. I take no responsibility for that. But there is another horse over there. Just a mere mention of that horse becoming my pet, and he decided to end it all. Right, okay, 9.26. That's definitely better. Be my friend. Yay, friends. Second attempt. Not bad. Onwards. Now, dare I say it, this horse is going to need a name. We do have name tags, so if you've got any ideas, please do let me know in the comments, and we'll try and keep them alive as long as possible. Oh, there's more horses. Maybe they're faster. No. 9.3, 8.4, 11.23. Okay, we're going to take the one with the socks. Okay, so as I was saying, our horse is going to need a name. Our nice, super fast horse. Count yourself lucky. So yeah, if you do have name suggestions, please do let me know in the comments, and we'll get that named up next episode. Thinking about it, we do actually have the callable horses mod on here, but I don't actually remember what the things are. Right, set horse. So horse stats, call horse. Right, okay, cool horse button, yeah, that works fine. The set horse is that. Excellent. And now what that means is we can leave our horse absolutely anywhere. Oh, look, there's a lead. That's very handy. And no matter where we are in the world, and I think no matter what dimension as well, what I can do is I can hit the cool horse button. And look at that, a horse comes straight over to us. But anyway, right, deep slate, that's what I'm here for. Right, now we can go build some lights. Onwards. All right, now, these lights. Let's try using a copycat beam, then a couple of shafts. probably going to be tall enough. Stick another beam on top and some panels. Here we go. We'll stick a copycat panel on top of that. And then we're going to give this thing some texture. I'm not sure whether to use these ones here, although on the top, that's probably not going to be a good idea. Let's swap that out for this one. But I do wonder if these are going to look pretty good on this bit here. Yeah, I think I like that. And then we're going to use a fancy redstone lamp in the top there. Not lit up. Didn't think about that. So maybe we need to use a different bulb. I think these glowstone ones here might look a bit better, but the problem is I've just piled all my glowstone into these redstone lamps. But I wonder, can we crush them down and get our glowstone back, or at least some of it? If not, we're going to have to head back to the nether and get some more. All right, so can we crush down these redstone lamps? Fingers crossed. I think I want to just do one initially in case it completely disappears. No, I think it's just stuck on the belt, maybe. Where's it gone? Okay, so, can confirm, it did completely disappear. Not ideal. But I'm hoping if we turn these back into normal redstone lamps, then we can probably crush them and get stuff back. It's probably just because this is a chipped block variant, so it's not the kind of raw resource. At least I hope that's what it is. So let's get these converted back into normal redstone lamps. Put our crushing wheels back, and let's try one of these. Okay, well that definitely got ground up, and okay, we got 2 back, so we're getting like half the amount back that we put in. Well, it's better than nothing. We can turn all these back into glowstone lamps, and we've now got half the amount. That makes me so sad. What I get for not planning ahead. But hopefully this will still be enough to actually get the lampposts down that we want. But to do this, we need an alchemy bench, which is the one bench we don't have. How do we make one of these? Okay, that's doable. So we need a crafting table. We're going to need a couple of diamonds, and I think we've got a few, like a very, very few in our chests over here. Let's have a look. 3, literally 3. That will do the job, although we need a little bit more obsidian because we don't have enough of that, and we're also going to need a book. And we do have a few magma blocks, so that will get us obsidian if we just give that a wash, I believe. I think if I stick that in here. That, perfect. That will get us our enchanting table. Need a few planks. And lastly, we need a brewing stand. And I think we've only got one of those at the moment. Yeah, this one here. Yoink. That'll give us our alchemy bench. Though I have no idea where I'm going to put this. We're pretty full down here. Well, I'm just going to stick it up there temporarily. That is, yeah, okay. We'll stick it back in a box in a moment. Don't worry. It's not going to stay there. And I think we want these ones here. We will find a permanent home for the alchemy bench. For now, we'll just chuck it in that backpack. But finally, we can go make some streetlights. Come here, horsey. Now we can make some streetlights. This has taken a lot more effort than I expected. All right, so stick that in there. Yeah, I think that's quite a nice looking light. I don't mind that. One thing I want to try, though, is potentially putting chiseled deep slate there instead, because now the wall connects. Then an anvil. Maybe we should replace that shaft with one of those. Nope, still not happy. Maybe we're better off just doing that. Do I prefer the anvil? I think I prefer the anvil, even though the wall doesn't connect. Let me know what you think in the comments. But for now, I'm going to stick with anvils. And we're going to put one of these lights on every corner here. And there we go. We've got all the lights in. How's this looking? Oh, I actually really like that. I think that's come out really well. Just need to fix the road now. And just a short while later, I think the road's looking a lot better. I've just mixed in some sanded stone and a little bit of stone brick. And yeah, nice and subtle, but I think it works. And once we get the paths in as well, that should look quite nice. But I don't actually have enough wheat to make any more of those mud bricks. So yeah, that's going to have to wait for another episode. But overall, I think that should work really nicely as a centerpiece for our park. And from here, basically, we can start stretching out into all the different areas. We can start building rides in all the different zones that we're going to have. And it should work together nicely. Is that a flower forest? Last episode, I demolished a landscape, deployed a fountain, and didn't kill a horse. This time, I built a small wheat farm, a giant mob farm, and a medium-sized construction vehicle, just for something a little bit different. First up, though, last episode, I did ask you what you thought about these streetlights, and the response was pretty unanimous. People do not like these anvils, and pretty much every single one of you that responded actually preferred it when it was these blocks because the walls connect, and you know what? I think you might be right. So we're going to get all of these changed out. And there we go. And yeah, I think you're definitely right. That does look a lot better now it's all connected. So thank you for your feedback on that. And something else I asked you last episode was to suggest names for our wonderful horse here. So we're going to go grab ourselves a name tag and give this horse a name. And the name we're going with was suggested by Libby5386. We're going to call the horse Socks. There were quite a few suggestions for variants of Pickles, but yeah, I don't think we need to bring that over to this horse. I mean, that never ended well, did it? Let's be honest. And here we go. We now have Socks. blocks. You beautiful horse. Now, between episodes, I've been doing a bunch of research into some styles and ideas and basically just trying to work out what we're actually going to do on Main Street over there. Or Main Street over here, now that I'm a little bit closer. And I think what I've settled on is something I'm going to call whimsical steampunk. So it's going to be very kind of steampunky, of course, but instead of normal steampunk and just basically copper everywhere, we're going to have a combination of bright colours, pipes, cogs, moving parts, maybe even a raised walkway or two in order to really bring this first street to life. But there is a problem with that, in that we are severely under-resourced at the moment to actually be able to make much progress with that. So what we're going to need to do is to make a couple of small farms, probably do a whole bunch of resource collection, and then we can get ourselves in a position to actually start building up this street, which is going to act as our main storage area as well. We've already got about 20 double chests worth of stuff that have nowhere to go, so I think sorting out storage is probably going to be a good idea. And my original plan was actually to hide storage under the fountain, and we were going to have like a little secret entrance to get to it, but to be honest, I think making use of the sort of shops and things that we're going to be putting across the front here and turning them into different storage areas is definitely going to work a lot better for us. But to get to a stage where we can do that, the first thing we need to do is to get a whole lot more path. I think I do want the path down there to continue being mud, and the problem with that is we don't actually have enough wheat to turn all the mud we've collected into this packed mud variants. So we need to go make ourselves a very small wheat farm. And I think it makes sense to do that over here at the construction yard. We can maybe stick down another container, probably over here somewhere, and stick a wheat farm in that. The first things first, I guess I'm going to need another container. Downside to that is I need lots and lots of these, the copycat slabs, and I don't know if that's going to be enough. Which means I really do need to get my hands on some more zinc, and I'm wondering, we can find a pocket of azurine. We could get quite a lot of zinc from that, so that would be quite nice. But in the meantime, I think we're just going to need to go drilling again. But we've got lots and lots of iron now, so we can probably make our drill a lot bigger than it currently is. I need to eat some food. Oh, and it's raining. Classic. Now, our drill really is very small at the moment. Let's see if we can expand this a little bit further. So we're going to need lots of iron. We're going to need some andesite casings and a bit of andesite alloy too. Right, let's go. Oh, looks like I'm going to need a whole lot more wood as well, which means this is going to be more of a task than I thought it would be, because we literally have 0 bone meal, so I'm going to have to wait for these trees to grow before I can even chop them down. And with that in mind, I think we're therefore going to grow a whole bunch of these so we don't have to do it again anytime soon. And we can't really do much until all of these trees have grown, so in the meantime, I think I'm going to give myself a couple more backpack upgrades. There's a couple of things we're missing that would make my life a lot easier. Let's see what string we've got, and leather. Okay, we should be able to make a few. Right, we can get 5 backpack upgrade things. And the main thing I want are these, the stack upgrades. And we don't really have any diamonds at the moment, so we won't be able to do diamond ones, but I'm hoping we might at least be able to get some of these gold ones. Because if we can multiply the stack sizes in here, we'll basically be able to hold a lot more without taking up all these slots just for cobble. So let's make ourselves 2 iron stack upgrades. Do we have enough gold? We can make 1. Oh, it's going to be tight. I don't know if we've got enough here. Oh, maybe. Just quickly cook that up. To make a gold one, we need to actually upgrade the iron one. So, yeah, I need another 5 gold blocks, and we're not going to get that from the 28 I've just put in there. But can I not grind ochrum down? Does that not give me gold? It does. 20% chance. Okay, maybe we can get the rest of what we need just from this stuff. Dump all that in there and wait for the gold. Well, we got another 29 crushed raw gold from that. That should hopefully be enough. Let's get that cooked up. Turn it all into gold blocks, and yep, look at that. We've got enough. So if we apply both of these stack upgrades to our backpack here, and then I click the middle button to sort, oh, look at that. Takes up so much less space. And hopefully in future we can upgrade those to diamond as well. But yeah, as I say, we've only got the 1 diamond at the moment, so that is not helpful. Not helpful at all. Good news though, the trees are growing, so let's go get a whole bunch of wood, make some andesite casings, and actually get this drill expanded. I don't want to go too overboard, but it definitely wants to be at least twice as big as that. So we need to crush lots and lots of iron ingots, or flatten I should say, so we can get iron sheets. We're going to need probably a little bit more andesite alloy. Chuck some andesite in there. A stack of iron nuggets. We're going to strip some wood, and we're going to make some andesite casings. That should be everything we need to make a whole bunch of drills. Or maybe not. This is entirely not what I need to be doing. Oh, geez, I probably should have looked at the recipe more. We need lots and lots of andesite alloy, and we don't need any iron sheets at all. Oh, great. Bit of a boo-boo on my part. I completely misremembered that recipe. So let's grab some more andesites, and oh, look at that. We've got loads in here. And we're going to need a whole lot more andesite alloy. And now we can make our drills. And now we've used the correct recipe, we have a lot more drills. Let's just expand this thing as much as we can, which means I'm going to need to put down one of these to turn it back from being a contraption. And now I should, yeah, there we go, just be able to add extra drills. We'll just keep going around, I guess, until we run out. And I think it's about time we replace these barrels as well. And I'm hoping my backpack can hold all this stuff now that we've upgraded it. But I guess we're about to find out. Yep, look at that. So each slot now holds 1,024. That's definitely better than it was. I'm just going to stick a whole bunch of chests in instead. Get everything glued together. Hopefully, we can just collect our brand new drill. Yep, look at that. Wonderful. Oh, actually, I should probably put that down and set that to lock rotation before we start using it. Otherwise, well, we could have some nasty accidents underground. Right then, I guess we're ready. Back to the mines. Hopefully, we're going to find a whole bunch of zinc. And if we can find ourselves one of those azurine kind of nugget type bits, it's like a great big ball of azurine, basically. If we can find some of that, then we're going to have zinc for days. But I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens. Let's just chuck this down here, give it some fuel, and away it goes. Find me zinc, please. Well, sadly, I didn't find any pockets of azurine, but I do have at least a couple of stacks of zinc, so hopefully that's going to be enough for, well, at least this shipping container. We're probably going to need more later, though, aren't we? Let's be honest, we always need more zinc. There's just never enough. And for this container, I think we're going to use granite, which, of course, we will turn into granite pillars, but I think this will look nice. We've already got sort of white things up here. We've got a red one, so a nice sort of granite container probably in that sort of area there. That should look quite nice. And I think we're going to put this one about here. And we're going to build this one up in exactly the same way. It's going to be the same size and dimensions as the ones we've already done. And you don't need to see me do that again, so I'll just bring you back in once we've got a container here. Well, I've got the basic container up. It still needs a lot of detail and all the outside needs sorting out. But first, I do want to sort out a farm on the inside. And I think we're going to have wheat planted all along this bit here. And then we're going to have some kind of harvester system set up somehow. But I have actually routed the power through already. I've just connected it up underneath this one, so it all comes up through here. That is ready to go, but I do need to make a few bits and bobs to actually make the farm work. We're going to need a few harvesters. We're probably going to need a gantry shaft, a sequenced gear shift, and a few other bits and bobs. So let's go make what we need, and then hopefully when I come back, we can make this little farm. So to make harvesters, we need iron sheets. Well, conveniently, we have some of them from earlier, don't we? I might actually just be able to make those straight off the bat. Wonderful. Take a few girders for some structure. Going to need a gantry carriage. So if I get myself a slab there, we should have everything we need for one of them. Brilliant. And now we just need some gantry shaft. And yeah, we really do need to sort out our redstone supply. But at least we've got enough for now. Now, the sequence gear shift, a little bit more complicated, but I think we've got the things we need for that. So brass casings. We'll make some extra cogs. We definitely need loads of those anyway. We're going to need a few gearboxes after all. Let's make up a few of them. And we need an electron tube for the gantry timer. And, well, that's easy enough. We can just grab one from our lovely little farmy type thing up here. Auto maker? I don't know what you'd call that. It's not really a farm, is it? It's not like it auto-generates them. It just takes a lot of the manual process out. But we've got some in there. That's good. We'll have a sequenced gear shift. Probably going to need to make a few more bits and bobs. But for now, let's see what we can do. Now, I want to raise this up, I think. I think I want to have the wheat growing up at this level here, which means I am going to need to get myself more dirt, but for now, that's fine. We'll just put in a few temporary blocks here to get the harvesters in place. Stick a sequence gear shift in there. Line up all the gantry shafts. That's going to go all the way to the end. Going to use a gantry carriage here, and then we're just going to stick in a few girders along here. And other than the timing system for the gantry carriage, that should do the trick nicely. So to get the gantry system firing, I think what we're probably going to use is some redstone contacts. I just need some of those. Thankfully, they're quite easy to make, so we'll definitely take those. We're also going to need a pulse repeater and a pulse extender. So what's that? Is that brass sheet? Do we have any of those? No, we do not. Quickly get some brass. Need some redstone torches. And that's it for the pulse repeater. Pulse extender. Okay, I think this is everything I need. I don't know, it might not be, but we'll find out in just a moment, I guess. Oh, super glue. I need super glue. Right, so let's quickly glue this together. That to that, just to make sure. Now to do the redstone contacts. So I think our best bet is going to be to do them like that, and we'll glue this one to the gantry carriage. And this one here is what's going to power this. So the way a sequence gear shift works is you basically tell it to move a certain distance, and well, basically you can tell it to do certain things, turn certain ways for a certain amount of time, and so on. And we're going to use this to push the gantry shaft. How wide is this container? Like 18 blocks, I think, give or take. That should send it all the way to the end. And then if we once again turn it by 18 blocks in the opposite direction and then end, hopefully when that gets a redstone signal, it should wind this all the way that way and then all the way back. In fact, we'll quickly test that with this button. Oh, geez, that's incredibly slow. Wow. Okay, yeah, we're definitely going to need to speed it up as well. We're also going to need to raise this redstone contact because it can't actually go through blocks. So let's do this here instead. In fact, that needs to go back another block. The redstone contacts should be there. So we'll need to do another test of this once it finishes its sequence, which at this shaft speed is going to take forever. But in the meantime, I think I'm going to make myself a speed controller. We're definitely going to need one here. Don't exactly have a lot of space up there, so I think I'm actually going to use the speed controller down here. If we come all the way back to this junction underground, and then we remove that, stick a speed controller in there with that on top. Don't want this thing to be massively fast, so maybe like 48. Actually, let's go 32. That should do the trick nicely. Let's get all this back in. Now, let's try that again. Well, the speed's definitely better. Does it make it all the way to the end before it turns around is the question. Well, I'd say that was pretty much perfect. Then that should get to the end here and then trigger that, which it did. Now we just need to do something with that signal. What we're going to do is extend that signal by 10 ticks just to give it a bit of wiggle room. I'm going to use redstone dust there, and then we're going to use a pulse repeater here. And we'll give that a 10-tick delay as well, just to make sure it's definitely got time to settle. So hopefully that should just go backwards and forwards now. Let's see what happens when it gets to the end here. Give it a bit of light for now. So will that re-trigger? Okay, we definitely need more of a delay down here. If we give this maybe a 5-second delay. Now, hopefully this time it should come back, sit for 5 seconds, and then go off again. I think I was firing it too quickly, basically. So this was actually getting a redstone signal before it turned off, and therefore it wasn't re-firing. So now... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I've got these two the wrong way around. I need to have my repeater down here. A 5-second delay, and then we'll put the pulse extender in. We'll give that 10 seconds. Right, okay. Third time's the charm. Hopefully it'll work this time. Hey, look, I clearly know exactly what I'm doing. Okay, and our survey says... Is it going to wait 5 seconds? It looks like it. Excellent. If I just stick a lever on there, that should turn it off, because when it's constantly powered, it can't obviously do its routine. So that should stop it from wiggling around when it gets back, hopefully. So what we need now is a couple of portable storage interfaces. So we need chutes, and we need 2 of these. We put one of them on top of the device there, and another one here. That one glued in. And we'll put a chute under there, and we just need some storage. I'm thinking just a lovely little 1x2 drawer there should do the trick nicely. And we're also going to need some storage on the contraption itself. So let's just replace that girder with a barrel. If I was to say chuck a little bit of redstone in there, let's quickly trigger the machine. That should offload the redstone into there and then carry on. Okay, perfect. So the whole collection delivery system thing here should work absolutely fine. Just need to build up the rest of the farm now. So yeah, we need dirt, we need wheat, and we need to make it look nice. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to use this Neptunian hose. So this is actually something that we've fished up, but the tilled farmland will stay moist. So in theory, I shouldn't have to actually add any water to this, which is good because it means we've got just a little bit more growing space. In fact, we can already see that that is moist tilled ground. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to need a little bit more wheat seed to completely fill the field, but it's a good start. Right, well, that's looking a little bit better. We've got some stacks of wheat out the front here, a few boxes and things. I've made the container look a little bit nicer, and most importantly, we've actually got light in here now, so the wheat should start growing a little bit better. But of course, this is just a passive wheat farm. It's going to gradually build up wheat over time, but it's not going to be particularly quick. And of course, it's also only going to run when I've got the area loaded, because we're trying to avoid chunk loaders as much as possible. So yes, it will produce wheat, just not in mass amounts. And with that in mind, what I want to do is make another small machine, probably somewhere... Oh geez, maybe I should have left space for it. Well, we'll figure that out later. But basically, I do want to have another machine in there that will allow us to generate wheat nice and quickly. But that needs to be powered by bone meal, and that's something we don't really have at the moment. I think we've got about 2 bones and no way of getting more. And I haven't actually found any spawners yet. We've done a fair amount of cave exploration, but I've found absolutely no mob spawners or anything like that. Besides the blaze one, we have of course already stolen and put in the other village. So instead of doing a spawner-based farm, which is something we'll probably do later on in the theme park as part of the ride, I think what we're actually going to do is go away from this island, go find somewhere, probably just over the ocean. We've got plenty of ocean around us, haven't we? Yeah, look at this, we've got loads. And we're going to make a general mob farm, and that means it's going to spawn in spiders and creepers and zombies and skeletons. I think that's everything you get from one of those. But that means we can get gunpowder, bones, string, and rotten flesh, which may have a use. Does that have any uses? I mean, it can be used for food. Dog food. Oh, not good. So yeah, rotten flesh doesn't really have a use, so we'll probably just dispose of that. But we are going to make a great big mob farm out there somewhere in the sky. It's probably not going to look pretty, but it should do the job. And in order to make that happen, the first thing I'm going to need is a whole lot of blocks. So I'm going to empty off my backpack, make sure that everything is, well, make sure we've got lots and lots of space, basically. This is looking a little bit rammed. And then we'll go build ourselves a lovely mob farm. Well, I've got an inventory full of cobble and I've got a lily pad, so we can actually build on the ocean. What I want to do now is just get really far away from my island so that we can't see it. I don't want it to be visible from the theme park. This is not going to be a pretty build, but hopefully it'll be effective. And it has also just occurred to me, I'm probably going to need a little bit of water and some torches, so I'm going to grab those before we actually go find somewhere. Right, let's try that again. And now we've got rain as well. Marvellous. Okay, this will probably do. We're out here in the middle of the ocean. We're miles away from our island. Let's chuck down the lily pad, pick a block on top, grab some water, and build a massive tower. And then we're going to build our mob farm up here somewhere in the sky. Right, I think around here would do for the bottom layer. That'll give us plenty of room underneath to organise a killing chamber of some kind. So I haven't planned this out at all. We're just going to be winging it. And what I'm thinking is we'll have each platform look something like this. And then what I'm going to do is I think I'm actually going to use windmills. So we'll have a windmill bearing in the middle that's just got lots of sort of sweeping beams attached to it like this. We just quickly build one of those up. And the idea is that that's going to spin round and it's going to push all the mobs either off the edges or off this little gap in the middle. And potentially some might fall down here as well. It kind of depends how they get pushed around when they're being spanned. But essentially this whole area here is where they're going to be able to get pushed around. And that means we're going to need a nice big catchment chamber a little bit down below. Maybe just somewhere here. It only needs to be a few blocks below. Although actually thinking about it, don't we have... I mean, what are they called? Like suction fans or something like that? How would I find them? Are they part of the deco mod, maybe? Can't think of what they're called, but I know what I'm looking for. Give me a moment. Aha, I think this is it, a nozzle. Maybe we can, in fact, use those, and then we won't need this big sort of tray thing here. I think I'm going to need to do some experiments. Let's quickly head home, make ourselves a nozzle and an encased fan, and just kind of see how it works. So to make one of these nozzles, we need that. Then I need myself an encased fan. So let's make a propeller and, oh, grab ourselves a shaft. And let's quickly go run a test. I need some power. Tell you what, I think grabbing it from here is probably going to be our easiest thing to do for now. And let's just quickly still that. Put our encased fan in, which is sucking. Okay, and if we put a nozzle on there, oh, look at that. Hey, so it's actually pulling us towards it. I go... How close is it? Oh, it doesn't really have much range. Does it get more range with more speed, though? I think we might have to quickly jump into a creative world and do a couple of tests here. Let's just dig a hole and we'll pretend that this is the center of our platforms. Stick a creative motor in there and we're going to whack that up to full speed. Stick a shaft. Cased fan, which is blowing, so let's change the direction. Now it's sucking, and let's see how far away that is actually sucking from. It seems to be quite far. Now, if we were to spawn in a zombie here... Okay, that is outside its range. That's outside its range. Oh, okay, so that's inside the range. That's inside the range. Just you. So, it seems as if the area effect of this is a square, so if I put the zombie here... Yep, they still get pulled in. In fact, if we put them all along here, it's gonna make a whole lot of noise, but look at that, they all get pulled where we want them to go. Question is, does that work for spiders as well? Yes, though they're not falling down. So if I put some trapdoors in here so there isn't a ledge for the spider to stand on, is that gonna help? No, because now that's actually blocking the airflow. So what I've concluded is these things work great with skeletons and creepers and zombies, but they're not going to work with spiders at all because they just kind of, well, spiders climb. As always, spiders are the problem. So with that in mind, let's quickly try our other method and make sure that's going to work before we build it in the world because, well, I don't want to waste loads of time, let's be honest. That would not be ideal. So let's set the time to night just so that we don't actually burn all of our mobs to death. Let's get that activated. Oh, no. Need to glue this together. Then activate it. This will be the sweeper. And if we had, say, for example, a bunch of zombies around, we have some skeletons, we'll get some spiders as well. How are they going to deal with that thing? Right, so I've made some adjustments. And if the platform was that shape, then we can push them off the sides. We can push them down the hole. And then they should all die. That's the idea, at least. It looks like it should work, but maybe we need an additional blade here just so we can clear the platforms quicker. So if we had something like that going round, that should just sweep all of the mobs off the platform as it goes. We'll have these holes for them to get put into. Yep, that looks like it'll work. And the good thing is it doesn't require that much power. It's basically just a windmill bearing with a, well, a big column of wool on the top. And the taller we make the platform, the faster it will get. And we can just build up the platforms like this and just have basically 2 high layers, and that should work a treat. We then just need to obviously find a way to kill them all, but I'm not too concerned about that. That'll be the fun part. So back here in the main world, I guess we can just carry on doing what we were actually doing already for now. Placing lots of cobble, mainly. And back over here at the platform, I think this is what we're going to go with. So we're going to have 2 halves. We're going to have the thing spinning in the middle, and then we're going to have a catchment tray down the bottom here. But things are potentially also going to fall off the side, and that means we also need to extend the catchment tray out. Similar to a standard mob farm, I guess, if you look at Nembon's design, that's one of the most popular ones, so we're going to do a platform pretty much just like that for catching things. But I've got a whole lot of blocks to place, so I'll bring you back in when we're ready to start actually putting the create mechanism in, which is going to power this thing. But I've got the first 3 platforms in, and I've also got the water catchment chamber down the bottom here, which should hopefully push all the mobs down into the middle. Then once they get here, they'll get pushed over the edge, and of course, this is where they're going to... Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't leave my water stream there. I can't get back up.
You are made of stupid.
Okay, I'm going to have to build another column for that, but I do need to go get some create bits and bobs anyway, so let's go do that first, which is, yep, roughly this direction. And I'm going to get myself a windmill bearing, a bunch of wool, and something to build the wool that's going to spin all the mobs around and send them over the edge. Question is, do I actually have enough wool over there? I don't know if I do. I might have to go shear some sheep from somewhere. Got my windmill bearing. I've got hopefully what's going to be enough wool. We just need to get ourselves all the way up there now. Now, hopefully this is going to work, but we did do a little bit of testing, so I'm a little bit more confident than I would have been, I guess. That would help if I put the windmill the right way around. Oh, I've forgotten my super glue. Well, that's not ideal. We can at least get the blades in, I guess, and then, yeah, then we're going to have to go get some super glue before we can turn it on and test it. Oh, no. Fell down again, and I still haven't put my bucket of water in. Oh, I'm going to have so much cleaning up to do. Could really do with some wings. Actually, while I'm down here, might as well go get the glue. Wings would be handy for this as well. All right, the platforms are in. The windmill should, hopefully, spin. I right-click that. Unable to assemble. Does not include enough sail-like blocks. Oh, okay, yep. I need to actually stick all of this bit together. We're almost ready to go. Give me a moment. All right, now I should be able to turn it on. Nope, it still says it's only got 6 blocks. That is not the truth. Right, let's try that. How's this only got 6? It's clearly more than 6 there. That bit not attached to that bit somehow? What? I'm so confused. There's definitely more than 6 there. And I've stuck them all together as one big column now, and if that doesn't work, then I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yep, there we go. We're off. Let's remove those blocks. Let's get out the way. And at this stage, yes, I do realise it probably would have been easier just to build Nembon's farm, but where's the fun in that? Let's, yeah, try and do something a bit different, I guess. Now, when this is all complete, we will, of course, put an AFK spot at the top there, but for now, what I want to do is make sure I've got a way back up this time, and I'm going to get these columns removed, and hopefully when it gets dark, we can see some stuff start spawning and getting pushed down the hole, and yes, they're just going to float around in the ocean for now, so maybe we've got enough time before dark to actually put down a flat platform, so they just die from fall damage. Mainly, I just don't want all the mobs building up while we're testing, and we will, of course, put a proper killing contraption in there later on. But for now, let's just see if it's actually going to spawn, and if they're going to get pushed off and down the hole. Right, well, the sun's going down. Let's jump into free cam and see if anything is going to spawn. Obviously, being down here, things are going to be spawning in the caves below as well, which is not going to be particularly helpful, so the spawn rates aren't going to be great up here. But hopefully, at least something will spawn. Yep, there we go. We've got stuff spawning in, and it should now get pushed off and into the hole down the bottom. Yep, there they go. They're in the water, and then they're getting pushed, and... okay, my platform's a little bit wonky, but at least they are hitting it and dying. Cool, so we know it's going to work. So with that knowledge, I can safely sleep, and then head back up there and build a whole load more platforms, and then a roof, so it's always dark. Well, I've been placing a whole lot of blocks, and I think the farm is almost ready to go. I quickly jump into free cam here. We can see we've got a great big roof on the thing. We've got 9 platforms in there in total, and as you can see, everything is getting washed down. It's going down here, and currently, it's despawning because we're too far away, so things aren't hitting the platform here, which is ideal, because we do want to actually have a raised kill chamber around here somewhere, and then space underneath for all the items to get stored. But it's working a treat. We're getting lots of stuff falling through, which is very good. We like this. We like this a lot. But what we need to do now is to raise that platform where they're falling and dying to full damage, maybe add some campfires on there just in case we end up with a chicken jockey or something, because they will float down and not die to full damage, so we're still going to need to kill them as well. And then have some kind of collection system for all of the resources. But yes, this platform needs to be about 20 blocks higher, give or take. So let's do that now. And what I do actually want to do is find the exact center of this thing as well, which I think is about here. If we look down, go into free cam, and then just go straight up. Are we in the middle? I'd say we are. So we're going to build a nice new chamber here. So if we expand this floor out here like that, it's incredibly dark down here, so for now, what I'm going to do is go to video settings. We're going to turn up our brightness just so I and you can see what I'm actually doing down here. Just going to stick a temporary water bucket on the side here, just so we can get back up here in a moment, because I need to go get myself some campfires so we can actually make sure that everything that lands on that platform doesn't come back to life. Or more accurately, doesn't survive in the first place. I guess being zombies and skeletons, they've kind of already come back to life, right? So I'm back with some campfires. I've got an idea of how we're going to collect all the loot as well. What I want to do, though, is just make sure that anything that does survive and land on the campfires can't escape them. So we're going to put a... ow! That was not very nice, sir. Unbelievable. I haven't put a way in to get up there yet. That was just mean. More blocking up then, I guess. But as I was saying, I do have an idea for a collection system, which I think is going to work quite nicely. But let's just get all this in first. Get another layer so things can't escape. And then fill the bottom here with campfires. I know soul campfires burn hotter and will kill stuff a bit quicker, but I completely forgot about that until just now. So, well, normal campfires it is. It's fine. It'll do the job. They're only there for backup anyway. So, collection. What we're going to do is we're going to have a backpack here, which has got a magnet on it. So it should collect up all of the loot, and then I'm going to stick a chute on the bottom so it spits it on the floor. Floor that apparently I need to put some torches on. Oh, of course, I've still got my brightness turned up. Right, so collection system. What I've got is somewhere around here. I've got a bunch of drawers. I've got a bunch of upgrades. Let's get these in. I don't know how many drawers we're going to need. I'm not entirely sure how many different things are going to come out of this. But if we stick a drawer controller slave on the top there, and then stick a funnel there, or smart chute, I should say, on top of that. Gonna give an upgrade to all of these, which is an emerald upgrade, which means these will store 32 times the amount of stuff, which I think means they'll store about 60,000 or so. So they shouldn't ever fill up. And I've just realized that system there isn't gonna work, because currently everything that's being dropped out of the bag and then going straight back into it. So I need myself some more of those smart chutes. Or alternatively, just more chutes, because that's all I can afford. Okay, fine. Fine, we won't do smart chutes. These ones should be able to keep up anyway, so that's fine. We'll just do a nice big tunnel all the way to the top here. And then we'll quantify all of those so we can see exactly what we're getting. And I think, hopefully, that should actually do everything we need it to do. I just need to get myself back up to the top now and actually get the farm running properly again. But it's very, very janky. I mean, even the backpack's not in the right place. But as I say, it should be able to collect everything that drops on there. It's got an upgraded magnet thing on it, which means it reaches 5 blocks and it's somewhere near the middle. And that thing's only a 5x5 platform. So yeah, we shouldn't have any issues with that. Just occurred to me, I've still not put torches on this bit down here. So let's quickly do that and put our brightness back to how it's supposed to be. Okay, I'm at the top here. Let's jump into free cam and see what's going on. But I'm just going to go AFK for about 20 minutes or so. I'll get myself some food, and when I come back, hopefully, we'll have lots of stuff in these boxes. Well, I've just come back after about 20 minutes and found myself dead. Apparently, I starved to death, which I didn't think was possible if you wasn't moving, so yeah. I guess we're going to have to go back and collect our body. We're up there in the air somewhere, and it'll be nice to see how much we actually collected as well, I guess. I refuse to make another boat, however, so we're going to swim all the way over there. Wonderful. Really do with the dolphin. Oh, and some air. Okay, I've made it back, and okay, well, we've got 700 bones, 600 string, 600 of each of those. Lots of arrows that we don't really want, let's be honest. I need to add some more drawers here. Is there anything else waiting to come through? There is. So we just need a couple more drawers, I think, for sticks and for glowstone dust. I wonder how long we were actually AFK for before I starved to death. Anyway, let's go get our stuff, and well, I do actually want more bones. That. So I'm gonna go AFK again, I guess, but this time keep an eye on my food, maybe. That really wasn't ideal. Ooh, creepy music. Ah! Ah! No, don't die again, come on. Get to the top before any more skellies come out and try to kill me. Go, 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 go. All right, we made it with a few hearts to spare. And I did have a mild panic there when there was nothing on my body, but it's because it was all in my backpack. Good stuff. Right, let's do a little bit more AFK, shall we? So I went AFK for about an hour or so. I didn't starve. You'll notice I've still got 25 food. So, yeah, I don't really know why I starved to death the first time round. I wasn't moving or doing anything. It's just weird. But most importantly, look at this. We've got so many bones. And, yeah, we're going to be using all of... Well, actually, no. We're going to be using a lot of these. And then we're going to have lots of backup. But this will provide all the bone meal we're going to need moving forward. And the good thing is we've also got lots of gunpowder, which is going to come in handy. And a few other little bits and bobs that, well, may or may not come in handy. The string might be useful, who knows. But now we should have exactly what we need to go make a tiny wheat farm. Alright, so to make this farm, we're going to need a bunch of dispensers, and we're just going to use these old bows that we fished up. For this tiny farm, we are going to need a harvester, but something else I'm going to need is some more andesite alloy so I can actually make that harvester. Let's just chuck that in there, make ourselves another harvester, and find somewhere to put this thing. Main issue being we just don't have a lot of space. So with that in mind, I think what I'm actually going to do is convert the backside of this maybe, because, well, I mean, this is going to be gradually ticking wheat in. I mean, we've only got 3 wheat so far. Wow, this is even slower than I thought. But then I suppose we've not been over here having it loaded. But regardless of that fact, what I'm going to do is get rid of the gantry shaft along this bit here. Just clear a little bit of space in this back corner here. All right, that should do it. So if we're going to have, for example, this being where the wheat grows, what we're going to need is dispensers here, here, and here. Maybe one on top as well, just to make sure. And we're going to need to get some redstone around the back here, which I don't think I've got with me, have I? Maybe. I've got a little bit. So we'll just get those covered with redstone, so they should all activate every time we give that a pulse. And to do that, we're going to keep things fairly simple. I think we're just going to use observers. So if we point an observer up there and stick one on top, that looks like it's firing all of them. That should do the trick nicely. So let's just stop that for now, because that's very annoying. And what I'm going to do is stick a piston... Nope, not that way around. But we'll stick a piston there. Get that chucked back in top. Stick a lever there. That should turn this thing on and off. In fact, if I put that back, yeah, look at that. I have no idea why it's going twice as fast now, but I'll take it. And I think instead of using a harvester, we're going to keep things a little bit simpler and basically just block off the light to the wheat. Because when that happens, it should break. means I'm going to need another sticky piston, but I need a slime for that, and I don't think we've got any left. Not to worry, let's go find ourselves a jellyfish. There's the jellyfish. Got to be some around here somewhere. Aha, there's one. Yoink, and we'll cook that up to get our slime ball. Now we can make a sticky piston, and in fact, I reckon the best place to put this is probably gonna be there. Actually, no, we are gonna stick that down here. Now I just need to feed a bit of redstone to it, and we should be able to do that under the ground here. There's probably a much tidier and better way of doing this as well, but, well, it's fine as long as it works, eh? We'll hide all that behind a wall anyway. Now if we turn that on... Oh, it's noisy. Can now do is chuck a bucket of water in there just so when we till this, it will stay. Oh, actually, no, we don't need to do that. We've got our fancy hoe, don't we? Oh, it is back on the boat. So let's grab that. That's that sorted. Let's get ourselves a whole load of bone meal. Now, although it's going to be loud, if we turn that on and stand here planting seeds... Ah. Not breaking. Why are you not breaking? Okay, let me try something out here. I think it's because of this sort of 1 pixel line we've got here, so light's still getting in. I reckon if I did that, yeah, there you go, it breaks. What that tells me is we just need to slightly adjust this setup. So if we were to put this piston here and that there, extend the redstone up. All right, so now it should work. Yep, look at that, we're getting loads of wheat. So if I just turn the magnet on my backpack and I tell it not to pick up seeds, should just collect lots of wheat over here. If I stand right here, then the seeds should go directly back into my inventory, and we should be able to run this indefinitely as long as we're standing here. Oh, let's put that back. As long as I just stand here and hold right click, I'm planting seeds. The seeds are going into my inventory, so we're not going to run out of those. And if I look in my backpack, we've already got 29 wheat. Excellent. Question is there anything I can do to make this look a little bit less horrible? There we go, that looks a little bit nicer and the thing works a treat. Oh gee, it's just so loud. And that was a whole lot of effort, but we do now have infinite wheat. Wonderful. We have our small wheat farm, we have our giant mob farm. I'm pretty sure at the start I also said I was gonna build a medium-sized construction vehicle. And I think we're gonna build that right about here. Well, it's come out a little bit bigger than I was expecting it to, but I do actually quite like it. I think it works well. We've got lots of sort of create bits and components just kind of stuck onto it. We've got these lovely gears at the bottom for the wheels, which I think works quite well, and the arm does actually move, but it's not attached to this, so if I move the arm, it leaves this behind. It's just the way it had to be. But I'm pretty pleased with that, and I think it definitely helps tie this area together a little bit more, and if we jump into free cam and have a look from further away, I'll be honest, it looks even better. And it's quite nice to finally get some machinery down here. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. It was a bit of a longer episode than usual. I hope you've enjoyed it. And next episode, we can actually crack on with Main Street, which I'm very much looking forward to. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I did this, that, and this. And in today's episode, we're doing this. Oh, sorry, was that blurry? That happens sometimes. I guess you'll have to watch the video all the way through then, as we make a start over here on our main street in the theme park, which I've decided we're actually going to be naming Steam Boulevard, because it's going to be a very sort of fantasy, whimsical, steampunky area. So it's going to be a street packed with lots of colour, lots of movement, and of course buildings. But first I need to put in what's going to be the focal point of this area, which is going to be a monorail station, probably around here somewhere, I think. And hopefully that means we'll actually be building our very first train in this world, which is going to be a steampunky monorail train, and I'm very much looking forward to that. And if we look at our map here, we are on an island, so I think having a monorail that kind of has a station here and then has a station in each of the different themed areas we're going to have and does a big loop of the island is going to be a good thing. It's going to be a good way for visitors to tour the park, it's going to be a good way for getting around the park, but most importantly, it's going to be a great way for us to transfer resources from all the different areas of the park back here to Main Street, which is going to be our main storage. But before I can make a start on that monorail station, I do need to extend this sort of brown muddy path we've got down both sides of the street so we know exactly what we're working with. And that means I'm going to need to make use of the farms we built last episode, collect loads of wheat. We should hopefully have enough mud. We did actually get quite a lot of mud last time we went exploring and dug some up, so at least the mud won't be a problem. But something that will be a problem, as always, is going to be zinc. Because this path is made out of slabs, and the mud blocks themselves, you can't actually make slabs out of them, just the default ones. For some reason, even though you can make brick ones. So before we get stuck into today's episode, I need to do lots and lots of resource collection. Oh, and another thing. Look at this. Look at the way our horse moves now. I did actually find a way to get fresh animations working on Forge now. It never used to work because you used to have Optifine, but there's now another mod you can use instead which gets fresh animations to work, which is... Oh, no. But as I was saying, I have found a way to get the fresh animations on here now, which are basically much better monster animations and means we will no longer have bouncy creepers. They should just walk around in a little bit of a creepy way. In fact, let's go have a look and see how they walk now, but hopefully not springy and bouncy. Yeah, look at that, look. That's much better. Oh, yep, better run. But that's affected everything, so the skeletons move better as well, and they die better. So it is just a small change, but I have an arrow in my head. Okay. But yes, it is just a small change, but it does make me very happy, especially when riding the horse. I love that animation. Oh, geez, the spiders look creepy as anything, though. Look at that. Ugh. Go away. Though this does tell me I need to light up my areas better. So, zinc, the bane of my life. Very hard to get hold of. We can eventually automate it by automating tough and so on, but we're nowhere near that stage yet. So our only method to get it is actually to mine. And last episode I was looking for an azurine deposit because it's a nice easy way to get zinc, and I didn't really have any luck. But since then, I have actually found one, and it's just off this coast here. I noticed it when I was coming back from the mob farm, so if we have a look right here, look. This is what we're after, azurine. And I don't know how big this deposit is, but what I do know is I'm going to slap down my miner and dig out as much of it as I can. And because I'm smart and I built my drill using a... Okay, that has not rendered well at all. But because I've built my drill using a furnace minecart, it means it will work underwater. Oh, I don't really want to take off the end of that island. I think what I'm actually going to do is just dig down a few levels here instead. And, oh, geez, there's loads of it down here as well. Hello. This is good. Let's see if we can find the edge of it. I think this might actually be this edge on this side. Let's go this way a little bit. We'll make ourselves a little tunnel so we can breathe, and then yeah, we'll just send off the miner in that direction. And I'm hoping I can get away with this without having to dig out too much. Let's see what happens. Give that some coal. Well, it seems to be going okay. Yeah, look at that, loads of azurine. This is actually a huge deposit. Look how far it goes. Well, I've made a right mess of this area down here, but hopefully we've got a whole lot of azurine. Oh yes, look at that. We've got over 3,000 of the stuff. This should solve our zinc problem for a while at least, because if I put all of this in here, we're going to get a whole lot of crushed raw zinc. In fact, while I'm here, I think I'm going to repair my pickaxe. It's not looking too healthy, is it? We're going to get loads of zinc nuggets as well, by the looks of it. Well, I didn't get as much zinc out of that as I was hoping, to be perfectly honest. But it does turn out there's only a 30% chance of actually getting zinc from azurine. So yeah, probably should have checked that first. But either way, I'm still happy. I've got lots and lots of zinc that we can now get cooked up. But once again, it would help if I turned off my backpack magnet. In fact, let's not cook it up. Let's wash it, because I think if we wash it, we also get like XP, maybe some other stuff. Not entirely sure what though. Let's see what happens. Nope, we just got a whole lot of nuggets. And there we have it. We got about 1,200 zinc ingots, which is definitely going to be enough for today. Well, that's not going to solve our problems in the long term. Not even slightly. Now we've got the zinc. What we can do is take a whole bunch of this mud. In fact, I should probably just dump that straight into my backpack. We've got plenty of mud, but we're going to need lots and lots of wheat as well. So I'm going to grab some bones from the mob farm, and then we're just going to stand in front of our tiny wheat making machine. And I don't know how long we're going to be there for, but we need a lot of wheat, so probably quite a while. Let's turn that on. Let's turn that down. That's going to drive me mad otherwise. And I'll see you in a bit. Well, we've got ourselves a couple of thousand wheat and lots of seeds. We'll probably just compost those down into more bone meal, but the wheat, that's what we need, because what we need to make is a whole bunch of mud. Okay, just like that. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need, packed mud. And we're going to convert some of that into mud bricks as well. In fact, that's probably enough, I reckon. Then we just need to convert the zinc into a whole bunch of copycat slabs. Going to need some bites as well for the curbs, as well as, if we can find them, the copycat steps, because, well, that's just a bit cheaper for us to do the curbs on the wider sections. The last thing we're going to need for these paths is a bunch of brown mushroom blocks, which I don't know how many we've actually got left, so there's every likelihood I have to harvest myself some of those as well. But at least we've got bone meal now, so that's going to make that a whole lot easier. Let's just see if I can find where I put them. They're around here somewhere. Aha, here we go. Leftover mud blocks as well. Perfect. But now we have everything we need to be able to go make these paths. Let's go. And we've got a whole lot of paths to place. So you're probably going to get one of those quick like block placement things, and I'll see you in about 3 seconds. And there we go, that's some more paths in. I haven't gone all around the circle here because, well, I don't really need to. Yeah, I don't actually know what I'm going to be doing over there just yet, but the main street is now in. We will, of course, adjust this path as we need to when we put in the buildings and, of course, the monorail station in just a moment. But I have decided I don't really like how the road looks at the moment. It just looks a little bit boring, so we will change this up. We'll get some patterns in there. We'll have a nice decorated road as we move forward. Probably not today, because for now, what I want to do is get in this monorail station. And I think we're going to start this station around here somewhere, and we're going to have like a bridge that goes across the road, and that's going to be our main platform. But it does mean, of course, we're going to need a way up to the platform, so we'll probably put some stairs in around the side here as well. But I don't want to be building it out of stone, and we don't really have much else on us at the moment. Let's head back to our construction site, grab a whole bunch of resources, and then we can make a start on this. Right, I'm back here with a bunch of stuff that should hopefully help, and we're going to start off just by building a sort of a column, I guess, to hold this side of the platform. Maybe about 10 or so blocks wide. That should do fine. And we are, of course, going to need a way up onto the platform as well, so I think what we're going to do is just jam some stairs in here for now. We'll probably change these up, but, well, we've got stone, so we're going to use stone for now. And I think what I want to do at the top here is use these industrial blocks, and then we'll have this as a core part of the bridge which goes across. I think that's going to look a little bit more steampunky. Maybe it needs some girders as well. Do love a girder over here, don't we? Let's give it a go. If we would stick girders up under there, then maybe we'll just stretch those all the way across the road. Yeah, I think this could work quite nicely. So people are going to come up these stairs here. We're going to need a little bit of a platform bit here, and then we'll have the main platform on this side. But I don't think I want to build the platform out of tuff and things. I think I want to give it a bit of colour, you know. Maybe just use a slightly brighter block, and I'm thinking potentially sandstone. The issue with that is I don't think I've got much, if any, sandstone, so we might have to go do a bit of digging. Let's go have a look and see what we've got. Well, we've got quite a lot of sandstone that we have turned into pillars, but we can always turn it back, I suppose. At least we haven't got to go back to that desert again. It's miles away. Now, if we were to have this platform, say, 3 blocks deep, that's probably going to be enough. We'll carry that on around this corner here as well. Yep, I quite like that. Nice and light. So what I do need to do is basically reflect that over on this side. There we go. That should work nicely. And what we want to do, of course, is to put a monorail rail in. So, oh, no, that's not what we want. Let's just use girders here for now. And then we can stick the monorail directly on top of this. At least that's my current thinking. Now, let's just get the rest of these walls built up, I think. Make this a little bit more solid. Then we can see what we're working with. Looking good. It's a bit more solid now. Oh, yep, to the point where I'm now trapped. I intended. And because we're going to have buildings on either side of these bits, I'm not too concerned about how messy this side looks here and here because, well, as I say, the buildings are going to cover those up anyway. I think what I want to focus on now is actually this side here. Well, both sides, in fact, because the main view as you walk down the high street, obviously you're going to see the buildings on either side, but you're going to have this bridge going right across the middle, and then when you go under it, you're going to see the statue in the center as well. So this bit here, I think, needs to look pretty good. So I'm going to have a little mess around and see what I can come up with. Well, I'm making some progress over here. I think it's looking pretty good so far. We'll get some lights underneath as well, but I do like the use of these water wheels and cogs. I think they just add to the sort of steampunky feel of the area. The industrial iron and the girders really work, and I really like these vertical supports. Vertical supports? Angled supports. That's what I mean. These look really good. But what I want to do now is to get a roof on this thing, and I want to do that in a sort of turquoisey colour, which is why I have a giant field of copper over here. I've just laid this down and already some of it has started to turn, which is awesome. But I do need to wait for all of this to oxidize, and apart from that, I do want to get lots of glass in the roof as well. And we know from looking at our sandbox just a moment ago, we don't really have much sand. We've got a little bit of sandstone, but no sand. And that means we can't make glass. So I am going to need to make a trip to the desert after all. Or actually, instead of doing that, I can use my brain. We've got lots and lots of cobble. We can just grind that down into gravel and then sand. That's definitely going to be quicker. I'm glad I remembered that before I went all the way to the desert. Now let's just chuck all this in here, do a couple of cycles, and we should end up with a box of sand. Wonderful. Now I've got a whole lot of sand. Let's just get all of that cooked up, and we should have enough glass to keep us going for quite a while. How's it going? Oh, into my backpack again. Of course it has. Right, there we go. And then once we've got this, we're just going to need to wait for all that copper field to oxidize. So I'll probably go stand over there and go get myself some lunch. Well, I've just come back from lunch and there's a trader outside being chased by a zombie. And with these new animations, it's absolutely hilarious. Look at him go. Just has a look of sheer panic on his face when he starts running, and I absolutely love it. As you can see from my copper field, though, it's not all completely turned yet, but we've certainly got enough to make a start. Let's just help this trader out and get rid of this dude. I've no idea how long Vanessa over here has been being tormented. Ooh, you're selling globes. I mean, I don't need any. I've already got some, but good effort. Anyway, I'm going to pick up all of this copper that I do want to use, and I do wonder if I put these sort of weathered ones inside frames, I'm pretty sure they don't turn, because I did put some on my boat, and they're still looking weathered, and that way I can actually use some of these without having to worry about getting beeswax. And it means we can add a bit more character to the roof over there. I've picked up all the copper, we've got a variety of glass. Let's see if we can get a roof down. And I'm gonna start with some stairs on the side here, if it'll let me place them. Why can't I place them? Do I need to put a block there first? I think I need something to stand on so I can, yep, there we go. Right, and for now, I'm just gonna do it all in the same copper, and then we can come back and texture it a little bit later. Just wanna see if the color's gonna work first. And what we're going to do is have like a copper border, and then we're going to have big glass panels over the roof. I think that's going to make it look quite stationary. Ah, I fell off. I'd be lying if I said that didn't happen just a minute ago as well. But as I was saying, I think the glass and the copper combined is going to make quite a nice roof. And what we'll do is, I think, make it arched. So if I was to get a couple of blocks in there, a couple of blocks in there, and then couple of blocks there, just to help us with the placement of these things. In fact, I think what I might do, because I don't like the way that that's sort of connecting and making 3 of those connectors, is I might actually raise this bar up, stick it in across here instead. Then we can get a couple of slabs in here like this. Then maybe have these ones in here. How's that looking? Doesn't look quite right, does it? Maybe I need to lower this outer beam by 1. Let's quickly give that a go. It might give it a slightly nicer overhang here as well. We'll just start the roof lower down and sticking out by 1 here. Right, how's that looking? Okay, I think I definitely prefer that. Also looks better from down here as well, because the gears are just a little bit more hidden, and I quite like that they kind of reveal themselves as you get closer. Yeah, I like that. So I'm just going to crack on and get the rest of this roof in. I've got the roof finished. It's certainly looking good, and I did get it up just in the nick of time as it started raining again. Must have built this theme park in England. But I think that looks absolutely awesome. I love that roof. But we're not done yet. This thing needs some details. Maybe we can get some fans in the ceiling or something. Maybe even in the top of these beams, potentially. Need to get some lighting, some benches. And to be honest, I kind of want to put a pattern on the floor as well. I think it looks a bit bland at the moment. So we can maybe use some sandstone variants and get some kind of decoration in here. And in fact, I think I actually want to put an extra kind of... Ow! Who did that? Oh, is there a skelly down there? Yep, there is. What I was trying to say is I think I want to put in some kind of a platform edge here just to tie it together a little bit more. Uh-oh, saw me. Instead of using blocks of industrial iron, if we use blocks of industrial plating, then I believe we get a connected texture. Yeah, look at that. That's going to look much better for the platform edge. But besides all that, I also need to change these stairs because they look horrible, and maybe a little bit of texture on this wall. So I guess maybe time for a cheeky little montage. Feel like we've not had one of them in ages. Well, this is looking so much better now. Look at this. I love the fans at the top. I think they really, really work well. They sort of, you know, provide some ventilation in here. We've got the clock, which is actually telling the in-game time, which is lovely too. Got some benches. We've got a lovely patterned floor. And I've even put in a sort of entrance rail here thing as well, so people can actually queue. I don't know if any of you have ever been to sort of Disneyland or anything like that, but the monorails, the trains and things like that, they do still have queue lines. So I just wanted to give a nod to that at the start here as well, with these little arrows telling you what direction to go in. There's also an exit one over there, which is much simpler, of course, because people don't need to queue up to exit. That would just be weird. Stairs down here are looking better as well, and I particularly like these sort of grates we've got going on here, because I am about to put in the monorail, which is going to go across the top, and these grates are just a little bit of protection, and I think it really adds a lot to the underside of the bridge here. But yes, we are actually missing the monorail itself, so that's what we're going to go make next, and once we've got that in, actually have a look at making a monorail train, which is going to be an interesting one. So if we need monorail, my first question is, how do we make monorail? So we need girders, we need brackets, and we need iron sheets. To make brackets, we need basically iron and a bit of andesite alloy, and then we need alloy and iron sheets again. So basically we need lots of andesite alloy and lots of iron. That's easy enough. So I guess I'm going to be spending a bit of time in the workshop here, making up our resources, and then we'll probably convert this machine, I think, to be able to make our andesite alloy. Nope, that's not what I meant. We'll convert this machine to make our monorails. Yep, that's the one. So we're going to need lots of brackets. Going to want brackets in one of these boxes. We're going to want iron sheets in another one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the third one. Remove that. And then if we dump a load of girders in here, that should turn them into monorails and store them in there. Grab all this andesite alloy out of these. Grab these iron sheets from here. And we're going to make a whole load of girders. Dump all those in there. And as I say, hopefully... No, we're not getting monorail. Metal girder, metal bracket, iron sheet. That is correct. Oh, okay, I see the problem. First off, I need to set this to only exit 1. I need to actually give those some power, and then I need to dump all the girders in here. But hopefully, that'll work this time. Yeah, it's doing something. Oh, okay, it's not doing exactly what we want. Stop the machine! Right, we need a press as well. Okay, let's get a press in. Hoping we can just make one of those here. I think is that. Yep, wonderful. So let's get rid of that. Let's put the press in. If we dump all of these in here, are they going to skip the first bit and get made? Let's find out. Can't go having incomplete monorails sitting around everywhere. So, yep, okay, they're all getting completed. We're getting monorail. Wonderful. Once all of these have gone through, we can just add in some girders. All right, and this is going to make lots and lots of monorail for us. Obviously, we're not going to need absolutely loads of it today. We pretty much only need a bit to go around the station, but, you know, we're going to need a lot in future. We're going around the whole island here. So I think I'm just going to leave that making monorail for the future for now. Now, when it comes to making the monorail train itself, that's where things get a little bit more complicated, because we're going to need a train station. We're going to need a bunch of... Oh, look, track factory. Wonderful. But we are going to need a station. We're going to need a bunch of train casings so we can actually make the bogies. And I want to make this a very steampunky looking train. Means I'm going to need a whole lot of brass. And of course, brass uses zinc. But despite our massive digging session earlier, I've only got 18 zinc left. Those copycat panels are really expensive, it turns out. So I once again need to head into the mines. Hopefully we can find another azurine pocket. That last one was absolutely wonderful. But I think we're just going to need to empty our drill here and go on another mining session. Can't wait to get zinc automated. One mining mission later, we've got a whole load of zinc. That should definitely tide us over for a little bit longer. And I need to cook up all of this copper as well, because we need to make ourselves some brass. The other thing we need, of course, is train casings. And for those, we need sturdy sheets, which we get from squirting lava onto powdered obsidian. Oh, geez. I think we're going to have to do a temporary setup for this somewhere. But I've got loads of brass, and I was going to make some brass blocks and just use those for the train. However, I have spotted these, yellow brass wrapped loco metal, and I think I want to use those instead. But the problem is, that means I need to dye some loco metal, and loco metal itself you can actually just get from blocks of iron, so we're going to make loads of that. That's not a problem. But yeah, the yellow dye, that's definitely a problem. I'm just going to make sure that this is how you make it. Yes, it is. Yep, riveted loco metal. So this is the stuff we need to make. Just need to then turn it yellow. And then once we've done that, we'll use the brass in the middle, and that's going to give us what we want, hopefully. And I think these are connected blocks as well. And that should make our train look all fancy and steampunky. But I think the easiest way for us to get yellow dye is going to be to grind down sunflowers. However, I don't think we actually have one yet. No. Oh, lots of stuff in here, but no sunflowers. We've got some dandelions, but that's not going to give us too much. So I think we're going to have to try and find one. That means I need a nature's compass to search for sunflower plains and hope it's not too far away. 2,500 blocks. Okay, that's not too bad. And it's in that direction, which means we can go by boat. Excellent. Yoink. Oh, there's cherry trees as well. Let's grab some of that. I really need to get myself some wings. That took forever. But I do now have the sunflowers, and over here I've got a stash of bones somewhere. You're right there, Socks. What are you doing? We can get a whole load of bone meal, and now we just have all the yellow dye we could possibly want. And I think instead of just directly converting these into yellow dye, I believe we actually get a lot more out of them if we use the crushing wheels. Let's just chuck these in there. Oh yes, look at that. We've got loads of orange as well. Not that I need it. But now we can make our loco metal. Then we can turn that into yellow loco metal. Then we have to convert this into slashed loco metal. No, this one, even. But that's the one we need. Oh, this is quite the process, isn't it? And then, finally, we can get what we want. And these should connect. Yeah, look at that. Wonderful. Now we just need to make train casings, which means I'm going to need to make a couple of create items. So, what do we need? So, we'll get some copper casings. And I want an item drain. We need to make ourselves a spout. Gonna need some pipes, hand crank, a couple of cogs, and a pump. That should just about do it. Now, I just need a bit of obsidian, and we don't have any here. We can wash that to get a couple, but we're probably going to need more than that. And I'm also going to need some lava, so maybe I should pop into the nether and see if we can grab some of that. Let's just get some buckets. Now, I believe there was a magma deposit down here somewhere. I don't think I grabbed all of it. Maybe I did. Oh, no, there it is. That should give us plenty of obsidian. I just need some lava. Ah, there's more magma here as well. Be rude not to. And let's just wash up a stack of this. Then we crush this down, which should give us obsidian powder. And if we're lucky, we'll get a lot of the obsidian back as well. Yep, look at that. We got 42 back. Brilliant. Now we just need to build a little contraption somewhere. I mean, to be honest, for now, I could just do it here. It's only going to be temporary, so it's nothing to worry about. Just need to get myself a depot here as well. And in fact, I forgot we also need to press it. So, maybe we can do something else here. So if I was to make another press, put that in here, I remove that, put a spout. And if I'm clever about this, what I should be able to do is just put a... Where's it gone? Where's my item drain gone? There it is. If I put that there, just start putting lava in here, that should get pumped into the other thing. Yep, wonderful. Now, hopefully, all I've got to do is put this in there. Yes, look at that. 30 sheets. I've just got to keep putting lava in here, but that's fine. Well, I've used up all my lava, but we've got 32 sturdy sheets. Wonderful. If I get myself a bunch of brass casings, we should be able to turn those into train casings. And then finally, we can actually go and build this monorail. There we go. Train casings. Excellent stuff. With those, we can now make a station. Just need to get a compass. That should give us 2 stations. Wonderful. So while I think of it, we should probably also make some train controls. And yeah, we've still got some precision mechanisms. Good, because I've completely destroyed the machine that makes them. Okay, it's finally time to monorail.
Monorail. What's it called? Monorail. Once again. Monorail.
All right, so let's get this monorail in all across the top of this beam. Oh, I need to bring some more andesite bars as well. We need to finish that off, but that'll have to wait. For now, monorail. That'll sit right there. And we stick a station in. We'll just put a temporary one in for now and create a new train. And this is where we'll build our monorail. So I've been staring at this piece of track for about 5 minutes now, and I can't really figure out where I want to start. So I'm going to go hop into a creative world and mess around for a little bit, and hopefully when I come back, I'll have more of an idea of how I'm actually going to do this, because I didn't really think about the fact that the rail is quite high up, which means this thing is kind of in the way. I'll be back in a minute. Well, it's a good couple of hours later, but I'm back and I think I've got a plan, but I need to go get myself a few more resources. But I do think I've got a better idea of how I'm going to make this work now. But as usual, it is going to involve copycat panels, which means it's going to involve a lot of zinc. Thankfully, I think we've still got a bunch left over. Yeah, we've still got over 300 there, so that should be fine. So I'm just going to quickly make a bunch of stuff and I'll meet you back over the station in a moment. All right, I've got a bag of goodies. Let's see what we can do here. So we're going to start with the front carriage here, and we're going to use a lot of this brass. Hopefully that's going to work out nicely for us. Something else we're going to use are these copycat pipes, because they give some really cool shapes. I like these. We stick a bracket there and another one. I might have to drop down to get to this, but we're going to stick a bracket facing upwards, something like that. To deal with the fact that this rail is basically up at the same level, what we're going to do is put in a couple of bits here. We're going to use copycat boards on the end of these bits. Stick the train controls in there and the seat there. That should work nicely. Then for this back bit here, what I want to do is put in some kind of steampunky looking engine type area. So we're going to want a combination of different pipes. We're going to want these big round boiler things. We're going to want some flywheels. We stick a boiler in there, flywheel on that side. Maybe one of these fancy pipes in here. We need to get that facing the right way though. How do we do that? That work? Yep, perfect. Maybe a pump there. Let's make that solid, potentially. All right, this is kind of working. The cool trick I found with these flywheels is if we put walls in like that, then put stairs on top, which will act as the roof, we get these cool little sort of pillar beam things, which I think work really well and give a lot of structure to the train, and it's also nice and brass. So yeah, I think that works well. I think we'll stick a couple more boilers on there. In fact, what we'll do is we'll stick a pipe and then that one, then another block, another wall, and of course the roof will carry on across this bit as well, and also out the front here. I then get some glass in. Then that's about how far I got in creative planning, which I think gives us a good start. It kind of gives us the feel of the tram. I've just got to do something similar for a passenger carriage, and then, I don't know, maybe another carriage or two. I don't really know yet. I think it'd be quite cool to have like a massive boiler system somewhere on this monorail, but then where are the passengers going to go? We'll figure that out later, but I think this thing does need a little bit more structure down the bottom here, and potentially another bogie as well. In fact, can we sneak one in there maybe? I think something else I want to do on this is to add a little bit more support down the bottom here. I've just added a few more finishing touches, a couple of bits on the roof here, some of these weird gear things, which I think work really well there. Also got some lights on the front, but I think I want to swap out this block here for a smelter or a furnace, but we don't have any of those just at the moment, and I want to get a sign of some kind up on the front of the tram as well. And I think if we were to make just like a shell that's similar to this, so the same kind of roof, similar pillars, and put that over here, I should be able to replace all this sort of stuff with some seats on the inside. At least that's my hope. And that way we'll have a lovely passenger wagon on this monorail. And in fact, while I'm off grabbing this smelter, I might grab a few other bits and bobs as well that will enhance the passenger cart area. And I do quite like the idea of maybe having a couple of display links up on the roofs of those things because they're quite digital looking. And I think they could just work nicely on the top of the tram. Question is, how do I actually make these? Brass casings, copper sheets, redstone torches. That should be doable. There we go. And I also wanted a blast furnace and some levers. There we go. That looks better on the front there with the furnace. And up on the roof here, I just want to try maybe putting in a lever and a display link. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Okay, so that is our first wagon done. Now we need to work out the next one. So let's start off with a bogie and maybe just put in some brass sheets there, or brass blocks there, I should say. Now, what we need to consider with this one is we do want to have seats going in, which means they're going to be sitting basically directly on the monorail, or directly next to, I should say. And the seats we're going to be using are these ones here, which just look awesome. Our passengers are going to be lovely and comfortable, but if these seats are going to go in, say, here and here, for example, then I guess we're going to need copycat boards to make this work. So can we just stick those on like that? I don't like the fact the arm comes through them. That's not ideal. Copycat panels are a bit thicker though, I think, aren't they? Yes, they are. Excellent. So if we were to maybe go 5 and then stick a block there. Seats were in like that. Can we get away with maybe using copycat boards on the floor? They don't seem to like placing there. So how about the copycat layers? Because they're thin as well. So maybe we can get away with these. Okay, yep, looks like this can work. What I did find was these cool little tables, and I think if we get these in the right way, that works, but now I can't have my floorboard in. And maybe attach the floorboard to this instead. Maybe just a normal copycat board. Nope, this might be another one I have to do from underneath. Aha, there we go. Yep, that works. Wonderful. Then if we put the entrance into the carriage in the middle, maybe? And my hope is we can just basically reflect that over on the back here as well. So we need copycat panels here. Seats in there and there and there. And we can just build up the rest of this as well and use the same trick we used there for the flywheels, I guess. But we're only going to be able to do that at the front and the back because obviously that's not going to work in the middle. Just need to grab myself some more of this copper so we can get a roof on the passenger train. And then I guess we're probably halfway there, maybe? I don't know. How many carriages are we going to put on this thing? I mean, I don't want to go overboard with it, so maybe just one passenger train and then something on the back. And there we go. I've got a roof on, and these display links really do make a difference. I really like how they look, and I think that's safe to say we have our passenger wagon sorted. But of course, for the third wagon, we do need to do something different, because we also need this to be a kind of delivery drop-off type area, which means we're going to need some form of storage, we're going to need some storage interfaces, and we're going to cram all that onto a carriage here that looks nice and steampunky. At least that's the hope. But I think I'm once again going to need to go grab a few more bits and bobs. I think I want to use vaults for this storage container, which means we're going to need a whole bunch of other resources and stuff and things to make this work. I've made myself some vaults and some portable storage interfaces, and I think we're good to go. So I think what I want to do is copy a similar sort of style to what we've got here for the base, except maybe get a few pipes in on this one, so something like that. That sort of length should do. If we then put in some blocks down the middle here, what I can do is get some vaults on. And these should sit nicely just above these pipes. If I just do some small sort of 3x3s, yeah, I think that works quite well. Then we'll also put in a few portable storage interfaces facing downwards. What I want to make sure I'm doing is every monorail that has a storage bit on it, I want to make sure that I'm putting it in the same place and so on. So we're going to add a few interfaces here, just so we've got options. Those 3 should do fine. I'm going to use some girders along here and across the top. And I think we could do with a few more pipes. So maybe I could do this. In fact, if we do that, can't we encase these in brass? Yeah, look at that. Perfect. Add a couple of brackets to that as well. Not so keen on this bit here, though. I think there's another type of angled girder we might be able to use. Yeah, this one here, the diagonal girder. If we maybe replace these 2 top bits. Oh, yes, that looks much better. And maybe on this side, we can have the pipes go up and over the top. And maybe we can just stick a flywheel on the side of it, because why not? So I think we're almost there. I just need to do something on top of these blocks. Maybe those levers. Now, let's just add another carriage. I think I want to add some supports down here as well. I think for a little storage wagon, that's not looking too bad. Now, the last thing I think I want to do is just use these copycat slices along the edge here, just to give the roof a little bit more definition. And with that, I think our monorail is complete. We've got our driving wagon, we've got our passenger wagon, and we've got our storage wagon. But guess what I don't have? Super glue. As always, I always forget the super glue. I think I've got everything stuck together. The issue now is there's nowhere for the monorail to go. So I'm just going to extend this track a little bit, just so we can at least pull it out of the station and have a proper look at it. But in order to do that, we need somewhere for it to go. So let's build just a nice little column out here. See if we can make it look a little bit steampunky. Something like that, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. It'll do for now. What I want to do now, however, is assemble the train. And this train is going to need a name, so let me know your suggestions in the comments. For now, we'll just call it the Steampunk Choo Choo. Now, let's see if we did actually stick it all together or not. Looking good so far. Oh, we've got some of the platform with us as well. We're going to have to go drop that off. That's not ideal. Yeah, there we go. We're not bringing the station. Oh, look, the flywheel's spinning on the back train as well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think that works quite well. It looks all right from underneath as well. That's the only bit I couldn't really check while it was in the station. But, yeah, I'm pleased with that. A nice little steampunk monorail train. But sadly, that is all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now. Last episode, I built a monorail station on Main Street and an awesome steampunk monorail train for carting passengers around our theme park. But this was all in prep for the next step, storage. And that's what we're focusing on today. The plan is to put in a bunch of shop facades along Main Street here, all steampunk themed of course. We're going to jam in some storage, and then we're going to link it up to the monorail station itself, so that our storage carriage can drop items off from around the park directly into our storage system. In short, we've massively grown out of our storage that we had in our boat, and I need to get rid of this ever-growing chest monster and actually get myself organised. The good thing about this chest monster, though, is the fact I have lots of blocks and resources we can use in order to build up the facades over there and actually hide what's left, so it's not all bad, I guess. I just need to decide on a few pallets for the first few buildings, and then we can make a start. But first, I'm actually really fed up of riding backwards and forwards to Main Street on our lovely, wonderful horse Socks. I mean, he's fast, but there's definitely quicker ways to travel. So I think it's about time we grab ourselves a few bits and bobs, find the end, defeat the dragon, and actually get the elytra. But for that, we are going to need a few things. We need rockets, which means we need gunpowder and paper. We have automated gunpowder, so that's not an issue, but the paper might be. We need to get ourselves a mending book and an unbreaking 3 book, so that we can actually put those on the elytra when we find one. We need a bow to take out the dragon, and of course, we need eyes of Ender ender to actually find the dragon. I'm also tempted to get myself some netherite armor because, well, it reduces knockback and those shulkers can be a pain in the butt. But in the most part, this should all be fairly straightforward to acquire, so let's get to it. First up, rockets. So we've got loads of gunpowder, that's fine, but we've only got 2 pieces of paper. We only have a small amount of sugarcane, however, but we will get that planted around the edge outside. In the meantime, we can just use some tree bark here because I think we can also make paper from that. Well, there's 35 pieces of paper. It's not exactly a lot, but what's that? A stack and a half of rockets? Feel like we're definitely going to want more than that. So let's just get all of this planted along the edge here. We'll keep an eye on this and keep harvesting it. And hopefully by the time we go, we'll have plenty of rockets. Although to be fair, something else I could do is just strip some of these logs. If we were to strip 3 stacks, that's going to get us 3 stacks of tree bark, which is going to get us a stack of paper. But let's just quickly do that for now. We'll end up using the stripped wood for casings anyway, so it's not a waste. That will get us our paper, and that's going to get us loads of rockets. Okay, cool. That's rockets done. Next up, we'll go get mending and unbreaking books, and we do actually have some villagers back in our starting area, which is all the way over there, so we're going to have to take a small boat journey. But for that, we're going to need emeralds, and I'll tell you what, I might as well just turn all of these stripped logs into sticks, and then we can sell those to the Fletchers we also have over there, and that's going to get us the emeralds we need to buy books. In fact, before we go, I do just want to check these, see if we've got any unbreaking in here. It doesn't appear so. Sadness. And we only have 1 book in there. Do have leather though. Maybe I should make a few more books before we go, which means I'm going to need to strip a few more logs. Alright, we've got a whole lot of books, and it does occur to me we don't actually have an unbreaking 3 villager, we only have a mending 1, so I'm hoping we might actually be able to just enchant some books and get unbreaking 3, but yeah, let's see. 1 entire Minecraft day, almost 3 stacks of lapis, and an obscene amount of levels later, we do actually finally have an unbreaking 3 book. Still got to make a bow at some point though, so I'm grinding up the rest of the ore I've got, just in the hope we can get a few more levels out of this, because we're gonna need them. But in the meantime, that's one more thing I can tick off my list. Now we need to go get a mending book. That means it's time for a little boat ride. Here we are, back at our little fishing shack. But our mending guys should be in here. Oh, Dulcie, what happened to you? These ones zombified as well? Yep, they are. Oh, dear. Okay, right. Well, that causes a few problems, because now I need to go back and get everything I need to actually cure them. What a pain. Back home we go. So, first up, I need some golden apples. We've got plenty of those. Wonderful. And then we also need splash potions of weakness, which means we need to make potions of weakness. So that's redstone and fermented spider eyes. And I believe they're made from spider eyes. We need a little bit of sugar, which means I might have to go rip up some of my sugar cane. Unless we've got any in here, which we do not. We're gonna need a brewing stand as well, so I better take some blaze rods. We're gonna need gunpowder to make it splashy, redstone dust to make it last a little bit longer, and a brown mushroom to make the fermented spider eye. Just need that sugar. Ah, at least some of it's grown. So sugar, eye, and mushroom gives me that. Going to need some glass bottles, and we need a brewing stand. If we put that in there, we'll quickly get ourselves a bit of water. In fact, we can just grab that from here. Chuck those in, and right, first up, fermented spider eye, and some redstone dust. And lastly, the gunpowder to turn them into splash potions. And then those, combined with the golden apples, mean we can actually heal up these villagers. And on the plus side, things are going to be a little bit cheaper. There we go. 3 splash potions, 6 golden apples, which is twice as many as we need, but just in case something goes wrong. Now let's go get these villagers healthy again. So let's splash that dude. Get him healed up. And same with you. I'm sure there were 2 in there, but there only appear to be 1 now, which is a bit weird. But it looks like he's going to take a few minutes to convert, so I guess I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. And when I come back, we'll have lots of cheap stuff to buy and sell. I forgot to hit record again, but Franklin has now healed, and he's buying sticks at 25, and I've then converted all those into mending books, because these are being sold by Dulcie over here for just 1 emerald and 1 book. So I've got the one that I need, and 16 more, just in case, you know? That's the mending book ticked off, so we just need a bow, some eyes of ender, and maybe some netherite armor as well. And the netherite armor, we should actually just be able to blow up the nether. I mean, we've got lots and lots of gunpowder thanks to our mob farm, and we can make sand fairly easily from our cobble. So yeah, I see some big explosions in my future. So next up, we're going to sort a bow. We've got a power 3, unbreaking 3 that we can start with, and I'm pretty sure we've got some decent books. Power 4 and flame. I don't think I want flame on my bow. Do I? Yeah, go on then, why not? And one thing I definitely want is infinity, so we guess we need this book. And the rest of these are fairly useless for our current needs. And we're almost there. I just need a few more levels. It looks like that's all I'm going to get from there. 10. And we now have 0 XP anywhere. Not ideal for the long run, but at least it solves our needs for now. We just do that. That's going to be power 4, unbreaking 3, infinity, and flame. That'll do. It's only a dragon after all. That's the bow sorted. Now we need some eyes of ender, and I think our best bet for that is probably going to be to make a couple of boats and go to the nether, trap ourselves some endermen. And it looks like if we were to go this way and across the lake, we do have a warped forest over there, although there's not a lot of land, is there? But that is basically in this direction, so let's go see if we can find ourselves a warped forest. Well, I've found the warped forest, and the good news is we've got lots of endermen scattered about, so let's see if we can get some of them in boats. Come on, you, in the boat. Oh, thank you. This just makes them a lot easier to kill. Uh-oh, I've upset the pigman. Sorry, fellas. It was not intentional. Oh, my days, there's loads of them. But I think that's cleared all the piggos for now. And we've already got 8 ender pearls. This is great. We've only killed 3 of these. Right, let's go for another one. Now we're up to 10. Wonderful. We're going to have this done in no time. Just need to find a couple more endermen. Oh, there's one. Excuse me, sir. Can you please get in my boat? Thank you. 12. All right, we've got 20 ender pearls now. That should be plenty. Now that we've solved our Eyes of Ender problem, the last thing we're going to need is netherite armor. And for that, we're also going to need a netherite upgrade. So we need to go over here to this treasure bastion, try and grab ourselves one of those, preferably without falling in the lava. This is going to be dangerous. Please no ghasts. Right, well, we're in. We're not wearing any gold, though, so hopefully we can stay safe. What we need to do is get down the bottom there, where there's a couple of brutes. Fantastic. We actually need to raid the chest down there. This could be interesting. I've got a bit of an idea, though, of how we can do this with minimal effort. We just make ourselves a bit of a ledge up here. We'll see if we can just make our way down. We're going to need to utilize the bow here a little bit just to get rid of some of these brutes. Fairly painless so far, but there's another one there. So that's the chest we want. Here's some piggos around. Oh, there's an angry one. We don't want him hitting us because he's got a bow. He could throw us in the lava. Big bouncy boys are going to get annoying though. Right, let's go for it. Okay, right, we got it. Now my plan was... Oh, geez, I hope this works. Okay, that was good. We got back out again. That was fairly painless. And we got our smithing template. That's the main thing I wanted from here. It'd be rude not to look in here as well, though. Oh, diamond shovel, not bad. We've made it back safely. I just need to make myself the Eyes of Ender now. And there we go. I'm sure 20 will be more than enough. That's that done. And to be honest, I can't really be bothered to go get netherite armor right now. I pretty much just want the elytra. It's not like we're going proper end busting or anything. So I'm hoping we can get away with just popping into the end, killing the dragon, and grabbing ourselves an elytra. And then legging it. So let's just double check I've got everything we need. We have the Eyes of Ender, so we can find the stronghold. We have a bow, so we can take out the dragon. We have our mending and unbreaking book, although we're also going to need an anvil if we actually want to make use of that, so let's take one of them. Got our rockets for once we get the elytra. I think the last thing I probably need is going to be just a bit of cobble for bridging, because inevitably we're going to have to bridge all over the nether because, well, it's just the way it is. Not the nether, the end. I know what I'm talking about. We've also got plenty of food, which should hopefully come in handy, and a bucket of water in case the dragon throws us into the air. No, let's go find ourselves a stronghold. What direction are we heading in? That way. Okie dokie. Thinking about it, we are on an island. I should probably take my boat. Let's go find a stronghold. I think we might have a slight problem. I think the actual end portal is potentially underneath here. If we throw one here, going this way a little bit, and the rain's coming down as well. Perfect. But if we go over here, yeah, it goes back that way. Oh, geez. Well, this is not ideal. Guess the question is, can I get down there and do some digging without dying or getting mining fatigue? Have a quick look down here. Is there an entrance? Oh, we've already got mining fatigue. Dang it. Get some air. If we can find a way in without having to dig, well, that'll be ideal because we currently can't dig. at all. Right, well, I can't find a way in, so digging it is, I guess. Just gonna have to wait for mining fatigue to go, and hopefully we're far enough away that I will actually be able to just dig down here and hopefully get low enough down that this thing can't affect me anymore. But I have to say, this is a first. I don't think I've ever had a stronghold directly under one of these. Good news, our mining fatigue has worn off, and if I sit out here, it doesn't come back, so I guess we're just gonna dig down right here and hope for the best. And try not to drown. Well, we're getting into deep slate layer and still no stronghold. Hopefully I'm not too far off to the side. Oh, hey, buddy. Aha. That looks like a stronghold. Excellent. Right, now let's try and find the super secret room. Aha, there it is. Get rid of that. No one likes those. And I think we're just going to jump straight in and get rid of the dragon. But everyone's seen dragon fights before and they're quite boring, so this will probably be over fairly quickly. And as we all know, the most dangerous part of any dragon fight is actually the Enderman. So what I'm going to do is just build myself a little Enderman defense bunker. That should do the trick, and I think that combined with also having a bucket of water means hopefully we're going to be safe from the Enderman. And there we go. All right, well, that was fairly painless. And now we have all the levels as well. Wonderful. Let's just get the dragon egg, because it's rude not to. There we go. Now let's go get ourselves an elytra. Now, do we have any end cities? Not that I can see. So I guess this is where the bridging begins. Wish me luck. So I do see a bit of a city over there, but it looks like it's just a treasure tower and nothing else. We may as well ignore that. It looks like there's another one over there. Definitely looks bigger. Let's hope it's got a boat. Though it doesn't look like it, does it? Dang it. And there's a third one over there as well, which also doesn't look like it has a boat. Well, this is not a good start. City number 5, no boat, but look over here. There's a boat with no city. I'm assuming that's just out of my render distance, but thankfully we have finally found one. This has taken almost an hour, and in fact, there's another boat over there as well. We've actually found 2. Typical. But if we have a look at our map here, you can see how far we've had to travel. It's not been a short journey. In fact, it's been a very, very long journey, and, you know, we have come across cities. It's just no boats. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that's the end island, so that's 1,000 blocks. We've travelled, yeah, about another 5,000 on top. Wonderful. And because I didn't bring netherite armor with me, I don't think I'm going to go through the city. We're just going to column our way all the way up to the boat and grab the wings before we do anything else. There it is, wings, although they're in a chest for some reason. I assume that's because of the looter mod we've got on, but I don't really know. And oh, look at all those diamonds. Wonderful. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put Unbreaking 3 and Mending on our elytra. Chuck those on. Grab ourselves some fireworks. Should probably grab the dragon head as well. It'll be rude not to. And as there's one right over here, I think I'm going to go get myself a backup elytra too. Oh, this feels so good. I've not flown in Minecraft in probably well over a year. We had jetpacks last season. All right, now we just need to find an exit. Well, it looks as if I'm having just as much luck finding a gateway as I did trying to find a city. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to head back to where we first came in. Wait a sec. There's a gateway right there. Talk about timing. That'll do. Let's just see if we can swoop straight in there with no trouble. Yep, just about. And there we go. We've made it home. We've got our wings. Our life has just been made a whole lot easier. But that was not an easy thing to do. It's taken me half the day to do that. It was supposed to be a quick little thing before I started my builds. Jeez. Look at all the backpacks we found. So since my return from the end, I've been gathering some resources, and I've got a couple of bags of stuff here. We've got some create bits and bobs, and then we've got some other stones and things like that. And what I want to do is try and get down the first of a whole row of steampunky looking buildings. And I do want to make sure all of these are quirky, colourful, have pipes and movement and all sorts of stuff going on with them. So for this first one, I think what I'm going to be using is some sandstone for the bottom level. We're going to use a bit of andesite pillar with some spruce logs for the top. But now I'll put it like that, it does look a bit weird. I'm sure it'll be fine, I have faith. So let's just start by marking out a building here. And to be honest, at the moment, I'm mainly concerned just with getting the facades right. I might go back just a couple of blocks just to make sure that we can sort of, you know, cover up the sides of other buildings, because we do want to have them, well, not all at the same level. Some are going to be sticking out more than others, and some are going to be further back, and so on. I'm not going to worry too much about the back side of these builds just yet. So for this first one, if we were to put a window there and then mirror that on this side, that leaves us 3 in the middle, and we'll use that for the doorway. Speaking of the doorway, I think what I want to do is just sink it back a little bit like this. We're just swap out these bottom blocks for now. I think we'll just use some industrial plating, but we'll probably switch that out to something else later. Well, we might do anyway. That actually looks quite good. Just use a couple of copycat stairs there to give the window a bit of an arch, which does mean I'm going to want to pull this back a little bit further on this bit too. And the same on this side, of course. All right, shape-wise, I quite like that so far. Now, for the windows, I think I want to use some of this ornate window. I think that's going to look quite nice in here. It connects together as well. But I have got a few different glass types with me just in case, but I actually quite like that. Now, for the next level up, I have a bit of an idea in my head of how I want this to go. Let's just see if we can pull it off. We're going to start with just putting a little ledge in there to grab some spruce variants. And we'll just use the andesite pillar for now, but we'll mix that up a little bit later. Now, what I want to do here is get in a nice big pillar on this side. And, of course, over here. And we're going to do a similar thing with the windows, I think. So we're going to do this one double thick as well. Size-wise, I think that's looking pretty good. Let's just see if we can get the window arched a bit more. Doesn't look quite right at the moment. So if we just use a couple of copycat panels and then some stairs, that should give us a nice arch. I think what I want to do is maybe make a hole in this top bit. In fact, I think I'm going to make this top bit just a little bit taller as well. What I want to do is make a circle here. And in fact, maybe get some panels in as well. Something like that. And what I want to do is chuck a water wheel in there and give it an acacia hint. That should look quite nice. So if we stick this water wheel here, make that acacia, and from down here, that should look nice and orange. Yeah, I like that. Now let's sort out the sides. This is going to be where the andesite comes in. Because these andesite pillar blocks look a lot like corrugated sheet metal, and I think that's going to look quite nice over here. Then maybe just a little arch like that. How does that look height-wise? Pretty good. Looking a little bit churchy, isn't it? We'll figure that out later. For now, let's just get these columns in. All right, progress is being made. I just need to get a couple more windows in. I think I want to use something different on the sides. Maybe these. Yep, I think those windows work well. And for the roof, I think we're going to keep things fairly simple and just use deep slate here. All right, that's looking pretty good, I think, for a first facade. It just needs a whole lot of detail and a bit more steampunkifying. I'm sure that's a real word, just go with it. But I want to get some texture in. I want to maybe get some benches down the front here, get some pipes going around, and figure out what to do about these windows, because if we're not going to put it back on these buildings just yet, they're going to look really weird. I'll see you in a moment, and for now, you can enjoy this lovely time lapse. Couldn't do it. I couldn't leave it without a back. It just looked too weird from the front. So I have actually made it a more solid building. There is, of course, nothing going on inside as yet. But I think from the front, that's looking pretty good. I just need to get some kind of a sign, I think, hanging from this bit here. But I want it to be a bit of a quirky sign. So I'm going to have a little look back at storage and just see what we can make. All right, I've got a couple of oddities. Let's see what we can do. That's not what I wanted to do at all. We're going to stick a cog block on the side there. Stick a couple of bits on the side here. I want to try and make it look like a small robot or something that's kind of hanging from the side. Okay, that's looking pretty good. And then if we stick some bellows on the bottom, maybe not quite like that. I don't think I want them blowing downwards. There we go. And because they're powered by the block of cogs here, that's going to continually blow. And it kind of looks a little bit like a little robot face. But I like that, and it gives a little bit of movement as well. That's one building in. Let's see if we can get another one next door, and then hopefully that will give us enough space upstairs to get some starter storage in. Or the start of our storage system, I should say. Now for this one, I think I'm going to use these umber bricks. I want to try something a little bit different here. I want to see if we can put a big old sort of ledge sticking out the front. Maybe we can bring that forward to there. It's going to look a little bit weird, so maybe a support underneath as well. Copper ones in the side. That might work. We'll see how we get on. I think for this one, we're going to have a bit of a sunken doorway, so we're going to need to encase all this bit here. I think it needs a bit more, so let's grab some girders, get some blocks in the bottom here, and girder it up. Okay, it's coming along. Now we need to jam in some windows, so maybe we can just do like a little sort of fake bay window type thing going on here. Yep, that works. Although I might swap out the glass for something else. We'll see how we get on. Next up, it's the second second floor, and we're going to use diorite for that, I think. Add something a bit brighter on the streets. I've got the diorite in, and I've got one of the windows in, but I think on this side, I want to do something a little bit different. So I'm going to get in a wall of industrial plating here. First up, what I'm going to do is just stick an array of cogs on here. Maybe something like that. And we'll stick a flywheel on top as well. And then what we can actually do is we can encase cogs just by hitting them with one of these. So we can actually mix up all the colors. So just something like that. But I think once we get all that spinning, that should look quite nice. Speaking of getting things spinning, I want that spinning as well. So I think we should probably go grab a couple of windmill bearings. But now we have wings. That's nice and easy to do. Wonderful. Now, to get this powered, what we're going to do is make a little hole here. Maybe we should go for the one further up. Stick a gearbox in there. And a windmill bearing. And then we're just going to attach some wool to it. And we need super glue, which I probably left at home again, didn't I? Yep. Of course I did. If we just glue all of this together and then hit that, then our gears are spinning. Very, very slowly. Maybe I can add a little bit more wool. Let's have a look at that. Still a bit slow. I think we might need a speed controller over here. Right, that should do it a lot better. Yeah, there we go. That looks awesome. Now I just need to sort out this one. But this one we do want to go very, very slow. So we can just do a very basic little thing here. Now we've got a whole bunch of movement going on already. Wonderful. So I just need to get a roof on this thing, get some detail on, and that'll be our second building done. And we can actually move on to sorting out some storage. I'll see you in a moment. Well, I am loving that. I think that's come out really well. I particularly like this bit at the front here with the straw statues. That is, of course, myself, Stam, and Bruno. Stam and Bruno being the guests from last season who were on for a little bit longer than just one episode. But I really quite like that. And these giant boilers just work so well for a sort of sticky-outy platform bit on the front of the shop there. Wonderful stuff. I've also decided to put an alleyway in the side here, just in case we want to have some stuff out the back. At least it gives us the option. Plus, I am going to need somewhere for the monorail to go, so I think being able to see it go past here as well could potentially look pretty good. But besides this front bit here, we've also got some pipes on the side. I've textured up the whole building, and we've got a bit of a copper roof going on at the top here. But even better than that, if we go inside, I've put some floors in. I don't really know what I'm actually going to be doing with the sort of bottom floors of these shops just yet. I was considering theming them to the different areas of storage that are going to be above it, but to be honest, I don't really know. I mean, this one could work quite well as a plushie shop, actually, with those three on the top there, but yeah, we'll figure that out in a future episode. For now, we need to be going upstairs. So if we just head up here, you can see this is where we're going to have storage, and I've connected the upstairs of the two different buildings just so we've got one big storage area, and as we add more buildings, the storage area will expand that way as well. But in order to make storage, we need to do a lot of resource gathering, primarily spruce, and then we need to make a whole bunch of drawers. So let's get to it. Planting, growing, harvesting, eating, crafting. Now I should have what I need to sort out a storage system. We've got lots of spruce drawers, all 1x1s, and we've also got some spruce trim, as well as a drawer controller, of course, so we can link it all together, but we'll get into that shortly. For now, I really need to sort out this mess down here. But because we have all these drawers now, I think what I'm going to do is just destroy these boxes and apply everything to these. But they're going to need some upgrades. And thanks to my extremely cheap stick villager, I've got a whole bunch of emeralds so we can actually make these upgrades. Because emeralds are going to give us a 32 times boost for each one we apply to a box. So, for example, with the cobble and the deep slate stuff we've got absolutely loads of, if I load them up with emerald upgrades, then they're going to be able to store hundreds of thousands in each box. And it's also going to make it much easier to transport over to our new storage. But first, we're going to need a whole bunch of upgrade templates, a whole load of sticks, and now a whole load of emerald upgrades. And if we just apply loads of emerald upgrades to these, we'll give those to cobble, deep slate, andesite, granite, and I think we'll also do some for diorite, gravel, and tuff as well, because we've got loads of that. And lastly, we'll do a max one for dirt as well. We'll just get these loaded up with as many as we can upgrade. And I think to make this a little bit easier, there's one last thing we're going to do. That is to make one of these, a deposit upgrade, because then we can just smash all the boxes, our backpack will pick everything up, and then we can just click our backpack on the drawer controller, and that will put everything directly into the system. Or at least everything we've given a home to. So let's make one of these. We're also going to need a piston and a chest. Excellent. And for now, I guess we can just replace that. Oh, wait a sec, where's it gone? I actually forgot to make it. Good job, Beardy. If we remove the crafting table and just put that in there, let's make sure we're locking the drawers. So I'll put the drawer controller down the bottom, and if we click that, that will lock all of them, and that means nothing's going to go into these empty ones here. And if we take our backpack off and double right click on here, or is it shift right click? Yep, there we go. So shift right click, and that's got rid of, yep, all of the dirt. That has now gone into here. Let's do the quantify key as well so we can see how much is in each one. But now I should just be able to get away with doing some smashy. Well, thanks to the drawer system and the upgrades, that didn't take too long, and we've got a wall of stuff we need to sort out. I've also still got a whole bunch of junk over here, which, well, we'll give a home to eventually, but this is the stuff that's kind of important and going to help us designate areas in storage. And now that everything's in drawers, I can just pick these up and transport thousands of resources all in one go. And now comes the hard part, because I need to work out exactly where I'm going to put the different areas for items. I think I quite like the idea of this big back wall here for all the stone and stone variants. But the downside to picking up all these drawers is I can't actually see what's in them. So I'm going to dump them downstairs for now, and then we'll gradually take them upstairs when we know where we want them. So this is what we're going to be working with initially. Let's work out a layout. Short while later, and I've made us start with organising things. We have our wall of shinies, we've got all of our wood bits around here, we've got leaves, and through here we have all of our stones and stone types. But I fully expect this to change as things evolve and we have more to sort out. But what I do know is we're definitely going to need a whole lot more space, so we need to probably knock through this wall here, around here somewhere, and I guess we're going to have to put a bridge over to some more buildings, and then, yeah, lots more buildings for lots more storage. And I also need to figure out what to do with the space at the top here. I need to make this place look nice. I don't really know what to do in regards to that yet. And I also need workbenches and things like that as well. So yeah, this is definitely something that's going to evolve over time. But hopefully at some point in the future, this is all going to look quite nice. We're going to have a lovely organized storage area, and we don't need to worry about chest monsters anymore, because that previous one really was becoming a bit of a problem. But the good thing is, with where this is placed right next door to the station, it means we can also have an offloading area just probably on the other side of this wall, which will then pump things directly into storage as and when we get to making farms that actually utilize that. But yeah, things are starting to come together slightly and slowly. So last episode I did ask you all for names for my little monorail train here, but that episode has literally only just gone out, so there's not really any names to choose from just yet. So we'll have to get to that next episode. And usually I would also release a world download in the middle of the month, which would be this episode, but I'm actually away on holiday at the moment, so it's going to be towards the end of the month this time. But the good news is, that means you're going to get a much more complete main street. I'm really pleased with how these builds went together, and I can't wait to get the rest of the street done as well. This place should look pretty awesome when we're finished. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Oh, cheeky. Last episode, I not only installed the start of our storage system, I also built a couple of buildings on our steampunk main street. Today, however, is all about power, and our extreme lack of it currently. And I'm also going to build a huge chunk of main street ready for the world download, but we'll get to that later. Now, when it comes to generating power, there's a few ways to do it in Create. We can use water wheels of various sizes, we can use a windmill, or we've got steam engines, which I can't place because it needs to be attached to the side of a copper tank. Didn't really think that through. But we've already done water wheels. In fact, we've done lots and lots of water wheels. All of these are full of them. And we've also done windmills. Kind of. But for the amount of power this park's going to need, I think the only real option is to make a massive steam power plant. The problem with steam power, however, is it does need a fuel source to keep it going, and that can be anything that burns, such as coal or blaze rods, wood. But of course, we're going to be using lava, which means we're going to need, well, lots of lava. Lots and lots of lava. In fact, we're going to need an infinite amount of lava, which is usually not a thing in Minecraft. You can get infinite water, but not infinite lava. In Create, however, we can get infinite lava. We just need to get 10,000 source blocks of the stuff first. Which means I'm going to need a great big hole, probably over here somewhere, that we can then put 10,000 lava source blocks in. So I guess we better go make a whole bunch of drills to get this done. Made a whole bunch of drills and a rope pulley, so this should enable us to do what we need. So I just need to go underground here and mark out where we want to put this. And I've worked out if we do a pit that's 20 blocks on all sides, so width, length, and depth, then we should end up with 10,000 blocks. Right, well that should just about do it. I've actually done it as 22 by 22, because that way we've got an extra block at the side, so we can put in some blocks just so if we are digging underground, we don't dig into the side of our lava. That would be bad. Now I just need to place loads of drills, and if we do a 10 by 10 square in the middle here, and then stick another row on each side, that will give us our wall placement area as well. We're going to want to stick a couple of chests to the back of this as well. Then let's just get all of this glued together. Then what I'm going to do is stick a block on the back of that, and we're going to put the rope pulley next to it. Or on top of it, I should say. Then we just need to give that some power. So what I've actually done is just brought a few water wheels. We'll just get these blocked in and throw in some water. And that's going to give us power, but I want control over the speed. So we're going to stick in a speed controller down here. Then I just need to get this linked up to the rope pulley. Well, I think we're just going to have to use a couple of vertical gearboxes here. And if we do that, okay, so it's all connected. It should work. I just need to change the direction on this. Let's go. And then we're just going to reverse direction and pull that back up. And I just need to do that 3 more times and we'll have a massive pit here. There we go, a nice big hole. That should be enough to hold the lava. But I will just make sure with my calculations by placing a whole bunch of blocks. Yep, that's 22 wide, as is that side. That means at least the inside is fine. Now let's just make sure it's deep enough. It certainly is. We've even got a few blocks to spare. Wonderful. The lava hole is complete. Now we just need to fill it up, and to do that, we need to go to the nether. Firstly, to hope that we've actually got a lake nearby to that pit, and then secondly, to build a system to pump it all out. Going to need some pipes, pumps, spout and an item drain, a bunch of buckets, a bunch of obsidian, flint and steel, and we're going to need a couple of hose pulleys. And that should be everything we need, hopefully. Get this to work. So first up, let's see what we're dealing with on the nether side. All right, we've got a fortress right there, but there is a lava lake just down here. Perfect. That's a big old lava lake, which means it's going to be infinite as well. Now, what I need to do is sketchily bridge out over this, put down our hose pulley, and then we're going to use the hand crank to lower this all the way down to the bottom. I don't know why the color's gone weird, though. Then I need a bunch of pipes so we can pipe that lava over here somewhere. Now, I don't know what's going on with this rendering, but yeah, for some reason stuff just isn't rendering properly in the nether. But we're going to have a belt going that way and basically feeding our full lava buckets into the portal. So we need a spout above here, and that pipe just needs to go to there. We are going to need a pump, however. Once again, not rendering properly. And now we need to give this thing some power. So what I'm going to do, use another speed controller. Stick that in the top there. Turn this up. See if we can get max speed out of it. That'll be nice. Stick a bunch of water wheels in here. Oh, it all looks so weird when it's not rendering. I don't like it. But obviously we can't use water because we are in the nether. And that's just, well, it's just not going to work, is it? But I believe we can instead use lava. So I just need to go down and get some of this. And that should work just like the waters do. Yeah, perfect. And that's pumping all the lava. That's going up into here. Wonderful. Let's just make sure I don't actually fall in this lava, because it's the kind of thing I'd do. Now, I just need to grab this, get that power over to there, which I assume is working. It looks like it is. Now, I've put a chest there. You'll just have to believe me that it's actually a chest. And then we're going to put a funnel. Oh, they render. Oh, I want that one. And if I stick a bucket in there, we should get a bucket of lava. And that should go through the portal. Wonderful. And that seems to have gone directly into that hole. Okay, that's good. It tells us exactly where it's going to come out. Wonderful. So we just want to send those this way. Going to want water wheels again, but I don't have any water on me. I've only got lava. That'll do. So that'll send the buckets this way, then into this drain. Then we want to send the empty buckets all the way around. So, yep, don't need that one. So this should do the job. The buckets of lava will come out. They'll go on here. They'll get emptied into this item drain, and then it will go all the way around and back through the portal. That's a fluid drain, not an item drain. And then what we need to do is to pump that lava out and into our pit, which is where we need another one of these hose pulleys. And, of course, we are going to need a pump. So what we need to know now is where they come out on this side, and do they actually make it all the way round the section? Let's go find out. I'm hoping it's going to appear right about there. Oh, hello, buddy. Are you trying to get to me? Let me help you out. Well, nothing's come through yet, which tells me I need to make everything a little bit faster on the other side, or I need to fix my belts. What am I doing there? Right, well, I've made some adjustments on this side. Everything's moving much quicker. Okay, so let's see what happens now. That should go through, and hopefully it's going to come out. Yep, right about here. Okay, so as long as we put A little bit of a barrier there. What we could do is jam another belt in here, another weird red invisible-y type belt. Gonna want another one here and one here. This certainly makes things more difficult. That funnel should feed the lava back into those. I just need to get all these things powered now and hope that we can get them going the right way as well, considering we're basically blind here. Okay, I think I've got everything set up on this side as well. The last thing I need to do is just adjust where the hose pulley is sitting on the other side, and hopefully we can start generating infinite lava. Oh, it's so nice being able to see everything again. Okay, let's get this lowered. And we don't want to go down too far because it'll only fill as far as where it sits, basically. So if we go there, that should fill it up to that level. Or it might stop a little bit early if it gets to 10,000 blocks, because once it gets to 10,000 blocks, it will stop filling it up, which is good because it means it won't overflow. And now my hope is if we just chuck a bunch of buckets on there, they should start filling up with lava and coming back. Yep, here we go. Look at this. That's working. Wonderful. And is it all going down here? Yes. Look at that. Look at it go. Hopefully in a couple of hours, we'll actually have a full lava pit. Wonderful. This seems like a good excuse to go make myself some lunch. So while we wait for the lava pit to fill up, we need to actually do some prep work because, well, we've got nowhere to put the power station at the moment, which means we're going to need another building, and I've got a little bit of a confession to make with this one. So I was staring at Main Street for quite a while over the weekend, and I was a little bit stumped on how I was actually going to extend it and how I was going to do the buildings, so I jumped into creative. It was only supposed to be a flying visit, but I ended up staying there for about 12 hours. So much so that I designed a huge portion of Main Street, and instead of rebuilding it all in survival block by block, which will take absolutely forever, and the fact that we're about to add 6 buildings means that it would have been probably about 3 episodes of me just making buildings. You don't want to see that. What we're actually going to do is take advantage of one of Create's features that we rarely use, and that is to use schematics. So we need to make ourselves a schematic cannon, a schematic table, and an empty schematic as well. In fact, we're going to make a couple of these because it's actually 2 separate schematics we're going to be making. Right, that should be everything we need. I've also got myself a couple of clipboards because we're going to need those for generating the resource lists. What I'm going to do is just show you how these schematic cannons work. So what I can do is just dump this cannon down in the middle of the street. Then we're going to use the schematic table to load up our schematic of what we built in Creative. And then we get this giant box here, which I can then place in the real world. So if I put this roughly here, that is not even slightly in the right place. Let's just bring this forward a bit. There, and on this side we'll put it there, and yes, that is what it's going to look like, at least this side of the street. So yeah, lots of building to be done. It's missing a couple of the finer details like the signs and so on, but I'm still going to have to collect all these resources. I just don't have to manually place them. I can leave that to the cannon over here. But in order to find out what we need, I need to put in a clipboard, and this is going to give me a material checklist. And look at this. This is all the stuff we need to be able to get this build complete. And it's a whole lot of stuff. 14 pages. That's crazy. But once it's done, we'll have some lovely looking buildings here that are going to look a little bit like this. Sadly, these ones are just in ghost form at the moment. I can walk right through them. I also have a bunch of buildings designed for this side of the street, which is going to be a different schematic, but I'm not going to spoil that one for you. You'll see that appear during a time lapse, no doubt. So I've got 2 giant material checklists, and I believe I have a future of resource gathering. That's pretty much all I'm going to be doing for probably the entire afternoon, maybe even into tomorrow morning. We're going to need a lot of resources for this. So you can enjoy this lovely resource gathering montage. 7 hours. That's how long that took. 7 hours. It's now 7:30 in the evening, which means I'm going to get in trouble if Mrs. B catches me recording. But we want to get these schematic cannons up and running. And look, we've just got so much stuff in these boxes. Not so much in that one, but these backpacks are absolutely rammed with building materials. And that means we can do both sides of the street. I'm going to do one side at a time, though, just because it'll look better on the time lapse, and I'm nice like that. And once both sides of the street are up, I'll give you a little tour of what we've got, and then we'll go build a power station in the building that's going to be there. All I need to do now is hit play. And that's going to start doing its thing. Let's go get somewhere safe, and then I'll get you a lovely view for a time lapse. Now this is what I'm talking about. This is starting to look awesome around here. Although it was a bit of a weird time lapse, seeing it all get sort of 3D printed like that. But it was either that or you get 3 episodes of me just building buildings and talking through them, and you really don't want that. Instead, what we're going to do is just take a look at these glorious buildings. You can see here, I do still need to make the connection between the 2 buildings, but we'll sort that out shortly. And I don't really know what these buildings are going to be used for, apart from this one, which is probably going to be a restaurant because it's got tables and chairs outside, but all of the interiors are empty. I've knocked through some of the walls, connected some of them together, and upstairs we've got lots more room for storage. I'm also loving these different types of train hulls and boilers and things we've got. They really do sort of add a lot to the top here, I think. And over here I've made a funky sign. We've used immersive paintings to add a picture, which I definitely didn't just grab from Google. I may have grabbed it from Google. And we've also got a smoke pipe at the top here, which you can just apply dye to, so I've applied white dye just to make it look a bit more steamy instead of dirty. But that side of the street is looking pretty awesome. And then over this side we've got another 4 buildings, and these little sort of window ledge things, these bay windows, once again the boilers coming in clutch. Absolutely love them. I also try to get a splash of colour into this one, and we've got some cogs and a few other bits going on. We've got a shop sign hanging out the front here, which I know doesn't actually have anything on it, the same as the one over there, but I think it still adds to the area and looks pretty cool. On this next building, I will get that bit there spinning, which I think would look quite good, but overall it's just, well, another sort of static building really. But then we've also got this walkway here and a little bench, and this goes up to a walkway at the top here. So, oh, we're missing a chain there. But from up here, you can see down the whole street, and you can also get a sort of view of the monorail train coming in. The idea is it's just going to be some kind of viewing platform. And once again, I have used immersive paintings to definitely not steal an image from Google to put a giant poster at the back of this walkway here. And once again, I think these lights are working really well in this area too. The next building, I've got a bit lighter. We've got some sandstone. We've got these weird sort of copper tanks on the side for some reason. But I think the crimson roof really makes it pop. And out the front here, I've got some kind of weird mechanical contraption for some reason. But I think it looks quite cool, and once again, it just adds a bit more movement to the streets. And then lastly, we've got this big building over here with a very weird contraption in the top there. Once again, just wanted to get lots of movement in the building, and I think this is the one where we're going to be building our power plant because, well, we've got lots of space, and yes, we've got our lava pit still building up down the bottom there. It did actually fill up the hole that I made, but it turns out that I can't math, and 20 by 20 by 20 is actually 8,000, not 10,000. So what I've actually had to do is extend the tank up, so it will fill up to this line, and that's going to be 25 layers deep, and then it should be an infinite lava pool. Hopefully I've done my maths right this time. So it's still got a little way to go, but eventually that should say infinite lava source on that little window we've got popped up there from our goggles. But until it says that, we'll leave it doing its thing. I do have a couple of other tricks up my sleeve for this street, but we'll get to those at the end of the episode, and it's really going to sell the atmosphere around here. But first, I think I want to sort out this little storage connection bridge here. First thing I need to do is move this door over and move it down a little bit as well. So a couple of copycat slabs should solve this problem. Then a couple of panels there just to solve any head height problems. Should be able to get quite a nice sort of iron walkway looking bridge across here. Just use these iron catwalk blocks, an andesite walkway rail. And we're going to use copycat doors here because I just want them to be sort of industrial panels like that. And these ones should be the same. That's pretty much all I want for that. And for now, I'm just going to put these blocks in here, but we will be swapping those out for a storage drawer connection at some point in future. And that gives us loads more storage space. Look at all of this. Not so much on this one, I guess. But in general, lots more space to work with. Maybe get a couple of brackets on here, I think. Give that a bit more structure. All right, I'd say that's looking pretty good from down here. Next up, power station. And to make a power station, the first thing we're going to need to do is grab ourselves a few more blocks. And we get to make some new stuff too. How exciting. So to make a steam power plant, we need a few different ingredients. I was hoping we'd have copper in there, but we don't. But it's okay, I think we've got plenty in storage. Yep, there's almost 1,000 there. Perfect. And hopefully that's going to be enough. So let's get all that cooked up, and in the meantime, let's turn this into ingots, and we're going to need lots and lots of copper sheets. Because we need to make about 220 odd of these fluid tanks, which is about 3.5 stacks, hence all the barrels in my hotbar. So hopefully that's all the fluid tanks we're going to need. Next up, steam engines, and we need 27 of these. We're going for max size steam power plants here, so that means they can hold up to 9 engines. Although in fact, if you get them to level 18 by using blaze cakes, they can actually hold even more, but yeah, 9 will be fine. Let's just squish that gold and get those made. So we're also going to need 27 blaze burners, which means we need lots of iron sheets and some netherrack. Just like that. And if we fly back to our fishing shack over where we first started, we've still got our blaze burner there. So this should be nice and simple. Boy, it looks weird flying without wings. Feel like Superman. I mean, I do have wings on, I just have my armor hidden so you can't see them. So let's just grab these. And what I should really actually do is turn that thing into a mob farm, because then I can actually get some XP. That'd be handy, wouldn't it? But we'll deal with that on another episode. We're busy. So I'm also going to need a whole load of pipes. I think I've got some in my backpack here. Yep, there we go. We're also going to want a couple of water wheels, just so we've got some backup power. We need a couple of pumps. In fact, we're going to need about 12. We'll also take some belts and cogs and cased things and stuff like that. That's definitely going to help us. Stressometer might come in handy. And I think for the most part, that's pretty much everything we're going to need. Except maybe some gearboxes. So let's take some casings just in case. Is that all we've got? It would appear so. Well, that'll have to do. Let's go build a power plant. Okay, so the first thing I think I want to do here is to dig a nice hole, because I think I want to sink the plants down just a tiny bit. And then what we need to do is put in a whole bunch of blaze burners. So we're doing 3x3 steam boilers here. So, oh, fell off. And we're going to have 3 in total. So what I need to do is actually make a little bit more space here. And there's a number of ways we can actually feed fuel into these things. And the proper way to do it with Create when you're using lava is to use mechanical arms, and you essentially have a system that fills up buckets of lava from the pool below. Those buckets then get fed into the burners behind me, and it just goes round in a big loop with the empty buckets. But that's what we did last season, and last season we had quite a lot of lag and frame drop in an area where we had lots of stuff. And because this is Main Street, I want to keep it as frame friendly as possible. So with that in mind, what we're actually going to be doing is pumping the lava directly into the blaze burners. We have a mod on here that allows us to do that. We just need to wait for the rest of this tank to actually fill up. It's still got a bit further to go that way, and then it's got another whole level, but then we can start pumping lava into these. So this will eventually connect up over here somewhere. In the meantime, however, we can focus on everything else. Let's just jump our way back up here for now. And what we need to do on top here is build some giant tanks, and they need to be 8 blocks tall. They're a 3x3 area here. That also means we're going to need to knock through a hole in the ceiling. Oh, I haven't made enough. I need about another 20 or so. All right, there we go. That's better. And next up, we need to attach the steam engines. So we're going to do a grid of 9 on each one, like this. Then we need to add shafts onto all of them. So if we put these in like this, connect all those with the belts. Next up, we need to sort out water. So we're going to stick a couple of water wheels down here. Case chain drive there and there. I'm just going to block off this back wall here. I think we'll swap out these as well. Next up, we need water, so we'll put some in the bottom here. That'll give us power. And I've also made a channel at the back here, which is what we're going to use to actually feed the power plants. I just need to get this spread all along. Make sure we've always got infinite water. Perfect. And if I stick pumps down here, we're going to have 2 pumps for each one. That should maintain the water sources. Hopefully. Just going to need cogs in between each one of these. And I imagine this is going to be way too slow to keep up. But for now, we can at least start getting a bit of water into them. Wait a minute, don't I need to lift all this up by one? Silly birdie. Right, there we go. That's got everything spinning. We just need to make it much faster, which means I need a rotational speed controller. Back in a minute. Alrighty, so how are we going to fix this? Just one of them in there. In fact, it might actually be better to put this down here. We can put a big gear in, gearbox, and a couple of small gears. That should do the trick. Let's just put that water wheel back there and speed it up. Oh, it's already working though. See, we're getting a little bit of passive power. So now that this one's getting passive water, what we can do is hop across over to here, and we're going to mess with this just a little bit. I'm going to put another speed controller there with a cog. We'll have that come down to there. We'll have those come out. Get that attached back to the top here. And with that going at maximum speed, what we can do is get that linked all the way over to here. So that's got all the other pumps linked up around the back there. What we need to do now is see if we've got infinite lava. We do. Look, we have a bottomless supply. Wonderful. So now we need to wind this all the way down to the bottom of the tank. And it's still saying it's a bottomless supply. This is good. So let's just go down here and turn this off. We'll tear all this down properly in a little while. What we need to do now is to pump all of this into the lava tanks. Or the blaze burners, I should say. And let's get that going that way. And there we go. It's all kicked in. We've got the pump running. We're generating lots of power. In fact, let's have a look. So if we just stick this on there, we're generating 289,000, which doesn't add up. Wait a minute. This wasn't connected up to the top. There we go, that's better. 436,000 stress units. That should keep us going for a while. So it is a bit weird just having a power station jammed in on Main Street like this, at least looking how it currently does. So I think what I'm going to do is turn this into a bit of a walk-through attraction. In fact, what's on the other side of this wall here? So if I tidied this up a little bit, we could have a little walk-through bit here that then goes into this building with something else over here potentially. And then that comes outside. In fact, it comes out right by this. That's actually perfect. So yeah, maybe that's what we need to do. Mess about, tidy up, and turn it into a fancy little walk-through attraction. Or so later, and I think we're actually done with our first walkthrough. So now when we walk into the power plant, we have a little bit of a power museum kind of thing going on. So we've got examples of all the different types of power. We've got large and small water wheels. We've got a windmill. And of course, we've got our steam engine, which is actually providing the power. Although I do need to get this board showing some information, but we'll do that in just a moment. I've also added in some other smaller details, like some switches and pipes and beams and things like that, just to clutter the place up a little bit more, as well as the lighting, of course. And I've also made use of straw statues just to put in some models here. So we've got Throwlash turning this valve, and we've got a couple more as we go through. I've also put in an access over here to the upstairs area. So if we go up here, it brings us onto the walkway. And if we go in here, we can see the top half of the power station. So I've just opened up this side here so you can see a bit what's going on in there. That's the same thing we can see from outside. We can see all the steam engines running, and we've also got a walkway to go up the top and just look down on the whole area. But in general, I've tried to keep it fairly simple up here. However, if we go back downstairs, I've also knocked through this wall here, and I've put in a crushing setup. So I can put anything I want in there, it'll go up, it'll get crushed, and then it'll come out in this box here. And we've also got a very confused looking AD Craft standing there as well. But I think that's looking pretty good and works quite well. And then anyone visiting this area will go outside, they'll see our weird contraption out here, and in fact we have Mrs. B doing some maintenance out on this side, and in fact, I do need to give her a wrench. There we go. But we'll have to use our imagination that these are animatronics and doing a little bit of movement, but overall, it really does sort of bring the little attraction alive. One thing I do want to do to get this finished, though, is to actually display how much power we're generating and get that on here. In fact, what I might do is make that a little bit taller, and that'll give us a little bit more space to work with. And what we're going to do is use a display link here. So if we right-click on this board here, and then stick it on the back of this stressometer here, what we can do is display some information information. So on line 2, if we show how much network stress we've used, and we'll do that in actual numbers. It looks like we may need to make our board a little bit bigger. Or maybe we could just remove the label. We could potentially color code it. Then we're going to stick another one on top, and then we're going to display the remaining amount of power we have, which is 432. Wow. And then we're going to add one more, and this one's going to show the total capacity. Then we'll just use a few copycat boards here to cover up some of this mess. And then the last thing we need to do is write on a clipboard. Put that on the top row, and then apply a little bit of dye. So that's our total, that is our available, and that is our used. I think that works quite well. And I can happily say our power plant is now open. Excellent stuff. Out here on the street, though, despite the movement and everything we've got going on, it still feels a little bit lifeless. But I've got a mod on here that's going to help with that, in a weird way. And that is this, the Create Songs and Speakers mod, which is a fork of IAM or IAM Music Player. But this is going to allow us to do some very cool things. We just need to make a couple of items first, including an audio station, a speaker or two, and a parabolic antenna. Which, if you've been playing this pack at all, you may have been finding some of those bits in loot chests around and about. I have noticed they're around, but I've not been picking them up. So yeah, we're just going to go craft what we need. So first up, we're going to need 2 parabolic antennas, which means we need 8 of these. Gonna need some redstone links, and that'll let us make those. Next up, we need an audio workstation, so I just need some glass panes and a couple of belts. So that should be our audio workstation. And lastly, we just need some speakers, which means I need note blocks and jukeboxes. So we'll get a couple of those, a few of those, and that'll get us a couple of speakers. Wonderful. I think what I'm going to do is just stick this audio workstation down here in my bedroom. Now let's take a look. The first thing we need to do is to create a playlist. We're going to call this one music. We'll set it to private and read only. Then create. Then we're going to select that. We're going to add a track to it. And we're going to upload our music. And on this occasion, we're using something called Back to Happy Town. Then click add, and that should now be on our playlist. Look at that, wonderful. But I also need a second playlist, and this one's going to be for sound effects. We'll set it up in the same way. Add a new track, upload our sound effects, and add that to our playlist. And we should now have 2 sound effects. Excellent. Now we're going to go put these into use, and I'm hoping this works and actually sounds good, but I guess we're about to find out. So first up, what I want to do is hide a speaker around here somewhere so that this machine here has lots of its own sort of clunky sound effects. So if I sneak a speaker down here, give it a parabolic antenna and click this button, then I can select my sound effect. We'll go for this here, put it on loop, turn it up to max. Oh, that's awesome. It's only a subtle thing, but that sort of rattly squeak and turning of wheels, I think really does sell it. And we should be able to hear that all around here. But then when we get out of range or block it by a wall, for example, yeah, we can't hear it. So it just comes into effect as you walk past, which is awesome. In the same way that we can hear the steam engines when we walk past the door. I love that. Oh, and it's got a little bell in the sound effect as well. Awesome. I guess we're going to need to add a bell somewhere to make that make sense. But I like. And for the second speaker, I want to hide it about halfway down the street somewhere. And I'm thinking maybe sort of up there on the side of that building could work. So let's just fly up here. Oh, I missed. So let's just casually fly up here and definitely land it first time. There we go. What we're going to do is stick a speaker in there. Once again, put the parabolic antenna on. We're going to go to this tab here. Go to music, and we're going to go for this track here, set that on repeat, and now our street has music. That really sells it as a theme park entrance, I think, and it cuts out perfectly just as we go under the bridge. Well, I don't know about you, but it certainly feels a whole lot more theme parky around here, just with that music, and of course, with our sort of machine going off over there as well. This is awesome. I love that bell. And the good news is you'll get to experience it for yourselves in a couple of days, because the world will be available for all YouTube members and Patreon members of any level, and I'll be getting this uploaded on Tuesday as soon as I get back from my holiday. But sadly, that's all we've got time for today. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye now.